The Spanish Anarchists. The Heroic Years, 1868 to 1936. Murray Bookchin. 1978. Contents. Introduction 4. Prologue, Finelli's Journey 12. Chapter 1, The Idea and Spain 15. Background. 15. Mikhail Bakunin. 17. Chapter 2, The Topography of Revolution 24. Chapter 3, The Beginning 30. The International in Spain. 30. The Congress of 1870. 34. The Liberal Failure. 41. Chapter 4, The Early Years 45. Proletarian Anarchism. 45. Rebellion and Repression. 53. Chapter 5, The Disinherited 59. Peasant Anarchism. 59. Agrarian Unions and Uprisings. 64. Chapter 6, Terrorists and Saints 74. Chapter 7, Anarcho-Syndicalism 86. The New Ferment. 86. The Tragic Week. 96. Chapter 8, The CNT 105. The Early Years. 105. The Post-War Years. 112. The Pistoleros. 125. Chapter 9, From Dictatorship to Republic 137. The Primo de Rivera Dictatorship. 137. The Azana Coalition. 150. Chapter 10, The Road to Revolution 170. El Bienio Negro. 170. 2. From February to July. 182. Chapter 11, Concluding Remarks 199. Bibliographical Essay 208. 1. General Works. 208. 2. Early History, Chapters II-I. 209. 3. From the International to the CNT, Chapters 4 and VLL. 210. 4. From the Early CNT to the Second Republic, Chapters 8-9. 213. 5. The Road to Revolution. 214. Note on Sources. 216. 3. Introduction. It is not widely known to the general reader that the largest movement in pre-Franco Spain was greatly influenced by anarchist ideas. In 1936, on the eve of the Spanish Civil War, approximately 1 million people were members of the anarcho-syndicalist CNT, Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, or National Confederation of Labor, an immense following if one bears in mind that the Spanish population numbered only 24 million. Until the victory of Franco, the CNT remained one of the largest labor federations in Spain. Barcelona, then the largest industrial city in Spain, became an anarcho-syndicalist enclave within the Republic. Its working class, overwhelmingly committed to the CNT, established a far-reaching system of syndicalist self-management. Factories, utilities, transport facilities, even retail and wholesale enterprises, were taken over and administered by workers' committees and unions. The city itself was policed by a part-time guard of workingmen and justice was meted out by popular revolutionary tribunals. Nor was Barcelona alone in this radical reconstruction of economic and social life. The movement, in varying degrees, embraced Valencia, Malaga, CNT-controlled factories in the large Basque industrial cities, and smaller communities such as Lleida, Alcoy, Granollers, Girona, and Rubi. Many of the land laborers and peasants of Andalusia were also anarchist in outlook. During the first few weeks of the Civil War, before the south of Spain was overrun by fascist armies, these rural people established communal systems of land tenure, in some cases abolishing the use of money for internal transactions, establishing free, communistic systems of production and distribution, and creating a decision-making procedure based on popular assemblies and direct, face-to-face democracy. Perhaps even more significant were the well-organized anarchist collectives in Republican-held areas of Aragon, which were grouped into a network under the Council of Aragon, largely under the control of the CNT. Collectives tended to predominate in many areas of Catalonia and the Levant, and were common even in socialist-controlled Castile. These experiences alone, so challenging to popular notions of a libertarian society as an unworkable utopia, would warrant a book on Spanish anarchism. But they also have a certain intrinsic interest. To anyone with a concern for novel social forms, the anarchist collectives of Spain raise many fascinating questions. How were the collective farms and factories established? How well did they work? Did they create any administrative difficulties? These collectives, moreover, were not mere experiments created by idle dreamers. They emerged from a dramatic social revolution that was to mark the climax and tragic end of the traditional workers' movement. Highlighting the reconstructive efforts of the anarchists was the Spanish Civil War itself, an unforgettable conflict that was to last nearly 3 bitter years, claim an estimated 1 million lives, and stir the deepest passions of people throughout the world. No less significant was the development of the Spanish anarchist movement from the 1870s to the mid-1930s. Its forms of organization, its influence on the lives of ordinary workers and peasants, its internal conflicts, and its varied fortunes. For Spanish anarchism remained above all a people's movement, reflecting the cherished ideals, dreams, and values of ordinary individuals. 4. ULs, not an esoteric credo and tightly knit professional party far removed from the everyday experiences of the villager and factory worker. The resiliency and tenacity that kept Spanish anarchism alive in urban barrios and rural pueblos for nearly 70 years, despite unrelenting persecution, is understandable only if we view this movement as an expression of plebeian Spanish society itself rather than as a body of exotic libertarian doctrines. The present volume, the first of 2 that will trace the history of the movement up to the current period, is primarily concerned with the organizational and social issues that marked the years of Spanish anarchism's ascendancy and, finally, of its drift towards civil war, a span of time I have designated as its heroic period. Despite the fascination that the collectives of 1936 to 39 hold for us, I believe it is immensely rewarding to explore how ordinary workers and peasants for nearly 3 generations managed to build the combative organizations that formed the underpinning of these collectives, how they managed to claim for themselves and incorporate in their everyday lives revolutionary societies and unions that we normally relegate to the workplace and the political sphere. Quite as significant in my eyes are the organizational structures, so libertarian in character, that made it possible for workers and peasants to participate in these societies and unions, to exercise extraordinary control over their policies, and to gain for themselves a new sense of personality and inner individual strength. Whatever our views of Spanish anarchism, it has far too much to teach us to remain so little known to the general reader, and it is primarily for this reader that I have written the present volume. To a certain extent I have been researching the materials for this book since the early 1960s. In 1967 I began systematically to gather data with a view toward writing it during a lengthy trip to Europe, where I interviewed exiled Spanish anarchists. The present volume was almost entirely completed by 1969. At that time virtually no literature existed in English on Spanish anarchism except for Gerald Brennan's empathetic but rather incomplete accounts in The Spanish Labyrinth and the largely personal narratives of Franz Borkenau and George Orwell. Apart from these works, the scanty references to the Spanish anarchists in English seemed appallingly insensitive to the ideals of a very sizable section of the Spanish people. Even today, most of the works on Spain by conservative, liberal, and Marxist writers offer no serious appraisal of the libertarian viewpoint and exhibit shocking malice toward its so-called extreme wing as represented by the anarchist action groups. It may well be felt by many students of Spanish anarchism that I have gone to another extreme. Perhaps, but it seemed especially important to me, whatever my personal reservations, that the voices of these groups be expressed with a greater degree of understanding than they have generally received. The Spanish Civil War, in fact, was very much part of my own life and affected me more deeply than any other conflict in a lifetime that has seen a terrible international war and the decades of nearly chronic warfare that followed it. My sympathies, indeed my utter devotion, lay with the Spanish left, which I initially identified as a very young man with the Communist Party and, Later, as the Civil War came to its terrible close, with the POUM, Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista. By the late 1950s, however, I had become more informed about Spanish anarchism, a movement that had been little known to American radicals of the 1930s, and began to study its origins and trajectory. As one who had lived through the Spanish Civil War period, indeed, who vividly recalled the uprising of the Asturian miners in October 1934, one thought it all the more necessary to correct the false image that, if it existed in my mind, almost certainly existed in the minds of my less politically involved contemporaries. Thus this book is in part a rediscovery of a magnificent historic experience that culminated in a deeply moving tragedy. I have tried to offer 5. At least an understanding voice to those liberty-loving people who marched, fought, and died by the thousands under the black and red banners of Spanish anarcho-syndicalism, to pay a fair tribute to their idealism without removing their organizations from the light of well-intentioned criticism. Another, more contemporary factor motivated me to write this book. The appearance of the black flag of anarchism in the streets of Paris and many American cities during the 1960s, the strong anarchistic sentiments of radical youth during that fervent decade, and the wide interest in anarchist theories that exists today, seem to warrant an account and evaluation of the largest organized anarchist movement to appear in our century. There are many differences, to be sure, between the anarchist movement of Spain and the anarchistic currents that seemed to flow in the youth revolt of the 1960s. Spanish anarchism was rooted in an era of material scarcity. Its essential thrust was directed against the poverty and exploitation that had reduced millions of Spanish workers and peasants to near animal squalor. Not surprisingly, the Spanish anarchists saw the world through puritanical lenses. Living in a society where little was available for all to enjoy, they excoriated the dissoluteness of the ruling classes as grossly immoral. They reacted to the opulence and idleness of the wealthy with a stem ethical credo that emphasized duty, the responsibility of all to work, and a disdain for the pleasures of the flesh. The anarchistic youth of the 1960s, on the other hand, held diametrically opposite views. Raised in an era of dazzling advances in technology and productivity, they questioned the need for toil and the renunciation of pleasure. Their credos were sensuous and hedonistic. Whether they were conscious of tradition or not, their plea for enlarging experience seemed to echo the writings of Sada, Lautréamont, the Dadaists, and the Surrealists rather than those of the classical anarchists of a century ago. Yet when I started this book, I could not help feeling that an aging Spanish anarchist easily could have communicated with the revolutionary youth of the 1960s and with the ecologically oriented young people of today. In contrast to Marxian movements, Spanish anarchism placed a strong emphasis on lifestyle, on a total remaking of the individual along libertarian lines. It deeply valued spontaneity, passion, and initiative from below. And it thoroughly detested authority and hierarchy in any form. Despite its stern moral outlook, Spanish anarchism opposed the marriage ceremony as a bourgeois sham, advocating instead a free union of partners, and it regarded sexual practices as a private affair, governable only by a respect for the rights of women. One must know the Spain of the 1930s, with its strong patriarchal traditions, to recognize what a bold departure anarchist practices represented from the norms of even the poorest, most exploited, and most neglected classes in the country. Above all, Spanish anarchism was vitally experimental. The Summerhill-type schools of recent memory were the direct heirs of experiments in libertarian education initiated by Spanish intellectuals who had been nourished by anarchist ideals. The concept of living close to nature lent Spanish anarchism some of its most unique features: vegetarian diets, often favoring uncooked foods, ecological horticulture, simplicity of dress, a passion for the countryside, even nudism. But such expressions of naturalism also became the subject of much buffoonery in the Spanish press of the time, and of condescending disdain on the part of many present-day academicians. The movement was keenly preoccupied with all the concrete details of a future libertarian society. Spanish anarchists avidly discussed almost every change a revolution could be expected to make in their daily lives, and many of them immediately translated precept into practice as far as this was humanly possible. Thousands of Spanish anarchists altered their diets and abon. 6. Done such habit-forming vices as cigarette smoking and drinking. Many became proficient in Esperanto in the conviction that, after the revolution, all national barriers would fall away and human beings would speak a common language and share a common cultural tradition. This high sense of community and solidarity gave rise to the Anarchist Affinity Group, an organizational form based not merely on political or ideological ties, but often on close friendship and deep personal involvement. In a movement that called for the use of direct action, anarchist groups produced individuals of unusual character and striking boldness. To be sure, I would not want these remarks to create the impression that the Spanish anarchist movement was a revolutionary crusade of uncompromising, morally unblemished saints. Like all organizations in Spain, the movement had its fair share of self-seeking opportunists who betrayed its libertarian ideals in critical moments of struggle. But what made it unique, even in a land where courage and dignity have always been highly prized, were those remarkable personalities like Fermín Salvochea, Anselmo Lorenzo, and Buenaventura Durruti, who literally personified different aspects of its temperament and libertarian ideals. It has been my good fortune to meet some of the best living representatives of this movement in their places of exile and to gain their assistance in gathering material for this book. I do not claim to have written an exhaustive account of Spanish anarchism. For an author to make such a claim would require the backing of several volumes. The scholarly literature consists of sizable works that deal with periods of a decade or less, a literature that is not likely to command the attention of the general reader. Accordingly, I have chosen to dwell upon the turning points of the movement, especially those moments of social creativity which are likely to have importance for our own time. I have also tried to tell the story of the more outstanding Spanish anarchists, the saint-like ascetics and fiery pistoleros, the defiant terrorists and plotting organizers, the scholarly theorists and untutored activists. The Spanish Civil War came to an end almost 40 years ago. The generation that was so deeply involved in its affairs, whether in Spain itself or abroad, is passing away. A real danger exists that the passions aroused by this immense conflict will disappear in the future literature on the subject. And without that passion, it will be difficult to appraise the largest popular movement in the conflict, the Spanish anarchists, for it was a movement that made spiritual demands of its adherents that are often incomprehensible today. Leaving aside the changes in lifestyle I've already noted, I should emphasize that to be an anarchist in Spain, indeed, to be a radical generally in the 1930s, meant that one was uncompromisingly opposed to the established order. Even socialists retained this high sense of revolutionary principle in Spain and in many other countries, despite the reformism of the communist and social democratic parties. To participate in bourgeois cabinets, for example, earned one the epithet of millerandism, a harshly derogatory term which referred to the unprecedented entry of the French socialist Millerand into a bourgeois cabinet prior to the First World War. Today, an ecumenical reformism is taken for granted by virtually the entire left. If the word millerandism has been dropped from the political vocabulary of the left, it is not because revolutionary purity has been restored in the major workers' parties but, quite to the contrary, because the practice is too widespread to require an opprobrious designation. The term libertarian, devised by French anarchists to deal with the harsh anti-anarchist legislation at the end of the last century, has lost virtually all its revolutionary meaning. The word anarchist itself becomes meaningless when it is used as a self-description by political dilettantes so light-minded that they move in and out of authoritarian or reformistic organizations as casually as they change. 7. A brand of bread or coffee. Contemporary capitalism, with its revolutionary motor vehicles and hand lotions, has subverted not only the time-honored ideals of radicalism, but the language and nomenclature for expressing them. It is emotionally refreshing as well as intellectually rewarding to look back to a time when these words still had meaning, indeed, when content and conviction as such had definition and reality. People today do not hold ideals, they hold opinions. The Spanish anarchists, as well as many other radicals of the pre-Civil War era, still had ideals which they did not lightly discard like the brand names of products. The anarchists imparted a spiritual meaning, intellectual logic, and dignity to the libertarian ideal which precluded flirtations with their opponents, those not only in the bourgeois world but also in the authoritarian left. However unsophisticated they proved to be in many ideological matters, it would have seemed inconceivable to them that an anarchist could acknowledge the coexistence of a propertied sector of society with a collective one, ignore or slight differences in class interests and politics, or accept a policy of accommodation with a centralized state or authoritarian party, however libertarian their opponents might seem in other respects. Basic differences were meant to be respected, not ignored. Indeed, they were meant to be deepened by the logic of dispute and examination, not compromised by emphasizing superficial resemblances and a liberal accommodation to ideological divisions. The slaughter and terror that followed in the wake of Franco's march toward Madrid in the late summer of 1936 and the physical hemorrhage that claimed so many lives in the long course of the Civil War produced a spiritual hemorrhage as well, bringing to the surface all the latent weaknesses of the classical workers' movement as such, both anarchist and socialist. I have pointed to some of these weaknesses in the closing chapter of this volume. But a high sense of revolutionary commitment remained and continued for decades. That events involving the sheer physical survival of people may induce compromises between ideals and realities is no more surprising in the lifetime of a movement than it is in that of an individual. But that these very ideals should be casually dismissed or forgotten, replaced by a flippant ecumenicalism in which one deals with social goals like fashions, is unforgivable. My feeling for the Spanish anarchist sense of commitment to a highly principled libertarian ideal organizationally as well as ideologically forms still another part of my motives for writing this book. A decent respect for the memory of the many thousands who perished for their libertarian goals would require that we state these goals clearly and unequivocally, quite aside from whether we agree with them or not. For surely these dead deserve the minimal tribute of identifying anarchism with social revolution, not with fashionable concepts of decentralization and self-management that comfortably coexist with state power, the profit economy, and multinational corporations. Few people today seem concerned to distinguish the Spanish anarchists' version of revolutionary decentralization and self-management from the liberal ones that are so much in vogue. Anselmo Lorenzo, Fermín Salvochea, and the young Fastas of the 1930s would have been appalled at the claim that their ideas had found realization in present-day Chinese communes or in the European trade union leaders who sit as workers' representatives on corporate boards of directors. Spanish anarchist notions of communes, self-management, and technological innovation are totally incompatible with any system of state power or private property and utterly opposed to any compromise with bourgeois society. Contemporaneity alone does not, in my view, establish the need for a book on Spanish anarchism. I could easily have adduced Franco's death as justification for offering this book to the public, and certainly it could be cited as a good reason for reading such a work, but my motives 8. For writing it are not to be explained by the current interest in Spain. The basic question raised by Spanish anarchism was whether it is possible for people to gain full, direct, face-to-face control over their everyday lives, to manage society in their own way not as masses guided by professional leaders, but as thoroughly liberated individuals in a world without leaders or led, without masters or slaves. The great popular uprising of July 1936, especially in the anarchist centers of Spain, tried to approximate this goal. That the effort failed at a terrible cost in life and morale does not justify the inherent truth of the goal itself. Finally, I would like to remind the reader that Spanish life has changed greatly from the conditions described in this volume. Spain is no longer a predominantly agrarian country and the traditional pueblo is rapidly giving way to the modern town and city. This should be dearly borne in mind at all times while reading the book. The image of eternal Spain has always been a reactionary one. Today, when Spain has become one of the most industrialized countries in the world, it is simply absurd. Yet there is much of a pre-industrial and pre-capitalist nature that lingers on in Spain, and it is devoutly to be hoped that the old anarchist dream of melding the solidarity of earlier village life ways with a fairly advanced technological society will have reality for the Spanish present and future. Before concluding this introduction, I would like to explain certain unorthodoxies in the writing of the book and extend my acknowledgement to individuals who rendered invaluable assistance in its preparation. Throughout most of their history, the Spanish anarchists were adherents of a trade union form of anarchism which is generally designated as anarcho-syndicalism. One in contrast to many writers on the subject who see Spanish anarcho-syndicalism as a distinctly 20th century development, one that had its origins in France, I am now quite convinced that the Spanish section of the First International was anarcho-syndicalist from its very inception in the early 1870s. This tradition persisted, I believe, in virtually all libertarian unions up to and into the formation of the CNT. The tradition, moreover, applied as much to the land laborers' unions of Andalusia as to the textile workers' unions of Barcelona. French anarcho-syndicalism may have been the source for a comprehensive theory of the syndicalist general strike, but the Spanish anarchists were practicing anarcho-syndicalist tactics decades earlier and, in many cases, were quite conscious of their revolutionary import before the word anarcho-syndicalist itself came into vogue. Accordingly, I have used the terms anarchist and anarcho-syndicalist almost intuitively, ordinarily combining libertarians of all persuasions under the anarchist rubric when they seem to confront the Marxists, the state power, and their class opponents as a fairly unified tendency in Spanish society, and singling out anarcho-syndicalists when they were functioning largely from a syndicalist point of view. The mingling of these terms was not uncommon in many works on Spain during the 1930s, as witness Gerald Brennan's The Spanish Labyrinth and Franz Borkenau's The Spanish Cockpit. I should also note that I have abandoned the use of the usual accent that appears in many Spanish words. I fail to see why Lida and Leon, the latter by no means consistently, have accents. 1. For an explanation of the different forms of anarchism, see pages 17 to 31 below. 2. Engels, it is worth noting, clearly showed an understanding of the anarcho-syndicalist nature of the Spanish section in his article Bookchinists at Work. Surprisingly, this fact has yet to be adequately reflected in many current works on the Spanish anarchist movement. 9. While Andalusia and Aragon do not. For the sake of consistency, I have removed the accents entirely, the more because this book is written for an English reading public. The Spanish anarchists were given to acronyms like FESTA, Sanetista, and Ugatista for members of the FAI, CNT, and the socialist-controlled UGT. I have retained this vocabulary in the book but have avoided the more familiar diminutives they used for their periodicals, such as solely for Solidaridad Obrera. Whatever originality this book can claim is due primarily to interviews I have had with Spanish anarchists and with non-Spaniards who were personally involved with their movement. Although I have consulted a large number of books, periodicals, letters, and reports on the Spanish anarchist movement, my most rewarding experiences have come from the individuals who knew it at first hand. Space limitations make it possible for me to list the names of only a few. I am deeply grateful to a very kindly man, José Pirates, the historian of Spanish anarchism in its late F period, for painstakingly explaining the structure of the CNT and FAI, and for many facts about the atmosphere in Barcelona during the years of his youth. Pirates, whom I view as a friend, has done more to convey the mood of the Spanish anarchist movement in the pre-Civil War period than any text could possibly do. For this sense of personal contact as well as for his invaluable writings on the trajectory of Spanish anarchism, I owe him an immeasurable debt. I have also learned a great deal from personal conversations with Gaston Laval. He has been an indispensable source of information about the anarchist collectives in Spain during the Civil War, a field in which his command of the facts is unparalleled. He has also given me the benefit of his insights and, for the purposes of this first volume, of his experiences in the CNT during the 1920s. Laval, who is no apologist for the CNT and FAI, contributed considerably to my appraisal of the exaggerated emphasis on anarchist pistolrismo during that critical time and presented me with a more balanced picture of the early 1920s than I have received from the conventional literature on the subject. To Pablo Ruiz, I owe a truly immense debt for the detailed account he gave me of the founding and activities of the Friends of Durruti, the small but heroic group that did so much to uphold the honor of Spanish anarchism during the difficult ministerial crisis within the movement in 1936–37. The late Cipriano Mera provided me with invaluable details on the structure of the anarchist militias during the Poundival War and on the movement's activities in Madrid during the early 1930s. Although a movement in exile is ordinarily distorted by its isolation and internal conflicts, I gained some sense of the life of Spanish anarchism by attending meetings of the CNT in Paris, visiting the homes of its members, and hearing deeply moving accounts of the solidarity these individuals retained in the years following the defeat of their movement in 1939. I owe a great deal to two friends, Sam Dolgoff and the late Russell Blackwell, for their assistance in assembling data for this book and giving freely of their personal recollections. That I dedicated this volume to the memory of Russell Blackwell is more than act of friendship. Blackwell had fought with the Friends of Durruti in Barcelona during the May Uprising in 1937. In time he came to symbolize the melding of Spanish and American libertarian ideals in a form that seemed unsurpassed by anyone I had known. I must also express my appreciation to Federico Arcos and Will Watson for making materials available to me that are very difficult to obtain in the United States, to my good friend, Vernon Richards, for his valuable critical insights, to Frank Mintz for sharing many facts drawn from his own researches, to the custodians of the Labadie collection at the University of Michigan for permission to freely examine documents and unpublished dissertations on various periods of the movement's history. To Susan Harding for sending 10. me additional European material and offering criticisms that have been useful in preparing the text. In writing a general narrative of this kind, an author must make a decision on where to draw the limits to his research if he is to complete the work in a reasonable period of time. Despite the comparatively improved climate of Franco's Spain a decade ago, my visit to the country in 1967 coincided precisely with the publication of an article in my own name in a leading European anarchist periodical, and I decided it would be imprudent to continue the research I had planned in that country. In any case, European archives on Spanish anarchism are so immense that I could foresee many years of research abroad were I to sacrifice my goal of a general narrative for a detailed history based on primary sources. Accordingly, I decided to shift my research back to the United States after visiting various European cities where I was fortunate to gather much of the material I required to write this book. Since the late 1960s, a truly voluminous literature has been published on different periods of Spanish anarchism. Wherever possible, I have made use of these new studies to check and modify my own largely completed work. Happily, I have found surprisingly little that required alteration and much that supports generalizations that were partly hypothetical when they were first committed to paper. In so far reaching a project, it is inevitable that factual errors will occur. I can only hope they will prove to be minimal and insignificant. The historical interpretations in this volume are my responsibility alone and should not be imputed to the many individuals who so generously aided me in other respects. Murray Bookchin, November, 1976. Ramapo College of New Jersey, Mahwah, New Jersey. Goddard College, Plainfield, Vermont. 11. Prologue, Fanelli's Journey. In late October 1868, Giuseppe Fanelli, a tall, heavily bearded Italian of about 40, arrived at Barcelona after a railroad journey from Geneva. It was Fanelli's first visit to Spain. He had reached the city without incident and he would leave it, a few months later, carried without any interference by the Spanish authorities. There was nothing in his appearance that would have distinguished him from any other visiting Italian, except perhaps for his height and his intense prepossessing stature. But Giuseppe Fanelli was not an ordinary visitor to Spain. His brief journey was to have a far-reaching influence, providing the catalyst for what was not only the most widespread workers' and peasants' movement in modern Spain, but the largest anarchist movement in modern Europe. For Fanelli was an experienced Italian revolutionary, a supporter of the Russian anarchist Mikhail Bakunin, and a highly gifted propagandist. His journey had been organized by Bookchin in order to gain Spanish adherence to the International Workingmen's Association, the famous first international established by European workers a few years earlier. Fanelli's trip should have been a complete fiasco. Financially, it was conducted on a shoestring. Bookchin had raised barely enough money to pay for the fare, with the result that Fanelli, chronically short of funds, was constantly pressed for time. His knowledge of Spain was limited and he could speak scarcely a sentence in Spanish. In Barcelona, he managed after some difficulty to find Elie Reclus, the distinguished French anthropologist and a firm Bakuninist, who was visiting the Catalan port for journalistic reasons. Otherwise, Fanelli knew no one in the city. Apparently, the two men quarreled over Reclus's accommodating attitude toward his Spanish Republican friends, for Fanelli, much to his host's embarrassment, tried to win them over to anarchism. After borrowing some money from Reclus to continue his journey, the Italian went on to Madrid where he met José Guizascola, the owner of the periodical La Igualdad. He put Fanelli in touch with a group of workers with very advanced ideas and a small, intimate meeting was arranged in the guest room of one Rabau Donadou. Fanelli could only address them in Italian or French, and the workers, most of whom knew only Spanish, had neglected to bring along an interpreter. But once the tall, lean Italian began to speak, his rapport with the audience was so complete that all barriers of language were quickly swept away. Using a wealth of Latin gestures and tonal expressions, Fanelli managed to convey with electric effect the richness of his libertarian visions and the bitterness of his anger toward human suffering and exploitation. The workers, accustomed to the moderate expressions of Spanish liberals, were stunned. Decades later, Anselmo Lorenzo, who attended the meeting as a young man, describes the talk with a vividness of memory that time seems to have left undimmed. Fanelli's black expressive eyes, he recalls, flashed like lightning or took on the appearance of kindly compassion according to the sentiments that dominated him. His voice had a metallic tone and was susceptible to all the inflections appropriate to what he was saying, passing rapidly from accents of anger and menace against tyrants and exploiters to take on those of suffering, regret, and consolation, when he spoke of the pains of the exploited, either as one who without suffering them himself understands them, or as one who through 12. His altruistic feelings delights in presenting an ultra-revolutionary ideal of peace and fraternity. He spoke in French and Italian, but we could understand his expressive mimicry and follow his speech. Fanelli scored a complete triumph. All those present declared themselves for the International. He extended his stay in Madrid for several weeks, cultivating his newly won adherents. Together they had 3 or 4 propaganda sessions, alternating with intimate conversations on walks and in cafes. Lorenzo recalls that he was especially favored with Fanelli's confidences. If this is so, Fanelli showed excellent judgment. Anselmo Lorenzo was to live for many years, and he remained a dedicated revolutionary, earning the sobriquet the grandfather of Spanish anarchism. His contribution to the spread of anarchist ideas in Barcelona and Andalusia over the decades ahead was enormous. On January 24, 1869, Fanelli met with his Madrid converts for the last time. Although the small group, composed mostly of printing workers, house painters, and shoemakers, numbered little more than 20, it officially declared itself the Madrid section of the International Workingmen's Association. Lorenzo tried to persuade Fanelli to remain longer, but he declined. The Italian explained that he had to leave because it was necessary for individuals and groups to develop by their own efforts, with their own values, so that the great common work will not lack the individual and local characteristics which make for a kind of variety that does not endanger unity, but in fact yields a whole that is the sum of many different elements. In these few remarks, summarized by Lorenzo, Fanelli touches upon the organizational principle and practice so basic to anarchism, that order reaches its most harmonious form through the spontaneous, unhampered development of individuality and variety. Ultimately, the vitality of the Spanish anarchist movement was to depend on the extent to which it made this principle a living force in its social and organizational activities. Before leaving Spain, Fanelli stopped again in Barcelona. This time he had a letter of introduction from José Ribau Donadeu, one of his Madrid converts, to the painter José Luis Pellicer, a radical Democrat with strong federalist convictions. Pellicer arranged a meeting in his studio that attracted some 20 Republicans, most of whom were individuals with established professional backgrounds. This sophisticated, middle-class audience was more skeptical of Fanelli's impassioned oratory than the Madrileños. Probably no more than a handful of young men, mostly students, were inclined to commit themselves to the Italians' anarchist ideas, but they included Rafael Farga Pellicer, the nephew of José Luis, who was to play an important role in establishing the International in Barcelona. By this time, Fanelli was almost out of funds, and after a brief stay in the Catalan seaport, he departed for Marseilles. Giuseppe Fanelli never returned to Spain. He died only 8 years later, a victim of tuberculosis at the age of 48. Like so many young Italians of his day, Fanelli had given up a promising career as an architect and engineer to work for the revolution, at first serving under Garibaldi and later as an emissary of Mazzini. With the victory of the national cause in 1861, he became a deputy in the Italian parliament. His official position earned him the traditional free railway pass to travel all over Italy, and the government provided him with a modest pension for the loss of his health as a political prisoner of the Bourbons. He met Bakunin in 1866 at Ischia, only 2 years before his journey to Spain, and fell completely under the charismatic spell of the Russian revolutionary. For Fanelli, revolution was a way of life, not merely a distant theoretical goal, and his latter years as a deputy were spent on the railways, preaching social revolution during the day in peasant villages throughout Italy, later returning to sleep in the train at night. 13. It is doubtful that he fully recognized the scope of his achievement in Spain. Previous attempts to implant anarchist ideas there go as far back as 1845, when Ramón de la Sagra, a disciple of Proudhon, founded a libertarian journal in Corunna. But the paper, El Porvenir, was soon suppressed by the authorities and Sagra died in exile without exerting any influence in his native country. Fanelli's achievement was unique and prophetic. Perhaps there is hyperbole in this story as it has come down to us. But even that is important because it shows the passionately imaginative elements that enter into the Spanish yearnings for freedom. And, we shall see, Spain was uniquely susceptible to anarchist visions of liberation. 14. Chapter 1, The Idea and Spain. Background. What was the idea, as it was destined to be called, that Giuseppe Fanelli brought to Madrid and Barcelona? Why did it sink such deep and lasting roots in Spain? Few visions of a free society have been more grossly misrepresented than anarchism. Strictly speaking, anarchy means without authority, rulerless, hence, a stateless society based on self-administration. In the popular mind, the word is invariably equated with chaos, disorder, and terrorist bombings. This could not be more incorrect. Violence and terror are not intrinsic features of anarchism. There are some anarchists who have turned to terrorist actions, just as there are others who object to the use of violence as a matter of principle. Unlike Marxism, with its founders, distinct body of texts and clearly definable ideology, anarchistic ideals are difficult to fix into a hard and fast credo. Anarchism is a great libidinal movement of humanity to shake off the repressive apparatus created by hierarchical society. It originates in the age-old drive of the oppressed to assert the spirit of freedom, equality, and spontaneity over values and institutions based on authority. This accounts for the enormous antiquity of anarchistic visions, their irrepressibility and continual re-emergence in history, particularly in periods of social transition and revolution. The multitude of creeds that surface from this great movement of the social depths are essentially concrete adaptations to a given historical period of more diffuse underlying sentiments, not of eternally fixed doctrines. Just as the values and institutions of hierarchy have changed over the ages, so too have the anarchic creeds that attempted to dislodge them. In antiquity, these creeds were articulated by a number of highly sophisticated philosophers, but all the theories were pale reflections of mass upheavals that began with the breakup of the village economy and culminated in millenarian Christianity. Indeed, for centuries, the Church Fathers were to be occupied with mass heresies that emphasized freedom, equality, and at times, a wild hedonism. The slaves and poor who flocked to Christianity saw the second coming of Christ as a time when a grain of wheat would bear 10,000 heirs, when hunger, illness, coercion, and hierarchy would be banished forever from the earth. These heresies, which had never ceased to percolate through medieval society, boiled up toward its end in great peasant movements and wildly ecstatic visions of freedom and equality. Some of the medieval anarchistic sects were astonishingly modern and affirmed a freedom so reckless and unqualified, writes Norman Cohn, that it amounted to a total denial of every kind of restraint. The specific heresy to which Cohn refers here is the Free Spirit, a hedonistic sect which spread throughout southern Germany during the 14th century. These people, Cohn emphasizes, could be regarded as remote precursors of Bakunin and Nietzsche, or rather of that bohemian intelligentsia which during the last half-century has been living from ideas once expressed by Bakunin and Nietzsche in their wilder moments. 15. More typical, however, were the revolutionary peasant movements of the late Middle Ages which demanded village autonomy, the preservation of the communal lands, and in some cases, outright communism. Although these movements reached their apogee in the Reformation, they never disappeared completely. Indeed, as late as the 20th century, Ukrainian peasant militias, led by Nestor Makhno, were to fight White Guards and Bolsheviks alike in the Russian Civil War under anarchist black flags inscribed with the traditional demand of liberty and land. Anarchistic theories found entirely new forms as revolutionary passions began to surge up in the towns and cities. The word anarchist was first used widely as an epithet against the enrages, the street orators of Paris, during the Great French Revolution. Although the enrages did not make demands that would be regarded today as a basic departure from radical democratism, the use of the epithet was not entirely unjustified. The fiery nature of their oratory, their egalitarianism, their appeals to direct action, and their implacable hatred of the upper classes, menaced the new hierarchy of wealth and privilege reared by the revolution. They were crushed by Robespierre shortly before his downfall, but one of the most able enrages, Jean Varlet, who managed to escape the guillotine, was to draw the ultimate conclusion from his experiences. For any reasonable being, he wrote years afterward, government and revolution are incompatible. The plebeian anarchism of the towns directed its energies against disparities in wealth, but like the peasant anarchism of the countryside, its social outlook was diffuse and inchoate. With the emergence of the 19th century, these diffuse sentiments and ideas of the past were solidified by the new spirit of scientific rationalism that swept Europe. And for the first time, systematic works on anarchist theory began to appear. Perhaps the first man to call himself publicly an anarchist and to present his ideas in a methodical manner was Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, whose writings were to exercise a great deal of influence in the Latin countries. Proudhon's use of the word anarchist to designate his views must be taken with reservations. Personally, he was an industrious man with fixed habits and a strong taste for the quietude and pleasantries of domestic life. He was raised in a small town and trained as a printer. The views of this paterfamilias were often limited by the social barriers of a craftsman and provincial, despite his long stays in Paris and other large cities. This is clearly evident in his writings and correspondence. Proudhon envisions a free society as one in which small craftsmen, peasants, and collectively owned industrial enterprises negotiate and contract with each other to satisfy their material needs. Exploitation is brought to an end, and people simply claim the rewards of their labor, freely working and exchanging their produce without any compulsion to compete or seek profit. Although these views involve a break with capitalism, by no means can they be regarded as communist ideas, a body of views emphasizing publicly owned property and a goal in which human needs are satisfied without regard to the contribution of each individual's labor. Despite the considerable influence Spanish anarchists have attributed to Proudhon, his mutualist views were the target of many attacks by the early Spanish labor movement. The cooperativist movement, perhaps more authentically Proudhonian than anarchist, raised many obstacles to the revolutionary trajectory of the Spanish anarchist movement. As cooperativists, the mutualists were to seek a peaceful and piecemeal erosion of capitalism. The anarchists, in turn, were to stress the need for militant struggle, general strike, and insurrection. Nevertheless, Proudhon, more than any writer in his day, was responsible for the popularity of federalism in the socialist and anarchist movements of the last century. In his vision of a federal society, the different municipalities join together into local and regional federations, delegating 16. Little if any power to a central government. They deal with common administrative problems and try to adjudicate their differences in an amicable manner. Proudhon, in fact, sees no need for a centralized administration and at times seems to be calling for the total abolition of the state. Although his style is vigorous and often ringing, Proudhon's temperament, methods, and his emphasis on contractual relations can hardly be called revolutionary, much less anarchistic. Nevertheless, his theories were to have enormous influence in France and on the Iberian Peninsula. Mutualism and Proudhon's ideas became firmly rooted in Spain through the work of a young Catalan, Francisco Pi y Margall. In 1854 Pi published Reaction y Revolution, a work that was to exercise a profound influence on radical thought in Spain. Pi had been a bank clerk in Madrid who, in his spare hours, combined occasional ventures into journalism with the authoring of several books on art. Although he was not an anarchist and was never to become one, his book contains thrusts against centralized authority and power that could have easily come from Bookchin's pen. Every man who has power over another, writes the young Catalan, is a tyrant. Further, I shall divide and subdivide power, I shall make it changeable and go on destroying it. The similarity between these statements and Proudhon's views has led some writers to regard Pi as a disciple of the Frenchman. Actually, it was Hegel who initially exercised the greatest influence on Pi's thought in the early 1850s. The Hegelian notion of lawful social development and unity in variety were the guiding concepts in Pi's early federalist ideas. It was not until later that the Catalan turned increasingly to Proudhon and shed many of his Hegelian ideas. Although keenly sympathetic to the wretchedness of Spain's poor, Pi shunned the use of revolutionary violence. Their living conditions, he argued, could best be improved by reformistic and gradualistic measures. The book caused a great stir among the Spanish radical intelligentsia. To many, federalism seemed like the ideal solution to Spain's mounting social problems. The men whom Finelli addressed in Madrid and Barcelona were largely federalists, as were most of the Republicans in the two cities. Federalist ideas had become so widespread in Spain, in fact, that its supporters were to provide the most important intellectual recruits to the anarchist movement. Mutualism became the dominant social philosophy both of the radical Spanish Republicans of the 1860s and of the Parisian Communards of 1871. But it was largely due to the work of a famous revolutionary exile, the Garibaldi of socialism, as Gerald Brennan calls him, that the collectivist and federalist elements in Proudhon's theories were given a revolutionary thrust and were carried into Spain as a fiery anarchistic ideal. Mikhail Bookchin, the man who was most successful in providing the vast plebeian elements of Spanish anarchism with a coherent body of ideas, was neither a Spaniard nor a plebeian, but a Russian aristocrat, Mikhail Bookchin. Although a century has passed since his death, he remains one of the most controversial, little-known, and maligned figures in the history of the 19th-century revolutionary movements. He enjoys none of the posthumous honors that are heaped on Marx. To this day, nearly all accounts of his life and ideas by non-anarchist writers are streaked with malice and hostility. His name still conjures up images of violence, rapine, terrorism, and flaming rebellion. In an age that has made the co-optation of dead revolutionaries into a fine art, Bookchin enjoys the unique distinction of being the most denigrated revolutionary of his time. 17. That the mere appearance of Bakunin would have evoked a sense of menace is attested by every description his contemporaries hand down to us. All portray him in massive strokes, an immensely tall, heavy man. Marx described him as a bullock, with a tousled, leonine mane, shaggy eyebrows, a broad forehead, and a heavily bearded face with thick Slavic features. These gargantuan traits were matched by an ebullient personality and an extraordinary amount of energy. The urbane Russian exile, Alexander Herzen, leaves us with a priceless description of the time when Bakunin, already approaching 50, stayed at his home in London. Bakunin, he tells us, argued, preached, gave orders, shouted, decided, arranged, organized, exhorted, the whole day, the whole night, the whole 24 hours on end. In the brief moments which remained, he would throw himself down on his desk, sweep a small space clear of tobacco ash, and begin to write 5, 10, 15 letters to Semipalatinsk and Arad, to Belgrade, Moldavia, and White Russia. In the middle of a letter he would throw down his pen in order to refute some reactionary Dalmatian, then, without finishing his speech, he would seize his pen and go on writing. His activity, his appetite, like all his other characteristics, even his gigantic size and continual sweat, were of superhuman proportions. This was written after the weary, politically disillusioned Herzen had parted company with the exuberant revolutionary. Nevertheless, the description gives us an image of the sheer elemental force that emanated from Bakunin, qualities which were to carry him through trials that would have easily crushed ordinary men. Bakunin's forcefulness, overbearing as it was to Herzen, was softened by a natural simplicity and an absence of pretension and malice which verged on childlike innocence. Like so many Russian exiles at the time, Bakunin was kindly and generous to a fault. There were some who exploited these traits for dubious ends, but there were others, among them, young Italian, Spanish, and Russian revolutionaries, who, strongly attracted by the warmth of his personality, were to turn to him for moral inspiration throughout his life. He was born in May 1814, in Premukhina, a moderately large estate 150 miles northwest of Moscow. A nobleman whose mother was connected by lineage to the ruling circles of Russia, Bakunin abandoned a distasteful military career and the prospect of genteel stagnation on his family estate for a life of wandering and revolutionary activity in Europe. The year 1848 found him in Paris, later in Prague, and finally in Dresden, where he literally journeyed from one insurrection to another in his appetite for action. From May 1849 he was bandied about from one prison to another, Saxon, Austrian, and Russian, before escaping from Siberia to arrive in London in 1863. Up to the 1860s Bakunin had essentially been a revolutionary activist, loosely adhering to the radical democratic and nationalist views of the day. It was in London, and especially during a long stay in Italy, that he began to formulate his anarchist views. In the 13 years of life remaining before him, he never ceased to be the barricade fighter of 1848 and was involved repeatedly in revolutionary plots, but it was also in this period that he developed the most mature of his theoretical ideas. Bakunin's anarchism converges toward a single point: unrestricted freedom. He brooks no compromise with this goal, and it permeates all of his mature writings. "I have in mind the only liberty worthy of that name," he writes. 18. Liberty consisting in the full development of all the material, intellectual, and moral powers latent in every man, a liberty which does not recognize any other restrictions but those which are traced by the laws of our nature, which, properly speaking, is tantamount to saying that there are no restrictions at all, since these laws are not imposed upon us by some outside legislator standing above us or alongside us. These laws are immanent, inherent in us, they constitute the very basis of our being, material as well as intellectual and moral, and instead of finding in them a limit to our liberty we should regard them as its effective reason. The immanent and inherent laws that form the basis of human nature, however, do not lead to a rabid individualism that sees social life as a restriction. Bakunin emphatically denies that individuals can live as a social egos. People want to be free in order to fulfill themselves, he argues, and to fulfill themselves they must live with others in communities. If these communities are not distorted by property, exploitation, and authority, they tend to approach a cooperative and humanistic equilibrium out of sheer common interest. Bakunin's criticism of capitalism leans heavily on the writings of Marx. He never ceased to praise Marx for his theoretical contributions to revolutionary theory, even during their bitter conflicts within the International. The basic disagreement between Marx and Bakunin centers around the social role of the state and the effects of centralism on society and on revolutionary organizations. Although Marx shared the anarchist vision of a stateless society, the ultimate goal of Marxian communism, in fact, is a form of anarchy. He regards the historical role of the state as progressive and sees centralization as an advance over localism and regionalism. Bakunin emphatically disagrees with this viewpoint. The state, he admits, may be historically necessary in the sense that its development was unavoidable during hegemony's emergence from barbarism, but it is an historically necessary evil, as necessary in the past as its complete extinction will be necessary sooner or later, just as necessary as primitive bestiality and theological divagations were necessary in the past. The point is that Bakunin, in contrast to Marx, continually emphasizes the negative aspects of the state. Even when it commands the good, it makes this valueless by commanding it, for every command slaps liberty in the face. As soon as this good is commanded, it is transformed into an evil in the eyes of true, that is, human, by no means divine, morality, of the dignity of man, of liberty. This intensely moral judgment plays an important role in Bakunin's outlook, indeed, in anarchism generally. Human beings, to Bakunin, are not instruments of an abstraction called history, they are ends in themselves, for which there are no abstract substitutes. If people begin to conceive themselves as instruments of any kind, they may well become a means rather than an end, and modify the course of events in such a way that they never achieve freedom. In erroneously prejudging themselves and their function, they may ignore opportunities that could lead directly to liberation or that could create favorable social conditions for freedom later. With this existential emphasis, Bakunin departs radically from Marxism, which continually stresses the economic preconditions for freedom and often smuggles in intensely authoritarian methods and institutions for advancing economic development. Bakunin does not ignore the 19. Important role of technology in ripening the conditions for freedom, but he feels that we cannot in advance when these conditions are ripe or not. Hence we must continually strive for complete freedom lest we miss opportunities to achieve it or, at least, prepare the conditions for its achievement. These seemingly abstract theoretical differences between Marx and Bakunin lead to opposing conclusions of a very concrete and practical nature. For Marx, whose concept of freedom is vitiated by preconditions and abstractions, the immediate goal of revolution is to seize political power and replace the bourgeois state by a highly centralized proletarian dictatorship. The proletariat must thus organize a mass centralized political party and use every means, including parliamentary and electoral methods, to enlarge its control over society. For Bakunin, on the other hand, the immediate goal of revolution is to extend the individual's control over his or her own life. Hence revolution must be directed not toward the seizure of power but its dissolution. A revolutionary group that turns into a political party, structuring itself along hierarchical lines and participating in elections, Bakunin warns, will eventually abandon its revolutionary goals. It will become denatured by the needs of political life and finally become co-opted by the very society it seeks to overthrow. From the outset, then, the revolution must destroy the state apparatus, the police, the army, the bureaucracy. If violence is necessary, it must be exercised by the armed revolutionary people, organized in popular militias. The revolutionary movement, in turn, must try to reflect the society it is trying to create. If the movement is to avoid turning into an end in itself, into another state, complete conformity must exist between its means and ends, between form and content. Writing B and the structure of the International, Bakunin insists that it must differ essentially from state organization. Just as much as the state is authoritarian, artificial, and violent, alien, and hostile to the natural development of the people's interests and instincts, so must the organization of the international be free and natural, conforming in every respect to those interests and instincts. Accordingly, in the last years of the International, Bookchin was to oppose Marx's efforts to centralize the movement and invest virtually commanding powers in its General Council. 1. Bookchin places strong emphasis on the role of spontaneity in the revolution and in revolutionary activity. If people are to achieve freedom, if they are to be revolutionized by the revolution, they must make the revolution themselves, not under the tutelage of an all-knowing political party. Bookchin also recognizes, however, that a revolutionary movement is needed to catalyze revolutionary possibilities into realities, to foster a revolutionary development by means of propaganda, ideas, and programs. The revolutionary movement, he believes, should be organized in small groups of dedicated brothers, the word recurs often in his discussion of organization, who single-mindedly pursue the task of fomenting revolution. His emphasis on smallness is motivated partly by the need for secrecy that existed in the southern European countries of his day, partly also by his desire to foster intimacy within the revolutionary movement. For Bookchin, a revolutionary organization is a community of personally involved brothers and sisters, not an apparatus based on bureaucracy, hierarchy, and programmatic agreement. More so. Perhaps the greatest single failing of Bookchin is his inconsistency in translating his avowed organizational precepts into practice. For a discussion of this problem, see pages 46 to 50 below. 20. Than any of the great revolutionaries of his day, Bookchin sought a concordance between the lifestyle and goals of the revolutionary movement. He was unique in his appreciation of revolution as a festival. Recalling his experiences in Paris, shortly after the 1848 revolution, he writes, "I breathed through all my senses and through all my pores the intoxication of the revolutionary atmosphere. It was a festival without beginning nor end. I saw everyone and I saw no one, for each individual was lost in the same innumerable and wandering crowd. I spoke to everyone without remembering either my own words or those of others, for my attention was absorbed by new events and objects and by unexpected news." Bookchin's emphasis on conspiracy and secrecy can be understood only against the social background of Italy, Spain, and Russia, the three countries in Europe where conspiracy and secrecy were matters of sheer survival. In contrast to Marx, who greatly admired the well-disciplined, centralized German proletariat, Bookchin placed his greatest hopes for social revolution on the Latin countries. He foresaw the danger of the embourgeoisement of the industrial proletariat and warned of its consequences. Following a predisposition to mistrust stable, complacent, institutionalized classes in society, Bookchin turned increasingly to decomposing, pre-capitalist classes of the kind that prevailed in Russia and southern Europe, landless peasants, workers with no stake in society, artisans faced by ruin, footloose déclassé intellectuals and students. Marx regarded the formation of a stable industrial working class as a precondition for social revolution. Bookchin, however, saw in this process the ruin of all hopes for a genuinely revolutionary movement, and in this respect he proved deeply prophetic. Bookchin was not a communist. He may have recognized that economic development in his day did not admit of the communist precept, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. In any case, he accepted Proudhon's notion that the satisfaction of material needs would have to be tied to the labor contributed by each individual. Bookchin also closely followed Proudhon's federalist approach to social organization. But in contrast to the French mutualist, he regarded the collective, and not the independent artisan, as the basic social unit. He was sharply critical of Proudhonian mutualists, who conceive society as the result of the free contract of individuals absolutely independent of one another and entering into mutual relations only because of the convention drawn up among them. As if these men had dropped from the skies, bringing with them speech, will, original thought, and as if they were alien to anything of the earth, that is, anything having social origins. In time this view acquired the name collectivist anarchism to distinguish it both from Proudhonian mutualism and, later, from the anarchist communism propounded by Peter Kropotkin. For a discussion of Kropotkin's communist views, see pages 115 to 116 below. A mere sketch of Bookchin's theories does not capture the flavor of his writings, the animating spirit that catapulted his personality into the foreground of 19th-century radical history. Although a deeply humane and kindly man, indeed because of his intrinsic humanity and kindness, Bookchin did not shrink from violence. He faced the problem with disarming candor and refused to dilute the need for violence and the reality of the violence which the ruling classes practiced daily in their relations with the oppressed with a hypocritical stance of moral outrage. The urge to destroy, he 21. wrote as a young man, is also a creative urge. His writings exude a sense of violent rebellion against authority, of unrestrained anger against injustice, of fiery militancy on behalf of the exploited and oppressed. There can be little question that he lived this spirit with consistency and great personal daring. Beneath the surface of Bookchin's theories lies the more basic revolt of the community principle against the state principle, of the social principle against the political principle. Bookchinism, in this respect, can be traced back to those subterranean currents in humanity that have tried at all times to restore community as the structural unit of social life. Bookchin deeply admired the traditional collectivistic aspects of the Russian village, not out of any atavistic illusions about the past, but because he wished to see industrial society pervaded by its atmosphere of mutual aid and solidarity. Like virtually all the intellectuals of his day, he acknowledged the importance of science as a means of promoting eventual human betterment, hence the embattled atheism and anti-clericalism that pervades all his writings. By the same token, he demanded that the scientific and technological resources of society be mobilized in support of social cooperation, freedom, and community, instead of being abused for profit, competitive advantage, and war. In this respect, Mikhail Bookchin was not behind his times, but a century or more ahead of them. To the young revolutionary Spaniards of the 1860s, to the militant workers of Barcelona and the restive land laborers of Andalusia, the ideas propounded by Bookchin seemed to crystallize all their vague feelings and thoughts into an inspired vision of truth. He provided them with a coherent body of ideas that answered admirably to their needs, a vigorous federalism revolutionary in its methods, and a radical collectivism rooted in local initiative and decentralist social forms. Even his militant atheism seemed to satisfy the strong wave of anti-clerical feeling that was surging through Spain. The prospect of participating in the work of the International held the promise of linking their destinies to a worldwide cause of historic dimensions. Finally, Spain had been prepared for Bookchin's theories not only socially, but intellectually. If Bookchinist anarchism was new to Finelli's audience, some of its elements, such as federalism, were familiar topics of discussion in Madrid and Barcelona. No less important than Bookchin's federalist ideas were his atheistic views and his attacks on clericalism. We shall see that the Spanish Church had become the strongest single prop of absolutism and reaction in the early 19th century, later rallying around the Carlist line, the reactionary pretenders to the Spanish throne, and the most conservative trends in political life. The collusion between the Catholic hierarchy and the Spanish ruling classes had completely undermined the prestige of free clergy among the working classes, writes Elena de la Souchère, and brought about a dechristianization of the masses which is in fact the essential phenomenon of the history of Spain in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The Spanish bourgeoisie had constructed a perfect city from which the plebeians, kept beyond the walls, enveloped the clergy in the hate they bore the institutions and castes which were admitted to that closed city. Accordingly, as early as 1835, anger against Carlist atrocities in the north had led to church burnings in many large towns of Spain. The monks were detested as parasites and the higher echelons of the hierarchy were seen as simply the clerical equivalents of wealthy secular landowners and bourgeois. They were hated all the more fervently because of their religious pretensions and their invocations of humility and the virtues of poverty. Bakunin's emphasis on collectivism, so much stronger than Proudhon's, had a particularly wide appeal to the dispossessed rural classes. It conformed admirably to their sense of the patria. 22. Chica, the autonomous village world that had been deserted by the ruling classes for a comfortable life in the larger provincial cities. Similarly, the Robin Hood mentality that permeates so much of Bakunin's thought and, in its own way, forms a conspicuous trait of his own life, doubtless had a strong appeal in areas like Andalusia where the peasantry had come to venerate the social bandit as an avenger of injustice. In this land of the permanent guerrilla, a figure that reaches as far back as the Moorish invasion, the lonely band, striking a blow for freedom, had become especially dear to the rural poor and nourished a multitude of local myths and legends. Finally, Bakunin's appeal to direct action found a wealth of precedents in village and urban uprisings. Lacking even a modicum of protection by the law, the Spanish people increasingly relied on their own action for the redress of grievances. We shall see that the use of the ballot in Spain was to become meaningless, even after universal suffrage had been introduced. In many Spanish villages, local political bosses, the caciques, generally, landowners, but often lawyers and priests, held absolute control over political life. Using their economic power and, where necessary, outright coercion, the caciques appointed all the local officials of their districts and delivered the vote to political parties of their choice. This scandalous system of undisguised political manipulation, combined with the repeated coups d'état, the notorious pronunciamientos of Spanish military officers, created an atmosphere of widespread cynicism toward electoral activity. The Spanish people did not have to be convinced by a Russian aristocrat that the state was the private domain of the ruling classes. Their education came directly from the arrogant land magnates and bourgeoisie of their own country. Thus, the fact that Giuseppe Finelli could have scored an immediate triumph in Madrid may have been unique, but it need hardly seem too surprising. The views he brought with him did not require elaborate theoretical explanation. It sufficed for his audience to grasp mere shreds of Bakunin's ideas to feel a living affinity between their social problems in Spain and the passionate ideas of the Russian exile in Geneva. 23. Chapter 2, The Topography of Revolution. We must now try to see how remarkably well Bakunin's ideas suited the needs of a revolutionary workers' and peasants' movement in Spain. To 19th-century liberalism, the problems of Spain could be reduced to a classic formula: a backward agrarian country, faced with the tasks of land reform, industrial development, and the creation of a middle-class democratic state. The parallel with France on the eve of the Great Revolution is unmistakable: a liberal bourgeoisie, demanding a governing voice in the state, an absolute monarchy, passing into an advanced state of decomposition, a stagnant nobility, lost in darkening memories of its past grandeur, a reactionary church, steeped in medievalism, and a savagely exploited working class and impoverished, land-hungry peasantry. The consciousness of this parallel, almost bordering on fatalism, was so strong that Spanish political factions often modeled themselves on Jacobins, Girondins, Royalists, and Bonapartists. But there were many profound differences between Spain in the 19th century and France in the 18th. Some of them, such as the emergence of a modern industrial proletariat, could be explained by the passage of time. Others, however, were peculiar to Spain, and had few historical precedents. It is these differences that account for the extraordinary popularity of Bakunin's anarchism below the Pyrenees. The most striking characteristic of the Iberian Peninsula is its startling variety, its variety of landscapes, land tenure, cultural features, and social forms. It is the sudden changes in topography that catch the attention of a traveler in Spain. Within a few hours, one can pass from green, rolling country, with well-watered soil and abundant crops, to baked, arid plains, more reminiscent of North Africa than of Europe. The northwestern provinces, observed an English traveller a century ago, are more rainy than Devonshire, while the centre plains are more calcareous than those of the deserts of Arabia, and the littoral south or eastern coasts altogether Algerian. For Spain, this has meant not only different forms of land tenure, but different types of agrarian unrest. In the well-watered mountainous north, the agricultural economy had long solidified around small, well-tended farms, based on mixed crops and dairy produce. Here, the democratic traditions of pre-Muslim Spain were firmly rooted, and independent peasants, tenants, and rentiers mixed on an easy, almost egalitarian basis. The long heritage of communal life, almost Neolithic in origin, had produced a deeply conservative outlook whose spiritual focus was the church and whose antichrist was the emerging industrial world with its unsettling values, its startling products, and its invasive claims on village autonomy. The small, dull-colored villages of this great northern region, each hugging its hilltop or mountain ledge like a fortress, lived out their fixed cycles of daily life by the incantations of dogmatic, often fanatical priests and by codes that often went beyond the memory of the most venerable myths. By the 19th century, these villages had emerged from lethargy and isolation to face a world of social and economic upheaval. In their volatile response, revolt took the anachronistic form of permanent counter-revolution. United by a passionate Catholicism, by an embattled sense of local independence, and by deeply rooted communal and patriarchal traditions, the peasantry. 24. Of the northern mountains provided the largest single reservoir of political reaction in Spain. In the years to follow, these parochial villages produced wave after wave of peasant militia, fearsome men armed with scythes, cudgels, and antique guns led by village priests with a sinister reputation for butchery. The first of these waves rolled against Napoleon, who personified not only the traditional French invader but also the detested French Revolution. Later, in two bloody civil wars, the northern peasantry took up arms in support of the Carlist line. We shall see that as the 19th century drew to a close, new social forces were to dilute this reservoir of reaction with liberal, even socialist, ideals. Nevertheless, it was from the small landowners of the mountains of Navarre and nearby areas that General Franco was to recruit the most enthusiastic domestic masses for his infantry in 1936. If the North could be regarded as the reactionary Vendée of the French Revolution, the Meseta could be regarded as its moderate Gironde. On this great, treeless, windswept plateau of central Spain, reaction shaded into a cautious liberalism. From the time of the Reconquest, when the Moors were driven from the Iberian Peninsula, the Castilians of the central Meseta have regarded themselves as the wellsprings of Spanish culture and the indisputable heirs of the Spanish state. All other inhabitants of Spain are viewed as social inferiors. Yet rarely in history has a master race been confined to a more inhospitable region of the country under its control. The Meseta has a harsh, erratic climate. Its soil, in the absence of irrigation works, is poor and demanding. During Finelli's day, a traveler would have found all the conditions for chronic agrarian revolts, large estates, owned by absentee aristocrats and newly rich bourgeois, existing side by side with small, wretched farms. Usury and land speculation burdened the plateau to a point where many of the lesser nobility were reduced to the material status of a peasant. A large population of tenant families, working the land under precarious, short-term leases, eked out a miserable subsistence livelihood and were totally indifferent to the needs of the soil. But this potential for agrarian revolt rarely exploded into a major uprising. In contrast to the north, where the church had shrewdly deflected peasant dissatisfaction into reactionary channels, on the Meseta, chauvinism served more as a political instrument of the central government in Madrid, and here any comparisons with the French Girondins end, than as the foundations of a coherent reactionary ideology. Nearly all social classes, wealthy and poor, upheld the supremacy of the central government over Carlism and regionalism, but beyond this chauvinistic umbrella, allegiances tended to follow economic lines. The landed aristocracy of the Meseta, like its peers elsewhere in Spain, remained Catholic and conservative. The rural bourgeoisie tended to support the policies of moderate liberalism, when social unrest did not stampede it into reactionary causes. The great mass of peasants and tenants were politically inert throughout most of the 19th century, the objects of manipulation by the large landowners. Eventually, however, they drifted into orderly, bureaucratic socialist unions. All further analogies with the French Revolution come to an end the moment one passes southward through the Sierra Morena, one of the most important mountain barriers in Spain. North of the Morena lies classical Spain, stern, morally rigid, obsessed by an unyielding sense of responsibility and duty. To the south lies Andalusia, easygoing, pleasure-loving, and delightfully impulsive. This large, populous region had been successively colonized by Phoenicians, Greeks, Carthaginians, Romans, German barbarian tribes, and Moors. The Moors held Andalusia for nearly 5 centuries and left behind a hedonistic tradition that survived the Holy Inquisition, the auto da fe, and the rule of sullen Castilian bureaucrats. The Romans, who held the region 25. Even longer than the Moors, left behind the latifundium, a plantation economy based on gang labor and bestial conditions of exploitation. The latifundium could well be described as the agrarian ulcer of the Mediterranean world and in many respects bears comparison with the plantation economy of the antebellum American South. Historically rooted in slavery, the two shared identical traditions of labor management and common forms of land tenure. In the cotton districts around Seville, even the crops were the same. Most of the Andalusian latifundia cultivated olives, grapes, and grain, the typical crop pattern of Mediterranean agriculture. The long rainless summers of the region posed formidable problems of moisture conservation. In the absence of agricultural machinery, specially adapted to dry farming, large tracts of land had to be left fallow and sown for crops every second or third year. The largest estates tended to congregate in the Guadalquivir Valley, the huge triangular basin that lies between the Sierra Morena and the mountain chains of the southern coast. It was here, in the best lands of the most fertile districts of Andalusia, that one found the largest holdings, the immense masses of gang labor, and those grotesque economic contrasts that gave the region its reputation for misery and agrarian rebellion. In Andalusia, as far back as Roman times, two classes stood opposed to each other, the land magnates and a huge population of landless laborers. If the land magnate lived on his estate, his presence was feared by all. If he lived in the cities, as was so often the case, the task of managing his properties was left to stewards who mercilessly extracted every bit of labor from the gang workers beneath them. Between this handful of land magnates and the great mass of landless there existed a chasm that few of the institutions of official Spain could bridge. The Church alone had been capable of doing so, but with its declining influence in the latter part of the 19th century, the last links were broken. It was here, on these immense estates of the south, that Spanish anarchism was to find massive popular support. To the west of the Meseta, in Estremadura, a traveler found a wild arid region stretching from the central plateau to the Portuguese frontier. Most of the land was held by a few absentee owners and cultivated by the yunteros, a class of rural proletarians who owned nothing but their mule teams. Work was seasonal, often uncertain, and rewarded by pittances. Further northward in Galicia, Spain's westernmost province, rural life had sunk to an incredibly low material level. If Andalusia was the land of the latifundium, Galicia could be called the land of the minifundium, of plots so small that they could scarcely support a single family. Turning to the east, along the Mediterranean coastal region, the provinces of Valencia and Murcia, the Spanish Levant, included irrigated Vegas, plains, which were parceled into small prosperous holdings of orange growers and inland mountain areas stricken by bitter poverty. Politically, the landlords of the Vegas vacillated between the liberal and conservative parties. The peasants of the mountain region were destined to provide some of the most militant anarchists in Spain. The uniformity of these major agricultural regions, however, is more apparent than real. Within Andalusia, for example, mountain districts contained mostly small holdings and communally owned pasture. In the lowlands there were many small farmsteads, worked by peasant owners and tenants. In the mountainous north, the highlands of Aragon, supported the impoverished sheep herders of the Maestrazzo people who were to be drawn to Carlism not because they shared the material prosperity of their northern brethren, but on the contrary, because they did not. In the steppe country of Aragon, the chronic material poverty generated by a combination of large estates, usury, and land hunger provided a hospitable climate for anarchism. In the Vegas of the South, Granada was to form an enclave of socialism, despite the 26 surrounding anarchist sentiment of the rural laborers, while in the reactionary mountainous north, islands of anarchists and anarcho-syndicalist unions were to emerge in distant Galicia, in Asturias, and in the wine-growing districts of the upper Ebro Valley. Spain, however, is a land of startling contrasts not only in its geography and land tenure. The contrasts extend also to cultures which, in the case of the Basques and Catalans, verge on fairly distinct nations. The Basques occupy the Atlantic area of the north, forming a corner with France, in which live another sizable portion of their people. Basque is an ancient language unrelated to any other in Europe. A deeply pious, outwardly stern people, whose sense of self-discipline is relaxed in buoyant songs and satiric pantomimies, the Basques succeeded in holding firmly to their independence and unique ways of life for centuries. Economically oriented toward Atlantic Europe, they managed to resist Latinization and only nominally fell under Roman rule. During the Middle Ages, they successfully kept Visigothic, Frankish, and Moorish invaders from occupying their ancestral lands. For 2 centuries, between the 10th and 13th, nearly all the Basques of Spain were united in the Navarrese kingdom, the Christian kingdom that played so large a part in the reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula from the Moors. The advance of the Castilian state in the Meseta gradually pared away their liberties, driving them into unsuccessful revolts and finally into the Carlist camp. In the meantime, their ports began to grow and their trade with Europe expanded steadily. Bilbao, owing to its proximity to high-grade iron ore mines and the Asturian coal fields, soon became the most important steel-producing city in Spain. Basque financiers played a leading role in all phases of the Spanish economy, and Basque shipping magnates succeeded in gathering the bulk of Spanish merchant tonnage into their hands. This industrial and financial bourgeoisie, one of the most modern and businesslike in Spain, soon began to subsidize a moderate nationalist movement devoutly Catholic in religion, liberal in economic policy, reformist in social program and politics. The Basque working class, recruited largely from the conservative peasantry of the coastal mountains, was never infused with the kind of revolutionary fervor that emanated from Barcelona. Although some steel workers turned to anarcho-syndicalism, the majority of the Basque workers divided their loyalties between Catholic and socialist unions. Traditionally oriented toward the north, beyond the Pyrenees, Catalonia was never an organic part of Spain. Rather, it belonged to the vigorous, progressive Languedoc civilization of southern France, and northern Italy. The Catalan language is akin to Provençal, not to Spanish, although both are Latin tongues. The crusade against the Albigensian heresy in the 13th century shattered this colorful world but left many of its cultural roots intact. Definitively separated from France, their trade ruined by the Turkish conquest of Constantinople, the Catalans were compelled to turn away from the north and look toward the Iberian Peninsula. They never liked what they saw. A sophisticated merchant people, with an urbane cultural lineage of their own, the Catalans never ceased to harbor separatist tendencies. By the early 19th century, the centrifugal forces created by culture were reinforced by industrial development. At a point in history when all the institutions of the Castilian state in Madrid were in visible decomposition, a viable industrial bourgeoisie and proletariat had emerged not in the center of Spain, but on its periphery. The Basque country and Catalonia each presented economic, political, and cultural demands that threatened to undermine the entire traditional structure of Spain as it had been known since the Reconquest. Even more threatening to the centralized state than regional nationalism is the intense localism of Spanish social life, the patria chica, literally, small fatherland, and almost untranslatable. 27. Term that denotes the village and its immediate region, in short, the living arena of the rural Spaniard's world. The Spanish word for village is pueblo. Pueblo also means people, and this is by no means accidental. J.A. Pitt Rivers, who devoted years of study to Spanish village life in Andalusia, notes that the Greek word for polis far more nearly translates pueblo than any English word, for the community is not merely a geographical or political unit, but the unit of society in every context. The pueblo furnishes a completeness of human relations which make it the prime concept of all social thought. One for the traditional pueblo, this completeness involved not only a deep sense of moral unity, common purpose, and mutual aid, but also a body of rights, or fueros, which defined the community's autonomy in local affairs and protected it from the encroachment of outside authority. Many fueros were born from the needs of the Reconquest, when the kings of Spain granted local privileges for military aid against the Moors. Others were granted by the monarchy in order to gain municipal support against intractable nobles and military orders. But there were fueros, such as those of the Basques, which were never granted at all, indeed, which go back to a far distant time when chiefs and later monarchs were democratically elected by popular village assemblies. Elena de la Suchière observes that the Moorish invasion, by shattering the Romano-Germanic state, indirectly fostered the resurrection of these very early social forms. The Iberians of the northern mountains who had successfully resisted Roman, German, and Moorish influence were destined not only to spearhead the Reconquest, but to perfect and even bring back to other parts of the country their peculiar institutions and customs. That the fueros retained their vitality after the Reconquest was due, ironically, to the nature of the Spanish monarchy and to its impact on economic life. The immense wealth that Spain had acquired from her empire did not go to the Spanish middle classes. It filled the coffers of the absolutist monarchy, perhaps the earliest of its kind in modern times, and was eventually dissipated in imperial adventures to control Europe and the peninsula. This steady drain of potential capital, of resources that might have been invested in industrial development, led to the contraction of domestic trade and the decay of the Spanish bourgeoisie. Marx, who understood Spain better than many of his Spanish disciples, notes that as commerce and industry declined and as the early bourgeois towns began to stagnate, internal exchanges became rare, the mingling of different provinces less frequent, and the great roads gradually deserted. This sweeping economic decline in the 16th and 17th centuries greatly strengthened the local life of the pueblos and regions. Spain and the Spanish state began to acquire ineffable qualities. Although the monarchy had all the trappings of absolutism, its control over the country was often nominal or non-existent. Spain could be defined with geographic exactitude on a map in periods of peace, but an invader soon found, much to his chagrin, that it dissolved into many Spains in times of war. Marx shrewdly observes that Napoleon, who regarded Spain as an inanimate corpse, was astonished to find that when the Spanish state was dead, Spanish society was full of life, and every part of it overflowing with powers of resistance. The fueros, which this unique development fostered, helped to provide a sturdiness to the pueblo that no amount of bureaucratic structuring could possibly match. They also generated one, which is not to say that the pueblo did not harbor the petty tyrannies of rigid custom, parochialism, superstition, and the more overt tyrannies of the caciques, clergy, and nobility. As we shall see, Spanish anarchism tried to sift the more positive features of the pueblo from its reactionary social characteristics and rear its concept of the future on the mutualism of village life. 28. Those centrifugal forces that continually threatened the central power, or at least challenged the validity of its functions. What need had Spaniards for a distant, bureaucratic, anonymous state when their pueblos, human in scale, intimate in cohesion, with a comforting solidarity and spirit of mutual aid, could meet most of their social and material needs? What need was there for a remote political entity, for vague legal generalities, when the fueros provided Spaniards with highly democratic guidelines for social management? Spaniards graded their allegiances from below to above, from pueblo to locality, from locality to region, and from region to province, reserving the least loyalty, if any still remained, for the centralized state in Madrid. This intense feeling for community, for the human scale, for self-management, made the Spaniard highly susceptible to libertarian ideas and methods. Transported into an urban environment, this propensity for localism turned the city into a composite of pueblos, the trade union into a patria chica, the factory into a community. 29. Chapter 3, The Beginning. The International in Spain. As for the nuclei Fanelli left behind in Spain in 1869, little was heard from them for a time. Before his departure from Madrid, the Italian had given his admiring group of workers a small miscellaneous legacy of written material, the statutes of the International, the program and regulations of the Bakuninist Alliance of Social Democracy, the rules of a Swiss workingmen's society, and several radical periodicals which included articles and speeches by Bakunin. These precious texts were carefully studied, discussed, and passed around, presumably in translation, until the fledgling Madrid anarchists began to feel assured and confident of their views. They called themselves internationalists, and were to do so for years, basking in the mounting prestige of the great workers' international north of the Pyrenees. They also began to write letters to the International's General Council in London, but rarely received a reply. It may have been that the General Council, dominated by Bakunin's opponent, Karl Marx, was suspicious of the new official section in Madrid, or it may have been sheer negligence. In any event, the Madrid internationalists maintained close ties with Bakunin and his friends in Geneva, and they began to cast around for support in their own city. But this raised a difficult question: what could a revolutionary group, oriented toward the working class, hope to achieve in the Spanish capital? Madrid, the administrative center of the Spanish crown, had no proletariat in any modern sense of the word. A new city by Iberian standards, Philip II had turned it into a capital in order to provide the country with a sorely needed geographic and political center. It was not until the 18th century, under the Bourbon kings, that Madrid reached sizable proportions. At the time of Fanelli's visit, the capital city of Spain had no industry to speak of. Its proletariat consisted of craftsmen, working by traditional standards in small shops, and its market was composed of petty government officials, courtiers, soldiers, an emerging chimerical middle class, and a large number of intellectuals attracted by the University of Madrid and by the city's burgeoning cultural life. Anarchism in the Spanish capital was largely to reflect these social traits. The Madrid organization eventually attracted many intellectuals and became one of the major theoretical centers of the anarchist movement in Spain. The early internationalists in the capital, however, began in confusion over their aims and methods. A substantial number of the original group, those who were actually Republicans, Masons, and cooperativists, simply dropped away. The remainder, after sorting out their ideas and the material Fanelli had left behind, began to hold public meetings and attract local attention. The first of these meetings was held in a barn-like warehouse on Valencia Street which the janitor, a newly won supporter by the name of Jalvo, had opened to the internationalists. Typical of the early enthusiasm and recklessness that marked the movement, Jalvo's gesture could have easily jeopardized his job, possibly exposing him to arrest, for the warehouse was a municipal building used to store materials for public festivals. Fortunately, the authorities did not take the movement too seriously, and Jalvo suffered no reprisals. 30. The Madrid section of the International expanded rapidly. The early meetings also attracted a number of canny Republican orators who were looking for a base in the labor movement and tried to take over the newly formed section. But Fanelli had done his work well, and they were firmly resisted. Faced with these well-attended meetings, Lorenzo and his comrades now began the difficult task of giving their movement some organizational coherence. They threw their net far, reaching out to the Masons, whom Lorenzo describes sympathetically as auxiliaries of the International, cultural groups, mutual aid societies, and even economic liberals. By early 1870, a year after Fanelli's departure, the Madrid section of the International claimed a membership of 2,000 and had started publishing a local periodical, La Solidaridad, to propagate its views. This membership figure was probably inflated by the inclusion of many individuals and groups with a very tenuous relationship to the section and with no clear understanding of its revolutionary goals. Yet it is clear that by 1870 the anarchist movement was firmly rooted in Madrid. If success is to be gauged by numerical following, the new movement was even more successful in Barcelona. In contrast to Madrid, the great Catalan seaport was a major textile center, the biggest in Spain, with a large industrial working class. Although Barcelona had been renowned for its cloth products for centuries, the industrial development of the city in any modern sense of the word did not begin until the late 1840s, when steam-powered cotton factories were widely established. A decade later, engravings show the old port district surrounded by factory chimneys. Most of these concerns were not large, they normally employed between 10 and 20 workers and were owned by moderately well-to-do bourgeois families. But there were also spectacular industrial dynasties, such as the Güells, the Muntada brothers, and the Serra brothers, employing thousands of unskilled workers and producing cheap cotton cloth for the villages and towns of Spain. The average Barcelona factory operative worked long hours and at near subsistence wages, see pages 51 to 52 below, living with his or her family in hovels that often lacked adequate ventilation and sanitary facilities. This degraded way of life, scarred by toil and poverty, was menaced continually by technological unemployment and by layoffs due to economic slumps. Reduced to an animal level of existence, the Barcelona proletariat seethed with a feudal outrage that found partial outlet in Ludism, the destruction of machinery and factory buildings. In 1836, during an upsurge of working-class unrest, a Barcelona crowd burned down the Bonaplata factory, a new steam-powered enterprise that produced not only fabrics but textile machinery. Factory burnings and the destruction of self-acting spindles also opened the labor struggles of 1854, but this time Barcelona was swept by a general strike in which workers marched under the slogan, "Association or Death." The right to form trade unions, denied by law under nearly all the regimes of that period, had now become a paramount demand of the Catalan working class. Despite the failure of the strike, the movement toward association was irrepressible. This became evident in the mid-1860s when, under the tolerant administration of a liberal government, underground workers' organizations suddenly surfaced, established two successful, widely read newspapers, and in 1865 held an impressive Congress. The movement was suppressed a year later with the fall of the liberals, but it thrived below the surface, publicly appearing in such forms as cultural circles and educational societies. Around the time of Finelli's last visit to Barcelona, the most militant workers' groups were organized around the Federal Center of Workers' Societies, Centro Federal de las Sociedades Obreras. Politically, the Federal Center made common cause with the Republicans, supporting their demand for a federal republic. Economically, it favored 31. Privately financed cooperatives. A workers' congress of over 60 societies, held in Barcelona on December 12 to 13, 1868, declared its support for these moderate forms and circumspectly avoided any demands that might alienate their Republican allies. It was on this diffuse labor movement, committed to a bourgeois political alliance, that the Barcelona nucleus of the International went to work. The moving spirit of the nucleus was unquestionably Rafael Farga Pellicer, who had been deeply impressed by Finelli's speech in his uncle's study. The group of internationalists formed after the Italians' departure was soon reinforced by new, extremely able people, the physical icon Gaspar Centenon, José García Vinas, a medical student from Malaga, Trinidad Soriano, a technical student, and Antonio González Menezes, an engineering student from Cádiz. By May 1869, the nucleus felt strong enough to constitute itself officially as the Barcelona section of the International Workingmen's Association. To the call for a federal democratic republic, issued by the Workers' Congress, the new group replied with a demand for socialism, firmly declaring its dissatisfaction with mere reforms and change in government. Despite this strong expression of intransigence, the internationalists proceeded slowly and cautiously. A printer by trade, Farga Pellicer attended the Workers' Congress in December, 2 months prior to Finelli's second trip to Barcelona. There, he had openly congratulated the delegates on their support for a federal republic and their plan to establish a newspaper. His relations with the Federal Center were excellent, and the pages of its newly established organ, La Federation, were open to the expression of internationalist opinions. In a letter to Bookchin, he describes the basic strategy of the Barcelona nucleus as a threefold approach: to defend socialism in a prudent manner in La Federation, to bring the regulations of the Federal Center into accord with the spirit of the International, and to strengthen the organizational influence of the nucleus on the workers' societies. Within a few months, this strategy succeeded. Internationalists were elected presidents of several workers' societies, and La Federation essentially became an internationalist organ, the Barcelona counterpart of Madrid's La Solidaridad. By 1870, the Federal Center and presumably most of its affiliates declared for the International, bringing thousands of industrial workers into an anarchist-influenced movement. This influence, it should be stressed, was exercised with care. The great majority of the workers and their leaders were not conscious anarchists, certainly not in any revolutionary sense of the word. Indeed, as we shall see later, the entry of the Federal Center into the International was an alliance, not an act of organic unity, between a small group of anarchist militants and a numerically larger trade union apparatus. But it foreshadowed a time when anarchist ideas were to saturate the Spanish labor movement and produce a genuinely revolutionary mass organization based on anarcho-syndicalism. From Madrid and Barcelona, the ideas of the International began to spread into the provinces of Spain. Newspapers and propagandists began to appear in Andalusia, Aragon, the Levant, and in rural areas of Catalonia, the two Castiles, and Galicia. Gradually the movement took hold outside of the two great cities. In February 1870, La Solidaridad issued a call for a national congress of all sections of the International in Spain. After consultations with the Catalans over a suitable place, it was decided to convene at Barcelona in late June. During those few months before the Congress, the anarchists did a great deal of careful planning and preparation. After Finelli's final departure from Barcelona in the winter of 1869, Farga and Centenon had carried on a lively correspondence with Bookchin. About a half-year later, in September, the two Spaniards attended the Worldwide Congress of the International in Basel. 32. Where Bookchin scored a short-lived triumph over Marx and his supporters. There, Bookchin not only solidified their adherence to anarchism but initiated them into a secret group, originally named the International Brotherhood, which the Russian had formed years earlier during his long sojourn in the heady, conspiratorial atmosphere of Italy. Although the original International Brotherhood, Fraternité Internationale, was formally dissolved early in 1869, one have retained this name in quotation marks to designate the small group of confidants who surrounded Bookchin during the later years of his life. The key role played the various Bookchinist organizations, the International Brotherhood and its successor, the Alliance of Social Democracy. In the development of the International in Spain requires examination here before proceeding with our account of the planned Congress in Barcelona. Bookchin's International Brotherhood has been dealt with derisively as a hierarchical, elitist organization which stands in blatant contradiction to his libertarian principles. This contradiction in my view is very real. Bookchin had intended the International Brotherhood to be a secret organization of anarchist militants, led in tightly disciplined fashion by a highly centralized group of initiates, indeed, by what amounted to a revolutionary general staff. The Russian never resolved the need to bring his organizational theories and practices into complete accord with his libertarian social ideals. He seemed quite sincerely to regard both his followers and himself as highly moral and dedicated individuals who could survive the sordid aspects of organizational life without becoming authoritarians, perhaps even shielding weaker individuals and less committed organizations from the temptations of power and authority. Bookchin's followers often rebelled against this obvious contradiction between theory and practice, forcing the Russian to accede to a looser, more libertarian type of organization. The result is that the Brotherhood and its organizational airs remained nebulous, shadowy, and never developed a hierarchy. Indeed, it is doubtful if its numbers ever exceeded a few score individuals. The Brotherhood was expected to play a guiding role in still another organization, the Alliance of Social Democracy, which Bakunin's comrades had formed over his objections in 1868, shortly before Finelli's journey to Spain. Farga Pellicer and Centenon, in fact, had helped form the Spanish section of the Alliance months before they knew anything about the Brotherhood. In contrast to the Brotherhood, this organization was to be an open, public movement and was clearly anarchist in program despite the apparent innocence of its name. Declaring itself for the abolition of classes, property, and the right of inheritance, the Alliance recognized no form of state and demanded that all the political and authoritarian states at present should be reduced to mere administrative functions of public services. To Marx, the presiding spirit of the International's General Council in London, this amounted to a de facto rejection of electoral and political activity, a position he strongly opposed. When the Alliance applied for membership in the International late in 1868, its rejection by the General Council was almost preordained. In order to circumvent the Council's decision, the Alliance officially dissolved itself, calling upon its sections to become sections of the International. In reality, these sections continued to exist as secret Bakuninist nuclei. In Spain, the Alliance essentially became a small underground organization within the larger, open arena provided by the Spanish sections of the International. By the early summer of 1870, the sections numbered between 20 and 30,000 members, with scores of groups in different parts of the country. In the 60 years following Finelli's visit, the fortunes of Spanish anarchism were destined to fluctuate sharply and dramatically. During periods of repression, the movement was to contract to a few isolated nuclei of dedicated militants, only to surge forward and embrace ever larger masses of oppressed. Gradually, anarchist groups were to take root in a multitude of Andalusian villages as well as in major cities and industrial centers. They were to establish tendrils in the mountain communities of Murcia, in the towns of the Ebro Valley, in the remote fishing villages of the Galician coast. Long after the anarchist movement had waned in the rest of Europe, it was to find a rich soil below the Pyrenees, nourished by the devotion of thousands of workers and peasants. Only the scythe of fascism could remove this wild luxuriant growth from the Iberian Peninsula and with it the revolutionary passion of Spain. The Congress of 1870. On the morning of Sunday, June 18, 1870, about 100 delegates representing 150 workers' societies in 36 localities of Spain convened in the Teatro del Circo of Barcelona for the first Congress of the Spanish section of the International. The Congress, proposed 5 months earlier by La Solidaridad, the Madrid organ of the International, had now become a reality. The teatro was filled to overflowing. The first rows of seats were reserved for delegates, but workers had come in large groups to express their solidarity, occupying every seat, filling the hallways, and spilling out beyond the entrance. A tribune occupied the center of the stage. In the background there was an array of red flags, and overhead, a large red banner proclaiming in gold letters "No rights without duties, no duties without rights." Tools were decoratively arranged on both wings to symbolize labor, and tables were placed on the extremes of the stage for pro tem secretaries of the Congress. The Congress was opened by Rafael Farga Pellicer, who appeared suddenly on the deserted stage, rang a handbell, and extended the following greetings. Comrade delegates, those of you who gather here to affirm the great work of the International Workingmen's Association, which contains within itself the complete emancipation of the proletariat and the absolute extirpation of all injustices which have ruled and still rule over the face of the earth, those of you who come to fraternize with the millions of workers, white slaves and black slaves, under the red banner which covers us, dear brothers, in the name of the workers of Barcelona, peace and greetings. To the hortatory style, with its use of superlatives, its largeness of perspective, its intense internationalism, and its high-minded tone, all sincere and very deeply felt, was to be characteristic of anarchist speeches in Spain. Farga made no attempt to conceal or subdue T's radical views. The state, he declared, is the guardian and defender of the privileges that the Church makes divine. We wish to end the rule of the capital, of the state and of the Church by constructing on their ruins anarchy, the free federation of free associations of workers. The speaker, we are told, was interrupted continually by formidable thunderclaps, and the audience was visibly moved. An atmosphere of felicity and enthusiasm pervaded the teatro, to which greetings from the Swiss and Belgian sections of the International added a sense of historic purpose and worldwide fraternity. In the afternoon, the delegates rose one by one to report on the conditions in their factories. Their accounts leave us a bitter picture of the misery that pervaded the lives of the Spanish workers during the 1870s. The report above, a Barcelona textile worker, is typical. The workers, he tells us, are exploited from 5 in the morning to late at night. Women work from 10 to 15 hours for less than $1, and in some factories, for as much as 18 hours for little more than $1. Other delegates report that 11, 16, and 18 hours of daily work are typical in the textile enterprises around Barcelona and Tarragona. Fars, a delegate of the steam workers, speaks for a sad and lamentable group in which the capitalists have declared men useless for work and replaced them with women and children. Take this into consideration, for only the man is useful for this heavy work and not the women. The men do not know what to do because they were not born to steal but to work. These harsh realities contrasted starkly with the glowing hopes that opened and animated the Congress. Each session moved along smoothly, often in an atmosphere of spontaneous, even tumultuous enthusiasm, and no restraints were placed on controversy or the free expression of opinion. But as we have seen, the proceedings had been carefully planned and prepared by a conscious, well-organized group of anarchists, members of Bookchin's Alliance of Social Democracy. It was these Anarchists, this hidden anarchist faction in Spain, known perhaps to only a few hundred initiates, that guided the proceedings at the Teatro del Circo. They prepared the agenda of the Congress, staffed its key commissions, and provided the most articulate and informed speakers at its sessions. The Anarchists had little need of manipulation, for they enjoyed enormous prestige among the delegates to the Congress. They were the actual founders of the International in Spain. So closely were the origins of the International linked to the Alliance that Finelli's disciples had initially adopted the Alliance's program for the Madrid and Barcelona sections. It was not until the spring of 1870, when the Alliance was formally established in Spain as an independent body, that the two organizations became ideologically distinguishable. At the Congress of 1870, the Anarchists set about to give the Spanish section of the International a broader program, one that would be more in accord with the needs of a loose federation of workers' and peasants' trade unions. This new program, however, was not foisted on the Congress. It developed out of controversies in the commissions on various social issues and in debates on the floor of the Teatro del Circo. In addition to the anarchists, at least three tendencies surfaced at the Congress: an ineffectual miscellany of associatarians, who were mainly interested in fostering producers' and consumers' cooperative associations within the existing social order, a political group which was occupied with mobilizing labor support for the Republican parties, and finally, the most important and enduring tendency of all, the trade unionists pure and simple, a group concerned largely with immediate economic struggles over wages, hours, and working conditions, and a 35 group, as we shall see, that was to function in later periods as a restraining force on the more militant and revolutionary anarchists. Virtually all of these tendencies employed an expansive revolutionary rhetoric, giving lip service to a distant egalitarian future, but they divided sharply with the anarchists on the critical issues of the specifics needed to achieve this new society. The views of the associatarians seem to have evoked very little interest from the Congress. A report by a commission on the theme of cooperation, obviously anarchist-inspired, dismissed the importance of producers' cooperatives under capitalism. They would represent simply one more institution within the bourgeois framework. But the report did emphasize the practical role consumers' cooperatives could play in promoting cooperative habits and a spirit of mutual aid among the workers. In dealing with cooperatives as an educational means, rather than as a social end that could achieve a new society within capitalism, the report scaled down the entire issue, boxing the associatarians into a faddist social limbo. On this issue, the Congress of 1870 represented a turning point, marking the decline of the Proudhonian tradition which had once been so important in the Spanish labor movement. Henceforth, any discussion of cooperatives was to be tied to problems of social revolution, not piecemeal reform. Perhaps the sharpest conflict within the Congress centered around the attitude of the Spanish section toward politics. The Anarchists advocated political abstention. This position, as Casimiro Martí observes in his study on early Catalan anarchism, pointed up in a clear manner the immediate consequences of the new orientation adopted by the workers' movement. It was not now a question of a simple complaint, of a protest, more or less violent, against particular injustices, but of refusing to participate in political activity by virtue of a total and unconditional break with the constituted society. Abstention from politics amounted to unconditional support for direct action oriented toward the suppression of the state, an overstatement, perhaps, but essentially true. Although the non-anarchist tendencies at the Congress were prepared to concede such abstractions as cooperative or communal visions of the future society to their Aliancisla opponents, they rallied against a strict policy of political abstention and direct action. After much dispute, a compromise was worked out in which the Congress, while committing itself organizationally to an anti-statist and abstentionist stand, left individual members free to act as they chose in the political arena. This was a serious setback for the anarchists. They were not trying to make the International's program identical to that of the Alliance, for that would have confined the International exclusively to revolutionary forms of action. On the contrary, they were eager for the two organizations to be differentiated in many important respects, both programmatically and structurally. But they knew that any compromise on the issue of political abstention threatened to open the International to a reformist perspective, involving it largely in the amelioration of existing economic and political abuses. The compromise, in fact, was to have serious implications for the future, for it provided a formula by which the International and its heirs in Spain were to make theoretical acknowledgments to principle but function opportunistically in practice. Although the compromise was carried by the Congress, it was scarcely hailed with enthusiasm. Nearly 40% of the delegates either voted against it or abstained. Most of these negative votes and abstentions came from delegates of the Barcelona working class. The most important single achievement of the Congress was in the realm of organization. The Commission on the theme of the social organization of the workers proposed a structure which was to remain the framework of the Spanish section for several years afterward and which the Anarchists hoped to advance as a model for the International as a whole at its next conference in 36. London in 1871. This structure is worth examining in some detail. It anticipates in many respects the syndicalist form of organization adopted by the French labor movement in the 1890s, a form that later spread to other European countries and surfaced again in Spain. The Commission proposed a dual structure for the Spanish section of the International, or as it was henceforth to be called, the Spanish Regional Federation organization by trade and organization by locality. On the one hand, local trade organizations, secciones de oficio, grouped together all workers from a common enterprise and vocation into a large occupational federation, unions de oficio, whose primary function was to struggle around economic grievances and working conditions. A local organization of miscellaneous trades, secciones de oficio varios, gathered up all those workers from different vocations whose numbers were too small to constitute effective organizations along vocational lines. On the other hand, in every community and region where the International was represented, the different local secciones were grouped together, irrespective of vocation, into bodies, federaciones locales, whose function was avowedly revolutionary: the administration of social and economic life on a decentralized, libertarian basis. This dual structure forms the bedrock of all syndicalist organization. In Spain, as elsewhere, the structure was knitted together by workers' committees, which originated in individual shops, factories, and agricultural communities. Gathering together in assemblies, the workers elected from their midst the committees that presided over the affairs of the Secciones de Oficio and the Federaciones Locales. These were federated into regional, or comarcal, committees for nearly every geographic area of Spain. The workers, moreover, elected the delegates to the annual congresses of the Spanish Regional Federation, which in turn elected a federal council. Although all committees were directly accountable to the assemblies that elected them, bureaucratization was a constant possibility and concern. The danger of bureaucracy, manipulation, and centralized control exists in any system of indirect representation. It is not very difficult for an elaborate network of committees, building up to regional and national bodies, to circumvent the wishes of the workers' assemblies at the base of the structure. This actually happened in France, when a corps of opportunistic syndicalists, socialists, and later, communists acquired control of the French General Confederation of Labour, CGT. A bureaucracy never really solidified in the Spanish Regional Federation or its syndicalist heirs, at least not before the Civil War of 1936. Fortunately or not, the periodic waves of government or employer persecution that broke over the Spanish syndicalist unions made a union leader's position an unenviable one. Moreover, the anarchists functioned as a steady and unsettling counterweight to bureaucratization, despite their own occasional tendencies to manipulate the unions under their control. They kept the labor movement in a state of continual ferment and never ceased to emphasize the need for decentralization, control from below, and direct action. Ultimately, it was their influence on the Spanish labor movement which proved decisive. In the decades to follow, they were to give it a depth of passion and an intensity of revolutionary idealism which has never been equaled by workers' unions elsewhere in the world. We must look closely at these men and women, these Spanish anarchists, and try to gain an understanding of their lives, their fervor, and their dedication to the idea. Although the founding nuclei of Spanish anarchism included many intellectuals and students, such figures as Gaspar Centinón, Trinidad Soriano, Antonio González Menezes, and Fermín Salvochea, most of the individuals entering the growing libertarian groups of the cities were ordinary workers. Even the journalists, theoreticians, and historians of this movement were largely self-educated people of proletarian origin who often taught themselves to read and write or attended Union 37 and libertarian schools, acquiring their learning by sheer doggedness in the nighttime hours after work. The majority of them had been sent into factory jobs early in life. And later came the responsibilities of family life, of rearing children and maintaining a home. These anarchists took great pride in their vocational skills and were viewed with immense respect by their fellow workers. Most of them were intensely serious and high-minded individuals. They were also open, candid, and like most Spaniards, passionately devoted to their friends and comrades. They were individuals with very strong personalities. For example, more dedicated men, once having decided to embrace the idea, abjured smoking and drinking, avoided brothels, and purged their talk of foul language. They believed these traits to be vices demeaning to free people and fostered deliberately by ruling classes to corrupt and enslave the workers spiritually. It was the duty of every obrera conscient, of every conscious worker and fiali of an anarchist, to live by his or her principles, not merely to avow them. By the example of the probity and dignity of their daily lives, such workers would help uplift the rest of their class. Without this moral regeneration of the proletariat, the revolution would eventually be vitiated by all the corruptive realities of bourgeois society. What these Spanish anarchists aimed for, in effect, was a counter-society to the old one. It is easy to mistake this for an alternate society, one that would coexist with capitalism as an enclave of purity and freedom, but nothing could be further from the truth. The Spanish anarchists expressly rejected the concept of an alternate society, with its hope of peaceful reconstruction and its privileged position in a world of general misery. They regarded the cooperativist movement as a diversion from the main task of overthrowing capitalism and the state. Since social or personal freedom could not be acquired within the established order, they viewed a counter-society as a terrain in which to remake themselves into revolutionaries and remove their interests from any stake in bourgeois society. But this terrain was a completely embattled one. Eventually, anarchist groups formulated their own revolutionary codes, their own concepts of freedom, and created a world of intimate comradeship and solidarity that proved almost impregnable to repression. The most dedicated Spanish anarchists not only denied the laws, values, and morality of the existing society, but set out to translate precept into practice. They did not enter into legal marriages. They refused to register the births of their children or to baptize them. The bureaucracy, state, and church were the anarchists' mortal enemies. Any voluntary dealings with these institutions were to be avoided. Children were sent to libertarian or union schools. If these were not available, they went to non-clerical institutions or were taught at home. Parents would often give their children names like Libertaria, a favorite for the daughters of anarchist militants, or Emancipation. They might even exchange their own first names for those of anarchist heroes or martyrs. They disdained the accumulation of money, and if in later years there was much bank robbing by anarchists, the funds went entirely to the movement or to libertarian schools and publishing projects. They did not hesitate to use weapons in defending their own rights or in acts of retribution against official violence. I shall take up the question of anarchist violence in its proper context. At this point it might be more appropriate to give attention to the humaneness that permeated the outlook and ideals of Spanish anarchism. The organized, official violence that the Spanish worker encountered almost daily, even in the form of entertainment, genuinely horrified these earnest libertarians. Shocked by the cruelty and brutalizing effect of the bullfight, for example, the Spanish anarchists waged a per cent campaign to discourage attendance at the corrida and to arouse in the workers and 38. Peasants an interest in books, culture, and the serious discussion of ideas. Accordingly, wherever the Spanish Regional Federation had a substantial following, it established centros obreros, which functioned not merely as union headquarters but as cultural centers. Depending upon its resources, the Centro Obrero might provide literature, books, classes, and meeting halls for discussions on a wide variety of subjects. This institution exercised a profound influence on the personal life of the worker who belonged to anarchist-influenced unions. Ricardo Mella, one of the most able anarchist theorists and essayists of that period, recalls that in Seville, with its enormous Centro Obrero, capable of holding thousands of people, morality in the customs of workers took hold to such a degree that drunkenness was banished. No worker would have dared or have been permitted to appear drunk at the door of the great popular building. Anarchist-influenced unions gave higher priority to leisure and free time for self-development than to high wages and economic gains. The expansive humanism of these anarchists is probably best indicated by the actions they undertook to protest the persecution of revolutionaries abroad, whenever or wherever they might be. Great public rallies and bitter strikes were conducted not only on behalf of their own foreign comrades, such as the Chicago anarchists of the 1880s and Sacco and Vanzetti decades later, but in support of men who would have strongly opposed their movement and ideas, such as Ernst Thälmann, the German communist leader imprisoned by the Nazis. Their generosity of sentiment reached into the most intimate details of personal and family life. A male Spanish anarchist, for example, rarely wavered in his loyalty to his compañera. He genuinely respected her dignity, an attitude he extended to his dealings with his children and comrades. The idea was his passion. If he was a committeeman or occupied a union post, he regularly attended meetings and occupied himself with all the details of the movement, for the movement gave meaning and purpose to his life, removing it from the mediocre world of humdrum routine, vulgar self-interest, and banality. This devotion, however, did not reduce him to an organizational robot. He controlled the movement like everyone else in it and, despite the complexity of its structure at times, it was usually scaled to human dimensions. If this structure threatened to become too complex, he as an anarchist threw the full weight of his prestige against the development and together with his comrades would rescale it to meaningful, comprehensible dimensions. Anarchism, moreover, gave his mind a profoundly experimental turn. Spanish anarchism is rooted in the belief in a natural man, corrupted by propertied society and the state, who will be regenerated by a libertarian revolution. To many individual anarchists, this corruption was ubiquitous. It debased not only people's instincts and moral integrity, but also their diet, tastes, and behavior. Hence anarchists experimented with a wide variety of ideas. They improvised new diets, many turning to vegetarianism, flirted with naturopathy, studied Esperanto, and in some cases practiced nudism. Extolling spontaneity in behavior, they had a fascination for libertarian forms of education and for techniques of child rearing that promoted the natural proclivities of the young. Their emphasis on freedom became the most serious challenge to the rigid mores and medieval fanaticism of the time. Many liberal and Marxian writers have described Spanish anarchism as an atavistic attempt to turn back the historical clock. But in fact, the anarchists placed a high premium on scientific knowledge and technological advance. They devoured the available scientific literature of their day and expounded continually on such themes as evolution, rationalist cosmologies, and the value of technology in liberating humanity. A very compelling case, in fact, can be made for 39. The argument that Spanish anarchism refracted the spirit of Enlightenment Europe through an Iberian prism, breaking up its components and then reorganizing them to suit Spain's distinctive needs. The Spanish anarchists certainly were eager to preserve the rich, pre-industrial tapestry of their country's communal traditions, the emphasis on individuality and dignity, the high spirit of mutual aid, localism, the patria chica, and the pueblo. But they also realized that Spain needed the technological resources of the advanced capitalist world to create the material basis for a classless society and genuine freedom. The problem that confronted the Spanish anarchists was crucial: how to industrialize Spain without destroying her communal heritage, debasing her working class, and rearing the soul-destroying monstrosity that the Industrial Revolution had inflicted on England. The attempt to deal with this problem accounts in part for their puritanical morality. 3. The Spanish anarchists could not help but absorb the traditional puritanical atmosphere of Catholic, agrarian Spain, but simply to regard their movement as religious, to view it in Brennan's terms as a 19th-century Reformation, is a crude oversimplification. In the latter half of the 19th century, Spain began to undergo an industrial revolution of her own, with many of the demoralizing effects of the Industrial Revolution in England. Technological change and the erosion of traditional social relations began to undermine the family structure and the old system of morality. The demoralization of newly urbanized rural folk who were flocking in great numbers into the cities looking for work and relief from chronic hunger was a visible feature of social life. Drunkenness, prostitution, broken families, and beggary had reached appalling proportions. Not only traditional society but the proletariat itself was in a state of decay. The Spanish anarchists were determined to eliminate these demoralizing features from working-class life. They were intent on restoring the moral fiber of the proletariat, on giving it inner solidity and firmness. In a society of scarce resources, where a life of idleness and dissipation was a function of exploitation and privilege, it was inconceivable that a revolution could occur without emphasizing the duty to work. The struggle of the Spanish anarchists against alcoholism, dissoluteness, and irresponsibility became a struggle for the integrity of the working class, a validation of its moral capacity to reorganize society and manage it on a libertarian basis in an era of material scarcity. It was individuals of this moral caliber and social outlook who competed with cooperativists, trade unionists, political opportunists, and socialists for influence in the Congress of 1870. And they won this competition, at least until the next Congress a year later. By the time Francisco Tomás declared the proceedings closed with feeling and enthusiastic phrases, the Congress had elected a federal council of 5 members: Tomás González Morago, Enrique Borrell, Francisco Mora, Anselmo Lorenzo, and Angel Mora. All of these men were Madrid anarchists who had met Finelli early in 1869 and were now members of Bakunin's Alliance of Social Democracy. Anarchists also occupied key positions in all leading sections of the Federation and played a decisive role in the forming of their policies. The Spanish labor movement had been founded on essentially libertarian lines and was soon to be plunged into a series of stormy upheavals. The liberal failure. A large gathering of a revolutionary labor organization could not have occurred at a more favorable time than the summer of 1870. The founding Congress of the Spanish Federation was held toward the end of an interregnum, when the entire country was in a state of confusion over its political future and its ruling classes were uncertain and faltering. For nearly 2 years the Spanish throne had been vacant while Madrid afforded the spectacle of politicians quarreling among themselves over the choice of a monarch. This humiliating interregnum revealed with startling clarity the extent to which a permanent crisis had settled into Spanish society. The hurried flight of Isabella II from Spain in September 1868 marks the climax of a historic conflict between an absolutist monarchy and the liberal middle classes, to be succeeded by a duel between the church and the army, the latter being guardian, for a time, of all elements that feared a theocratic government. Each of these conflicts rolled one upon the other like waves, loosening the traditional structure of the Spanish state. The monarchy had failed completely to restore the old Spain of the Ancien regime, the church, to straitjacket the country in a theocracy, the bourgeoisie, to follow in the steps of its predecessors north of the Pyrenees and create the institutional, economic, and cultural basis of a constitutional, democratic state. And now the plebeians were beginning to enter the arena in force, the radical middle class, the peasants, and the growing working class movement. The details of this succession of failures are too complex to explore in the space of a few pages, but the very fact of their complexity is evidence of the nervous twitching, followed by periodic collapse, that marked Spanish political life from the opening decades of the 19th century to Isabella's removal from the throne. The occupation of Madrid by Napoleon's armies in 1808 completely exploded the last remaining myths of the Golden Age when Spain aspired to hegemony in Europe and her empire encompassed vast territories in the New World. For the first time since the Reconquest, her people acquired a vibrant sense of national identity. Every part of the country took up arms against the French invader, each region and locality acting independently under its own juntas and commanders. As noted by Charles Oman, the English chronicler of the Peninsular War, the movement was spontaneous, unselfish, and reckless. In its wounded pride, the nation challenged Napoleon to combat, without any thought of the consequences, without counting up its own resources or those of the enemy. Despite the divisions that pitted juntas, regions, and classes against each other, the long conflict with Napoleon could have created the point of departure for a national renaissance and the re-entry of Spain into European society. It was not to be so. These hopes vanished with the return of Ferdinand VII from captivity in France. Supine before Napoleon, Ferdinand proved to be unrelenting in his efforts to crush the liberals of Spain. The Constitution of 1812, which the extraordinary Cortes had promulgated from Cadiz in the midst of the national war, was repudiated. Its provisions for a constitutional monarchy, universal suffrage, a single legislative chamber, and civil liberties were replaced by a harsh absolutism. For nearly 6 years, Ferdinand's rule lay upon Spain like a shroud. Although the country began to regain its momentum with the successful pronunciamiento of Riego and Quiroga in January 1820, the ghost of absolutism was not consigned to its historic mausoleum until Ferdinand's death in 1833. With the demise of absolutist rule, however, Spain now came face to face with the menace of a theocracy. The outbreak of the First Carlist War in October 1833 marked the first blow in the Church's attempt to gain mastery over Spanish political life. When 41. Violence failed to bring Ferdinand's reactionary brother Don Carlos to the throne, the Church turned to systematic penetration of the state. By the late 1860s, the court camarilla was riddled with priests and clerical craftiness seemed on the point of achieving what had remained beyond the reach of insurgent peasant militias in years of bloody fighting. However, neither the Church, the army which contested its ambitions, nor the bourgeoisie were to gain lasting control of the Spanish state. The 30 years that followed Ferdinand's death read like the temperature chart of a man in deathly fever. Ministries changed with bewildering frequency, carried away by political maneuvers, civil wars, and above all, by military pronunciamentos. The army, initially the defender of liberalism against absolutism and clerical reaction, began to act alternately as a political master in its own right. Even the word liberalism began to lose its meaning. The bloc that lay claim to this name divided into the moderates, a reactionary grouping based on the landed bourgeoisie, and the progressives, a prudent cabal of anti-clerical Europeanizers, who leaned for support on the well-to-do urban middle classes. Welling up from the depths of the disillusioned petty bourgeoisie came the Republicans, a conglomerate of radicals and federalists, the latter adhering to Pi y Margall's doctrine of a Swiss-like, cantonal state. There was one thing that united this flotsam of monarchists, clerics, liberals, landed oligarchs, and army officers as they scrambled for control of the state. It was fear, a fear of the masses. Franz Bourchin notes that in Britain, in America, and in Germany, every popular movement originated in the upper stratum of society and then permeated the masses. In Spain, on the other hand, no movement in the higher classes ever penetrated deeply the masses. Spain is the country where the spontaneity of the people as against the aristocracy, the bourgeoisie, the intelligentsia, and, in the last decades, the clergy, is most conspicuous. Such a deep severance of the people from the ruling groups, such a passing of the initiative to the lowest stratum of society, is always a symptom of deep decay and disintegration of the old civilization. Sensing their own weakness and decadence, the ruling classes responded to the people with a combination of Olympian contempt and sheer panic. It is reported that after a terrifying experience with the riot, Charles III never overcame his fear of the Madrid mob, even street noises frightened him. Although national tradition credits the people with driving Napoleon's armies from Spain, a contemporary of the period recalls the panic that seized the middle classes when the ragged militia of the Valencian army entered Madrid. The job of dealing with the masses, of cultivating a watchful eye and a restraining hand, was left to the Spanish Church. The historic isolation of the Church from the people in the 19th century, a product partly of the liberals' agrarian policy, completed the isolation of the Spanish ruling classes from Spain. There had been a time, though, when the popular prestige of the Church was enormous. The church bells of Spain had been the tocsins of the Reconquest, rallying the villages to war against the Moorish invaders. Clerics not only blessed the Christian armies but often led them into battle. During the Golden Age, the clergy provided Spain with its only social conscience, raising its voice on behalf of the exploited peasantry at home and the decimated Indians in the colonies abroad. Inveighing against the ravages of usury, privilege, and greed, it stood foremost among the ruling classes in defense of the communal institutions of Spain and the tribal institutions of the New World. 42. Despite its imposing hierarchy, the Spanish Church probably remained the most democratic institution in a society anchored in political absolutism. To a French nobleman visiting Spain in the early 19th century, the structure of the Spanish clergy was virtually republican, tout a fait républicain. Raymond Carr, in a perceptive account of modern Spanish history, reminds us that one 18th-century primate was the son of a charcoal burner, a situation inconceivable in France, and most of the bishops were recruited from the obscurity of the minor provincial nobility. Nor was there a visible display of clerical luxury and opulence. A bishop, Carr adds, was expected to give all his surplus income to charity once his simple household needs were satisfied. The average parish priest was poor and remained so throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. He earned less than a well-paid laborer and was often dependent, in rural parishes, on the sale of eggs and on other minor agricultural pursuits. Lest this trait be overdrawn, however, the fact remains that with the passage of time, the church began to age and fatten, much like the courtiers whose lean, warrior ancestors had helped expel the Moors. By the close of the 18th century, the church had become the largest landowner and wealthiest institution in Spain, indissolubly linked with the monarchy and nobility. The gap between what bishops were expected to do and what they in fact did widened considerably, but the church's prestige among the masses had not diminished. To the immense number of beggars Los Miserables who formed the recruits for mob riots and near insurrections in the streets of Spanish cities, the church provided not only religious circuses but material sustenance. In Madrid, for example, the convents alone provided Los Miserables with 30,000 bowls of soup daily. In Valladolid, according to Carr's estimate, 1/20 of the population depended on the church, while soup and bread doles from episcopal palaces and monasteries were an important element in the budget of the urban poor. But ties of this kind could exist only if the church retained the agrarian roots of a feudal estate, roots which nourished the medieval spectacle of public humility and charity toward the poor. When the liberal Premier Mendizabal initiated the confiscation of church lands on a major scale, these traditional roots were pulled up. Ostensibly, the confiscation was undertaken for two purposes: to finance the war against the Carlists and to create an agrarian middle-class base for the liberals. Actually, the sale of the church lands did not achieve anything near the result intended. The confiscated estates became the object of crass bourgeois speculation, nourishing a new class of lay land magnates. The land hunger of the peasantry, satisfied in France by the Great Revolution and by Napoleon, was to remain an endemic feature of Spanish society. Having lost its lands and its agrarian roots, the church shifted all its resources to speculation and business. The higher clergy began to neglect its pastoral duties for the more lucrative realms of industry, commerce, urban real estate, and according to the gossip of the day, brothels. The new investments transformed the Catholic Church from the largest landowner in Spain into the largest capitalist. Its ideology, the most medieval and atavistic in Western Europe, transformed it from the social conscience of the ruling class into the most reactionary force in social life. The decline of the Church's popular prestige left only one effective institution that could function politically without a popular base: the army. Initially, the army had been a bulwark of liberalism, and its early pronunciamientos enforced middle-class interests in Spanish politics. But a half-century of meddling and manipulation had made it increasingly suspect as a corps of praetorians. 43. Even to the moderates. Having exhausted its alliance with the liberals, embroiled in imperialist adventures in Morocco, the Spanish officer caste began its slow, fatal drift to the right. If the liberals, who still had illusions of acquiring popular support, regarded the army as an embarrassing and dangerous liability, the reactionaries in later years were only too glad to use it as a lever for social power. The history of the army after 1870 is a numbing account of its growing sense of isolation, its preoccupation with pay, promotion, and graft, and its arrogance toward the canaille. The canaille, of course, were the masses of Spain: peasants, farm laborers, craftsmen, industrial workers, Los Miserables, the majority of whom lived in desperate poverty. Thousands of beggars filled the city slums or wandered the country roads. To the ruling classes, the Spanish people were a faceless, anonymous lot, volatile but inchoate, threatening but politically inert, and all the quarreling factions on the summits of society were united in the need to exclude their participation in the processes of institutional change. But if the word mass is meant to convey anything more than sheer numbers, it becomes meaningless in Spain. From the Spanish pueblo, with its remarkable sense of community, had emerged a people in which self-assurance, dignity, and a striking individuality seemed like inborn traits. Dignidad has a fierceness of meaning in Spanish that has no parallel in any other European language, indeed, a fierceness that the anarchists were to cultivate in every nuance of behavior and action. They were not unique in this respect. Brennan reminds us that, north of the Sierra Morena at least, the preoccupation with dignity is deeply rooted in Spanish history: the peasant plowing with a sword dangling from his waist, the cobbler and mason treating the grandee as their equal, the beggars expecting to be addressed as "your worship" are images that will be found centuries ago. It was this people whom the ruling classes finally divested of any meaningful relations with the institutions and values of official Spain. By the late 1860s, a cultural, religious, political, An economic vacuum had been created for the Spanish masses. The church had betrayed its responsibilities and the politicians their promises. There was no way even to faintly reconcile the interests of rural laborers, land-hungry peasants, and bitterly exploited workers with those of the propertied classes. Caciques ran the villages with a firm hand. The civil guard patrolled the roads, railway stations, and streets. The workers, denied all recognition of their rights to organize, faced an almost solid phalanx of rapacious manufacturers. The guardians of the state, occupied with their narrow political interests, cast a blank stare on the frustrated masses below. For the great bulk of the Spanish people, civil life was as empty as the vacated throne in Madrid. Henceforth, after 1870, all that could fill this vacuum were the republican politics of the petty bourgeoisie, the socialist doctrines of the radical intelligentsia, and anarchist ideals of a proletarian or peasant variety. 44. Chapter 4, The Early Years. Proletarian Anarchism. The founding of the Spanish Regional Federation opened an entirely new period in the modern history of Spain. Since the respectable liberal parties had shut themselves off from the masses of Spain, the lower classes would try to form organizations of their own. The political polarization of rulers and ruled merely paralleled one that had long since developed on an economic and cultural level, but it was to lead to increasingly bitter confrontations in the years to come. The earliest of these were mild. The founding Congress had evoked press attacks throughout Spain, particularly in Madrid, where the liberals and republicans viewed the anti-political stance of the new federation as a threat to their waning influence on the working class. Fortunately, the most immediate practical result of the Barcelona Congress was to furnish the federation with the nucleus of its own national press. In addition to La Federación in Barcelona and La Solidaridad in Madrid, the internationalists acquired El Obrera and Revolution in Palma and La Voz del Trabajador in the key industrial DTY of Bilbao. The propaganda of the Spanish Federation probably represents the most important achievement of its first 6 months of existence. Its literature reached thousands, evoking an additional press response that gave it wide and continual publicity. The Federation began to acquire larger dimensions in the public mind than it actually possessed in fact, an image which the Federal Council in Madrid and the sections shrewdly reinforced with numerous leaflets, statements, arid public meetings. But other areas of the Federation's activities were less satisfactory. The enormous enthusiasm generated by the founding Congress soon gave way to lassitude. The Federal Council's attempt to achieve a working unity between the various sections throughout the country met with a disillusioning lack of response. Letters sent into the hinterlands of Spain went unanswered, responses were often delayed, and a chronic shortage of funds created difficulties for the Madrid organization and severe hardships for members of the council, most of whom gave generously of their time and resources. This in turn exacerbated relations between some of the aliancistas who constituted the Federation's center and were to lead to serious personal and political frictions. Even more serious were the problems that faced the Barcelona movement. Although Catalonia provided the largest single block of working-class recruits to the Spanish Federation, the internationalists constituted a very small proportion of the Barcelona proletariat. Perhaps 9% of the working class in the city adhered to the new movement. Small as this figure is, it declined drastically when a yellow fever epidemic swept through the Catalan seaport, claiming many lives and stampeding thousands into the countryside. Of the 10,000 members who belonged to the Barcelona movement in July 1870, only 1,800 remained in January 1871, and scarcely more than 2,500 in August, a full year after the founding Congress. The commonly repeated notion that the International in Spain enjoyed a spectacular growth during the first year of its existence is a myth, certainly as far as Barcelona, its center of proletarian support, is concerned. 45. Nominally, the Barcelona organization was controlled by anarchists. Actually, the number of anarchists in the sections was very small. In fact, many outstanding figures in the Barcelona labor movement were pragmatic trade unionists whose social idealism was shallow at best. The International in the Catalan seaport was based on an alliance between a handful of anarchists and a larger group of opportunistic unionists who had been driven into an anti-political, direct actionist position by the intransigence of the Barcelona textile manufacturers. Between these two tendencies of the Catalan trade union movement existed an uneasy, even distrustful relationship which was to snap, reknit, and snap again in later years. The nature of this alliance and the maneuvering it entailed disturbed the gallant, honest Anselmo Lorenzo. Lorenzo had never forgotten Finelli's words on libertarian organization. How much more beneficial it would have been, he opined, years later, if instead of finding agreements and solutions by surprise, the Alliance of Social Democracy had engaged in a work of education and instruction to show the way of obtaining agreements and solutions as a conscious sum of wills. Instead, the tensions in the fusion of trade unionist demands with social revolutionary ideals was to have serious consequences throughout the history of the Spanish workers' movement. Had the Catalan anarchists rested their hopes solely on an alliance with an opportunistic union leadership, they surely would have lost the Barcelona labor movement to syndicalism of a reformist, French variety. Even the most dense, unreconstructed class of employers could not have deflected this development. What eventually gave Catalan anarchism a mass following were the hordes of rural folk, the landless peasants and laborers, who streamed into Barcelona looking for work. Each year they came by the thousands, the great majority from the Catalan countryside itself, the next largest group from the Levant, Murcia, Valencia, Alicante, Castellón, followed by Aragonesa from Saragossa, Huesca, and Teruel. Contrary to popular myth, only a small fraction of this inflowing labor force came from Andalusia. To the urbane Barcelonesa, these destitute emigrants from the hungry Levant, with their country ways and coarse manners, were indiscriminately lumped together under the name Murcianos, in Barcelona a word equivalent to nigger. Pariahs in a strange, hostile urban world, the Murcianos encamped by the tens of thousands in squalid, miserable shacks. Their hovels ringed the great seaport and penetrated its suburbs, providing a huge reservoir of unskilled, menial labor exploited by the Catalan bourgeoisie. Disdained by nearly all the factions of the liberals, later manipulated by such radical demagogues as Lerroux, the Murcianos also provided a reservoir for the most volatile recruits to the libertarian movement in Catalonia. Without this transitional proletariat, anarchism would have lost its mass base in a broadly syndicalist labor organization, and it would have been impossible to reorient the reformist tendencies of the skilled and established Barcelona factory workers towards anarcho-syndicalism. The role of the Murcianos in rooting proletarian anarchism in Spain's largest industrial city, and the near-insurrectionary atmosphere they created, raises many fascinating problems. To Marx, the more the proletariat advanced from a craft to an industrial estate, and the more this class was disciplined, united, and organized by the process of capitalist production itself by the factory, the more of a revolutionary force it became. Marx's theory viewed the craft worker as a backward and undeveloped proletarian, a member of a transitional class like the peasantry. It is certain he would have regarded the rural Murcianos, not to speak of os miserables of the Spanish cities generally, with disdain as a déclassé flotsam, a lumpen proletariat. 46. This contemptuous attitude toward decaying classes at the base of society is evinced most clearly in his remarks on the Franco-Prussian War. "The French need a thrashing," he wrote to Engels a day after the outbreak of hostilities. "If the Prussians win, then centralization of the state power is useful to the centralization of the German working class. Furthermore, German predominance in Europe would transfer the center of gravity of the West European labor movement from France to Germany, and one need only compare the movement from 1866 to the present in the two lands to see that the German working class is superior to the French in theory and organization. Its predominance over the French on the world stage would at the same time be the predominance of our theory over that of Proudhon." As it turned out, Marx was wrong not only in prospect but also in retrospect. The classes that gave the cutting edge to the revolutions of 1848 were not primarily factory workers, but craftsmen and workers in small shops, precisely those decomposing, pre-industrial strata whom Marx viewed with such contempt. The factory workers of Berlin, centered largely in the newly emerging locomotive industry, played a reactionary role in the insurrectionary movement of the period, even by comparison with petty bourgeois Democrats. Later, a year after Marx's letter to Engels, the déclasses of Montmartre and the craftsmen and workers in small industry, the luxury goods workers, as Marx disdainfully called them, raised red flags and died by the thousands on the barricades in defense of the Paris Commune of 1871. And some 60 years afterward, it was not the sophisticated, highly centralized, and well-disciplined labor movement of Germany that was to take up arms against fascism, but the working class and peasants of Spain, both of which were unique in having retained the most pre-industrial outlook in Western Europe. Ironically, the process of capitalist production itself, which Marx commended in Capital, served not only to unite, discipline, and centralize the proletariat, but to vitiate its revolutionary attitudes. The more workers were conditioned to accept the factory routine, to bend their heads before the demands of its overseers, the more they tended to accept hierarchy, authority, and obedience as an unchallengeable destiny. And the more the working class acquired a hereditary status in society, knowing no other way of life but the industrial routine, the less revolutionary were its descendants. It was precisely the continual flow of Murcianos into Catalan industry, the continual leavening action of decomposing classes from the pre-industrial pueblos, that renewed the revolutionary fervor of the Barcelona proletariat. These rural folk, uprooted from a pre-capitalist culture and lifestyle, imbued with values, codes, and tastes completely antithetical to the enervating culture of the cities, prevented the more stable and co-opted sectors of the Catalan working class from hardening into settled social forms. The Murcianos were an immense social stratum that had absolutely nothing to lose. Accustomed to illegality, ebullient and riotous almost by nature, they added an electricity to the atmosphere of Barcelona that was to make it the most exciting, unruly, and revolutionary city in Europe. In the early 1870s, however, these large masses of semi-proletarians had yet to be won to anarchism. The most dedicated early supporters of the Spanish Federation were craftsmen, not déclasses, or unskilled factory workers. As late as 1872, more than half of the delegates to the Córdoba Congress of the Federation were printers, typographers, master masons, shoemakers, and bakers, in short, skilled or fairly skilled craftsmen who worked in small shops. Only 1 out of 47. 5 delegates was a factory hand, and an even smaller proportion were peasants. The unruly Misérables of Madrid, for instance, were by no means uniformly friendly to the Federation. On May 2, 1871, a day which Spain celebrates in honor of the first popular uprising against Napoleon's armies, the Internationalists held a public meeting to counter the chauvinistic, anti-French spirit engendered by the holiday. It was mobbed and broken up by the local poor. A howling crowd laid siege to the Internationalists in a café well into the night. Time was on the side of the Federation, however, and it soon began to make headway among the workers and urban poor. A few successful strikes in Barcelona, coupled with the growing notoriety of the International at home and abroad, brought new, dedicated adherents into the movement. The prospects of rapid growth seemed highly promising. In Barcelona, membership figures began to rise sharply from the low of January 1871, new periodicals were started or planned, and agitation began to spread in earnest beyond the cities into distant reaches of the countryside. But time was precisely what the Spanish Federation was to lack. When in March 1871, the Parisian workers rose and established the Commune, tremors of fear shook all the palaces and chancelleries of Europe. In Madrid these fears were compounded by the increasing instability of the government. In December 1870, Amadeo of Savoy had arrived from Italy to occupy the vacant Spanish throne, but instead of bringing peace to the warring political factions, his presence reopened all the infighting and intrigues that had led to the isolation and flight of Isabella. The new regime, high-strung and unsure of itself, became increasingly sensitive to the agitation initiated by the Internationalists. Soon press attacks began to give way to police repression. Internationalists were harassed and jailed in growing numbers, and the Federal Council, alarmed by the turn in events, decided to emigrate to the less troubled atmosphere of Portugal. In June 1871, on Corpus Christi Day, Lorenzo, Morago, and Francisco Mora departed for Lisbon with the records of the Spanish Federation, leaving Burrell and Angel Mora behind to keep an eye on events. This flight was probably premature. The government was still too weak and divided to crush the labor organization, and the pressure began to lift. After 3 months, the Internationalists returned to Madrid. During this brief exile, they went through another bitter round of material hardships and internal friction, but their stay in Lisbon had not been a complete loss. There they met 2 young intellectuals, José Fontana and Antero do Quanta, who helped them establish the first stable nucleus of the International and Bakunanist Alliance in Portugal. A year later, the new Portuguese Federation claimed a membership of 10,000 in Lisbon and thousands more elsewhere in the country. The Spanish Federation, on the other hand, was badly in need of repair. The Federal Council had suffered the loss of 2 members, Burrell, who had dropped out of activity, and Francisco Mora, who remained behind in Lisbon, nursing personal and political grievances that were later to bring him into the Marxian-inspired Spanish Socialist Party. Most of the work in the council fell on the shoulders of Angel Mora and the indefatigable Anselmo Lorenzo. Although the membership had held its own and La Solidaridad in Madrid had been augmented by a new periodical, La Emancipación, the ties between the Federal Council and the various sections in Spain were looser than ever. The very life of the Federation as a national movement seemed in the balance. To meet this crisis, 54 delegates of the Spanish Federation convened in Valencia on September 10, 1871 for a week of intensive organizational work. The conference met in secret owing to the atmosphere of repression that still lingered on from the spring. To firm up the organization, the conference divided the International in Spain into 5 large regional federations. 48. Or Comerxa, North, South, East, West, and Center. The trade sections or secciones de oficio, which existed in a very decentralized form, were federated on an occupational basis and still further centralized into craft unions. Finally, the powers of the higher committees which knitted the craft unions together were greatly amplified, giving them considerable authority over the local sections. In time, the new structure was to become so elaborate as to be virtually inoperable. By the end of 1872, the Spanish Regional Federation had turned into a bulky, complex organization composed of 500 secciones de oficio and oficio varios, 236 federaciones locales, and 10 unions de oficio. Each of these bodies had a committee, subdivided into commissions for administration, correspondence, organization, and propaganda. Anselmo Lorenzo estimates that it would have required nearly 7,500 people to staff all of the committees and local councils, a grave potential for bureaucracy, especially if one bears in mind that many Spanish workers were illiterate. Indeed, many committees could not find a single worker to keep the minutes of the meetings and often had to call upon friendly students and intellectuals for aid. Had the members of the sections taken the structure and its requirements seriously, which they probably did not do, it would have been vitally impossible to have any concerted action and solidarity on any level beyond the locality. If a group of strikers wished to get support from sections outside their community or tried to draw on the strike funds of the organization, they were required to follow an elaborate procedure of petitioning the trade federation to which they belonged. It might easily have taken 2 months or more before the trade federation responded with some kind of decisive action. If the strike were strictly economic, it probably would have been defeated. If it were the opening act in a revolution, it almost certainly would have been crushed. Following the return of the Federal Council from Lisbon then, heroic measures were certainly necessary to prevent the federation from dissolving as a national movement. But THF structure adopted at Valencia went far beyond what was needed to preserve the unity of the labor organization. Whence, then, came the impulse for the centralization of the Spanish Regional Federation. Frankly, the Federal Council was not composed entirely of anarchists. In fact, it included the very men who in later years were to found the Spanish Socialist Party, Francisco Mora, José Mesa, and Pablo Iglesias. Within a few months of the Valencia Conference, these men, the autoritarios, authoritarians, as they were called by the anarchists, were locked in a furious conflict with the so-called anti-autoritarios. Neither side emerged very creditably. Although the conflict had obviously been simmering for some time, it was sparked into an open war by events and interference from abroad. In the same month that the Valencia Conference was held, Anselmo Lorenzo had gone to London to attend a World Conference of the International. There he not only saw Marx, but observed at first hand the bitter infighting that was to culminate in the expulsion of Bookchin at the Hague Congress a year later. From the stormy discussions in London it was clear that a split was unavoidable. 2 months later, in December 1871, Marx's son-in-law Paul Lafargue appeared in Madrid, a refugee from the repression of the Paris Commune. Lafargue had been raised in Cuba and could speak Spanish fluently. Through Mesa and Iglesias he acquired control over La Emancipation and began to press his attack against the Bookchinists in Madrid. The conflict, dragging well into the summer of 1872, ended shabbily. The London Conference had prohibited the existence of secret organizations within the International. Accordingly, the main thrust of Lafargue's attack was to demonstrate that the Alliance of Social Democracy had 49. Never been dissolved and still played a hidden role in guiding the affairs of the Spanish Federation. Lafargue, of course, was correct. The Alliantistas, embarrassed by the attacks, dissolved their organization, at least formally. The dispute, however, did not center merely on organizational issues. Lafargue had come to Madrid not only to recover the Spanish Regional Federation for Marx but also to reorient it toward political action. He favored an alliance with the Republicans and the formation of a workers' party. In Madrid, the dispute over these issues assumed a particularly bitter form when, in March 1872, the Marxian editors of La Emancipation, representing virtually no one but themselves, proceeded to use the periodical in the name of the Federal Council to make a rapprochement with the Republicans. The editors were expelled, and the Madrid Federation was faced with the prospect of an open split. 1 month later at Saragossa, the Spanish Regional Federation held its second National Congress, where an attempt was made to heal the differences between the two factions. The editors of La Emancipation were taken back into the organization. The Congress prudently elected a Bookchinist Federal Council, with Lorenzo as Secretary General, and transferred its headquarters from Madrid to Valencia. Despite the compromise, within weeks the battle was resumed in full fury, and this time it was waged on both sides without scruple. By publicly casting doubts on the sources of Bookchin's income, for example, the editors of La Emancipation tried to revive the rumor that Bookchin was a police spy. The character assault occurred in September, well after they were expelled from the Madrid Federation, but it affords a glimpse of the murky depths to which the discussion had descended. The anarchists on the Federal Council, on the other HKND, were not immune to dishonorable tactics of their own. Suspicions of Lorenzo's personal friendship with Lafargue, they surreptitiously opened his mail from Madrid and surrounded him in an atmosphere of intrigue. Such tactics by his own comrades so infuriated Lorenzo that he resigned from the Federal Council and left Valencia. But he never gave up his anarchist principles and soon returned to the Federation. The serious political differences between the two groups were increasingly obscured by gossip, slander, organizational maneuvering, and bitter invective. The climax of the sordid conflict was reached on June 3, 1872, when the autoritarios were expelled from the Madrid Federation. A month later, they established a new Madrid Federation of their own, and in reprisal for their expulsion they maliciously published the names of the Alliancistas in La Emancipation, Judy 27, exposing their former comrades to police reprisals. In the end, the conflict achieved virtually nothing for Lafargue, Mesa, Francisco Mora, and Iglesias. The overwhelming majority of the Madrid Federation, indeed of the entire Spanish Regional Federation, supported the Aliancistas. But the skirmishes in Madrid presaged a more historic conflict internationally, one which was to have a profound effect on the revolutionary movement for decades to come. On September 2, 1872, in a memorable congress at The Hague, Mikhail Bakunin and his young Swiss associate, James Guillaume, were expelled from the International for creating a secret organisation. The evidence for the charge came from Paul Lafargue. To be certain of his victory over Bakunin, Marx had packed the Congress with his supporters, dispatched delegates with highly questionable credentials, made unprincipled deals with men who were soon to become his bitter opponents, and personally participated in the proceedings. He had even charged Bakunin with swindling for failing to return a modest publisher's advance for an unfinished Russian translation of Capital. This attempt to rob a famous rebel of his good name, an act of character assassination now condemned, apologetically, by most Marxist historians, observes Max Nettelo, was to poison well nigh forever the anarchists' personal feeling toward Marx. Thereafter, Marx had the General 50 Council transferred from London to New York, a move that virtually assured the death of the International. 2 weeks later, the anarchist delegates to the Hague Congress, representing primarily Switzerland, Italy, and Spain, met at Saint-Imier in the Swiss Jura and formed an international of their own. The delegates from Spain included Farga Pellicer and González Morago. After conferring with Bakunin, they hurried home and made plans to affiliate the Spanish Federation with the new International. With all restraints removed by the isolation of the Madrid autoritarios and the split in the International, the Aliancistas decided to act boldly. They convened a new Congress, 4 months earlier than the date stipulated by the Saragossa Conference of April 1872. On December 25, 1872, 54 delegates representing 20,000 workers in 236 local federations and 516 trade sections convened in the Teatro Moratin at Córdoba for the Third Congress of the Spanish Federation. This was to be the last public national gathering of the original International in Spain for the next 9 years. In many respects, it was also the most important one. The Córdoba Congress created what is generally regarded as the typical form of anarchist organization in Spain. Although it is hard to speak of typicality with respect to the Spanish anarchist movement, the Congress basically abandoned the unwieldy structure created by the Valencia Conference of the previous year. The Federal Council was shorn of its authority over local organizations and reduced to a mere Federal Commission for Correspondence and Statistics. The trade sections and local federations were elevated to sovereignly independent bodies, free at any time to renounce their affiliation to the national organization. All restraints were removed from acts of solidarity for local strikes and uprisings. By the same token, no trade section and/or local federation could be coerced into initiating or supporting any actions. Henceforth, the Spanish Federation was to be a formally decentralized organization and its success as a movement was to depend largely upon initiatives from below. Nevertheless, some kind of cohesion was necessary. The responsibility for knitting the organization together was undertaken by the anarchists, who, despite the formal dissolution of the alliance, continued to retain close personal and organizational ties with each other. The alliance, in effect, continued to exist, which now meant that the Spanish Federation had a de facto leadership, albeit a libertarian one. With his typical honesty, Anselmo Lorenzo refused to sugarcoat this fact. In the late years of his life, he wrote, "When a bourgeois expresses admiration for the working class organizations for not having a president who assumes the responsibility of leadership, the International's anarchists smile with superior pride, as though they possess a secret that cannot be penetrated by the short reach of the bourgeois interlocutor." This pretension irritated the old anarchist and he added, "There was no such secret nor was it true that we had a total lack of authority. What we did have was a convention that deceived the very workers who employed it." Yet in a sense, both Lorenzo and the complacent anarchists he takes to task miss an essential point. The great bulk of internationalists worked their jobs for long hours and low wages. They were burdened by the need to make ends meet for themselves and their hungry families. Ordinarily, these workers had little time or energy to give to their organization. Only the most high-minded workingmen could play a routinely active role in the movement, which they did at enormous personal sacrifice. In these circumstances some kind of guidance was both unavoidable and necessary. To deny this fact would have been self-deception or hypocrisy. Certainly the Spanish anarchists deceived themselves often enough, and it would have been miraculous if they were free of hypocrites. What deserves emphasis is that they tried to create 51. An organization in which guidance could be exercised without coercion and a leadership, such as it was, removed easily when it was necessary or harmful. They also tried to encourage initiative from below and foster revolutionary élan in the sections, federations, indeed, in the factories and villages themselves. On this score, they were eminently successful, for until the outbreak of the Civil War, the Spanish libertarian movement never developed a bureaucracy. It had its share of those bureaucratic types and authoritarian personalities who are prone to flock into any effective mass movement. These people posed continuous problems for the original International and for its heirs. But their effect was neutralized by a structural flexibility, organizational looseness, and an atmosphere of freedom that has rarely been equaled by a mass labor movement in the history of our time. They had read their Bookchin well. Brennan gives us a superb account of how well their movement suited Spanish conditions. The first need, he writes, was to get hold of the half-starving, uneducated field laborers and factory workmen and fill them with a consciousness of their own grievances and their own power. These men could not, as a rule, afford to pay a regular subscription, and they were suspicious of any influence from outside which might embroil them with their employers. Any regular trade union organization with a paid secretariat, acting on orders from Barcelona or Madrid and leading its adherents like a bourgeois Republican Party to the polling booths, would have been bound and doomed to failure. But the anarchist leaders were never paid. In 1936, when their trade union, the CNT, contained over 1 million members, it had only one paid secretary. Traveling about from place to place, on foot or muleback or on the hard seats of third-class railway carriages, or even like tramps or ambulant bullfighters under the tarpaulins of goods wagons, whilst they organized new groups or carried on propagandist campaigns, these apostles of the idea, as they were called, lived like mendicant friars on the hospitality of the more prosperous workmen. Their first object was simply to enroll groups of poor workers, whatever their political or religious opinions might be, for mutual protection against employers. Now and then there would be a small strike, which, if it was successful, would at once double the membership of the section and lead to other small strikes in neighboring districts. Then gradually the leaders would unfold their anarchist creed with its hatred of the church, its wild idealism, its generous and humane outlook, and the imagination of the hearers would be kindled. Thus it happened that, at moments of enthusiasm, the number of the workers controlled by the anarchists would double and treble themselves and, when the inevitable reaction came, would shrink back to a small kernel of convinced militants. This plasticity of the anarchist movement enabled it to survive persecutions and, soon as they were over, to reappear stronger than ever. The organizational plasticity created by the Córdoba Congress was soon to receive a critical test. The political instability that had led to Isabella's exile and the enthronement of Amadeo was now reaching serious proportions. In this mounting crisis, the agitation and strikes conducted by Spanish Federation did not pass unnoticed. Throughout the closing months of 1871, the Federation, its activities, and the fact of its affiliation to the sinister International beyond 52. The Pyrenees had become the subject of increasing discussion within the Cortes. In January 1872, the Federation was officially ordered to dissolve by reason of its ties to a foreign organization. But the government was too weak to enforce its order, and the Federation continued to function as publicly as ever, even calling large rallies to protest the ban. But its days as an open movement were numbered, for if Spain was in upheaval and faced with revolution, she was also faced with a reactionary military pronunciamiento that would decide her future for decades to come. Rebellion and repression. On February 11, 1873, Amadeo of Savoy abdicated the Spanish throne and returned to Italy. After a reign of little more than 2 years, the gentleman king, as the Spaniards called him, had run through 6 ministerial changes and 3 general elections without bringing political stability to the country. From the start, Amadeo had never gained the popularity of his subjects. The aristocracy treated him with disdain, Madrid theater audiences openly insulted him, and in the last months of his reign he was virtually isolated in the Cortes. Faced with the choices of completely antagonizing the officer corps, provoking a republican rebellion, or ruling by decree, this civilized monarch abandoned the throne, opening the way to a bloodless republican victory. The declaration of a republic found its adherents as divided as the constitutional monarchists. The Unitarians, a cautious wing led by Spain, especially among the radical middle classes of Madrid. Opposing the centralist republicans were the Federalists, inspired by Pi y Margall's theories of a decentralized, Swiss-like republic based on the autonomy of the provinces. Not surprisingly, the Federalists acquired the bulk of their adherents from the petty bourgeois radicals in the provincial cities and towns. But the Federalists were far from united. The immediate supporters of Pi were prudent men who, echoing his maxim that force is legitimate only when right fails, believed in achieving a republic by legal means. Together with the Unitarians, they had developed their forces around parliamentary and electoral contests, throwing their support to the more liberal constitutional monarchists in common battles against reactionaries in the Cortes. This parliamentary benevolence toward supporters of a liberal monarchy earned them the contemptuous sobriquet of Bainivelos. By the end of Amadeo's reign, their tactics had thoroughly infuriated the more militant elements in the Federalist camp, the so-called intransigents who now veered toward an anti-parliamentary policy of revolutionary action from below. The Federalists did not have a majority of the country behind them, yet everything favored their success. The anti-federalist forces had exhausted all the alternatives in their political armory and, after an aborted attempt at a coup in Madrid, sank into complete demoralization. The workers and the great mass of land laborers were highly combustible. A meaningful federalist program, responsive to their needs, might have easily kindled their support. Reassured by the anti-conscription policy of the Federalists, rank-and-file soldiers deserted their regiments in droves, leaving the officer corps with inadequate forces to back up a pronunciamiento. The radical petty bourgeoisie of the provincial cities and towns were collecting into paramilitary groups. Only the Carlists were sufficiently armed and cohesive to uphold the interests of reaction, but except for the threat they posed in Catalonia, they were boxed into the northern mountains. It seemed for a time that the Federalists would succeed. A constituent Cortes elected a few weeks after Amadeo's abdication provided them with a working majority and the legality NEC. 53. Essere to establish a decentralized, cantonal republic. Figueras, a cautious Federalist Bainivelo who had functioned as caretaker president since February, was succeeded by Pi y Margall, the father of the Federalist doctrine in Spain. On April 24, 1873, Pi took over the presidency of the new republic. The government and the fate of the Federalist movement he had helped to create lay in his hands. Looking back years later, he recalled that after April 23 I wielded immense power. This immense power was to melt from his hands like ice under a blazing sun. In 1873, Francisco Pi y Margall had reached the age of 49. The young, earnest Catalan who had threatened to divide and subdivide power until it was destroyed now found himself ensnared by the very system of power he was pledged to destroy. Nearly 20 years had passed since the publication of La Reaction y la Revolution. The Federalist cause had grown from a heretical sect into a large movement embracing thousands of enraptured petty bourgeois. The severe repression initiated by Ramon Narvaez after 1856 had convulsed the lower middle classes, alienating them from the liberal parties. From that point on, the the Federalist movement began to grow, and in 1869 Pi was elected to the Cortes, where he began to learn the techniques of parliamentary maneuvering. Having acquired the presidency, Pi began to maneuver with the factions of his own movement. The intransigents embarrassed him by their puerile impatience and were treated cavalierly. This devotee of legality, of whom Friedrich Engels offered the curious description, the only socialist in the Republican camp, could offer the lower classes little more than social abstractions. Although Pi probably had the broadest vision of all the politicians in the Federalist movement, his socialism, as Raymond Carr has observed, did not get beyond wage arbitration, a minimum of state action to improve working conditions, agricultural credit, and a generalization of property which would extend the liberal land revolution beyond the new feudalism to the agrarian poor. Thus, if the legal etiquette involved in establishing a federal republic goaded the intransigents into action, the anemic Federalist program for social reform reduced the working class and peasantry to passivity. In no sense could Pi be regarded as a revolutionary. His socialism consisted of a hash of undeveloped notions, more akin to cooperativism than anarchism or Marxian socialism. Although the pressure exercised by the intransigents was largely responsible for bringing him to power, a fact he well understood and used to advantage, Pi tended to rely on right-wing and centrist Federalists. He was quite prepared to use troops against intransigent insurrectionaries and abhorred labor strikes. His conciliatory policies consisted largely of trying to cajole the intransigents into making concessions to the moderate wings of the Cortes. The denouement came on July 12, when armed cantonalists, as the intransigents and their allies were known, took over the municipal government of Cartagena and declared themselves autonomous. The Cartagena revolt doomed Pi's legalist conciliatory policy. The father of Spanish federalism was now mistrusted by every faction in the movement. The right regarded him as too socialistic and conciliatory, the intransigents, as treacherous and lacking in revolutionary zeal, although their deputies in the Cortes were prepared to support him against other tendencies. The Federalist center on which he reached for parliamentary support had divided between the right and the intransigents, leaving him isolated. On July 18, not 3 months after taking the 54 presidency, Pi resigned his office and was replaced by Salmeron, who lacked Pi's scruples and was prepared to jettison the Federal Republic for a more centralized state. One with Pi's resignation, the cantonalist revolt that had started in Cartagena now spread throughout the south. In a matter of days, July 19 to 22, armed cantonalists took over the municipal governments of Seville, Cádiz, Valencia, Almansa, Torrevieja, Castellón, Granada, Malaga, Salamanca, Bailén, Andújar, Tarifa, Algeciras, and other smaller communities. The greatest support for the uprising came from Andalusia and the Levant. Madrid and Barcelona remained in the government's hands. The cantonalist revolt in the south was abetted by the outbreaks of a Carlist revolt in the Pyrenean passes and by disturbances in Madrid, which compelled the government to dispatch its best remaining troops to the north, leaving the key cities in Andalusia virtually unguarded. What role did the Spanish Federation play in these events? In reality, only a minor one. The Federation had anticipated that the political crisis in Spain would approach an acute stage and took steps to prepare for any contingency. In the spring of 1872, the Federal Council in Madrid sent Francisco Mora and Anselmo Lorenzo on tours of the sections, Mora to the eastern region, Lorenzo to Andalusia, with the aim of establishing an underground organization. The two men asked trusted militants in each section to form a special clandestine group called Defenders of the International, whose function was to spearhead an insurrection or, in the event of repression, to engage in underground activity. These defenders were the precursors of many other defense organizations that the Spanish anarchists were to establish in the future. In the event of a successful insurrection, the defenders were also expected to establish local revolutionary juntas that excluded bourgeois elements if possible, to use Lorenzo's words. Bourgeois elements, of course, included federalists as well as liberals. But Lorenzo's qualifying phrase is significant: it reveals the ambiguity that had begun to permeate the Federation's attitude toward the Federalist movement. Clearly, the Federation was nursing hopes for a Federalist victory in Spain, which it believed would provide the labor movement with a politically hospitable atmosphere. But since anarchist principles required a resolutely anti-political, class-oriented position, this dilemma was solved by a calculated form of irresolution. On the eve of the elections to the Constituent Cortes, the Federation affirmed its anti-political line by refusing to stand candidates. But it allowed the sections and individual internationalists, if they so wished, to vote for the Federalists and cooperate with them. In practice, of course, the Federation was too weak to follow an independent policy of its own except for internationalist uprisings in Alcoy, Sanlúcar, and a few scattered communities in Andalusia. In Barcelona, the proletariat responded to the Federation's plea for a general strike but refused to follow it along the path of social revolution. Intransigents and internationalists worked together in establishing a committee of public safety in Barcelona's municipal government. The Civil Revolutionary Junta was headed by the internationalist, Mignorance. The Cartagena section may have played a role in winning the sailors over to the Cantonalist uprising, and internationalists cooperated with intransigents in Granada and Valencia. For the most part, however, the Cantonalist uprisings were followed by sharp recriminations between anarchists and federalists of all factions. The Cantonalists, although capable of mobilizing a much larger following than the internationalists, were not strong enough to withstand a serious military assault by Madrid. With some 3,000 troops, General Pavia captured Seville after 2 days of heavy fighting and quickly reduced the rebellion in most Andalusian cities. Valencia held out for nearly 2 weeks against General Campos's forces, and Cartagena, its land side protected by powerful ramparts and the naval base in Cantonalist hands, was enveloped by a long siege. But the city's cause was doomed after the rest of the country had been subdued. After 4 months it was taken owing to treachery by the officers of a key fortress. Generally, the Cantonalists dominated the struggle. But in Alcoy, a community of 30,000 people to the south of Valencia, the Spanish Federation managed to etch its own mark on the events of 1873. This old industrial town, a center of paper-making for centuries, and been penetrated and strongly influenced by internationalists, and by early 1873 already enjoyed the distinction of furnishing outstanding anarchist militants to the Spanish Federation. The Córdoba Congress had decided to locate the Federal Commission at Alcoy because 5 of the Commission's members came from the town. As a result, the relatively small industrial community became the center of the Spanish Federation on the eve of this nationwide rebellion. The street fighting in Alcoy preceded by several days the Cantonalist uprising at Cartagena and almost stands out as a precursor of the insurrections that were to follow. Yet Alcoy exploded into insurrection not because of political or regional antagonisms, but as the result of an economic dispute between the paper workers and their employers. For some time there had been a vigorous agitation for an 8-hour day in the factories of Alcoy. The agitation, conducted by the local internationalists, reached its climax on July 7, when an assembly of workers decided on a general strike to enforce its demands. On the following day, a delegation of factory employees appeared before the mayor at the city hall, demanding that he summon the employers and present them with the workers' demands. The mayor, a stolid federalist by the name of Agustin Albers, decided to play for time. Assuring the workers of his neutrality in the strike, Albers treacherously urged the employers to stand firm and barricade themselves in their homes until military aid could be summoned. After dispatching a request for troops, he reversed his neutral stand and publicly denounced the strikers. It is doubtful if the internationalists were really eager to foment an insurrection in Alcoy. They must have realized the vulnerability of an uprising in an isolated and patently indefensible town. Accordingly, they tried to negotiate with the municipal government. The next day a second delegation appeared at the city hall with the warning that the mayor and his council must either maintain their neutrality or resign if they wished to avoid a conflict. As the delegation was leaving, the police opened fire on an unarmed crowd in the square. It was this stupid provocation rather than any sinister internationalist design that triggered the Alcoy uprising. The senseless shootings infuriated the workers, who quickly gathered arms and besieged the city hall. The police, numbering little more than 30, finally surrendered after enduring a siege of 20 hours. They had simply run out of ammunition. Albers, adamant and stupid to the last, was shot and killed after firing his pistol point blank at the workers who were arresting him. The Alcoy uprising occurred on July 9, and its chances of enduring were far smaller than those of the later cantonalist insurrections in the cities. The internationalists established a welfare committee to manage the town, but its most pressing task was to negotiate favorable surrender terms from General Velarde, who was approaching from Alicante. Fortunately, the committee 56 received a promise of complete amnesty through the good offices of a Federalist deputy, Cervera, and on July 12, Velarde entered Alcoy without meeting armed opposition. Many writers have dealt with the Alcoy uprising as a trivial episode that was submerged by the cantonalist insurrections. In terms of its scope, they are correct. The entire event lasted little more than 5 days. By comparison with an historic event like the Paris Commune, Alcoy seems like a skirmish. That it occurred at all was due more to the dilatoriness of the military in Alicante than to the revolutionary fervor of the workers in Alcoy. Yet this brief episode created a sensation in Spain. Almost all shades of opinion, including Federalist, joined in condemning it. Doubtless, the well-to-do classes of Spain were haunted by images of the Paris Commune and the possibility of its recurrence in Spain. But there were also internal reasons for the fears Alcoy had aroused. For the first time in Spanish history, an armed uprising had occurred that was orchestrated not by predictable elements such as the military, the church, or the liberals, but by an avowedly revolutionary working-class organization. For the first time, the industrial proletariat in Spain had acted as an independent insurrectionary force. The uprising, coupled with the fall of PI, guaranteed that the Spanish Federation would be physically suppressed. The organization, however, continued to maintain a public, if harassed, existence for another half-year while the bourgeois politicians in Madrid consummated the burial rites of the First Republic. Salmerón, who had taken over the presidency from PI in July 1873, was replaced in less than 2 months by Castilla, a federalist whom the conservative classes and generals regarded as more pliable than his predecessors. Having strengthened the army's position in Spanish politics, neither Salmerón nor Castilla could put it to rest. When it seemed that Castilla would not be able to stem a parliamentary drift back to the Federalists, the generals decided to act openly. In January 1874, General Pavia, the savior of Spain from a cantonalist republic, pronounced against Castilla and installed General Serrano, a conservative military politician. Within a year it was clear that Serrano's government could be little more than a transition to a restoration of the Bourbon monarchy. When a bloodless pronunciamiento by Martínez Campos brought Alfonso XII, Isabella's son, to the throne a year later, it surprised no one in Spain or abroad. Even a substantial number of Carlists defected to the new monarch. The Federalist movement, split irreparably by the cantonalist uprisings, was to disappear under the Bourbon Restoration. Yet its importance for Spanish anarchism can hardly be overestimated. Despite the sharp differences that were to emerge between the two movements during the revolt, they overlapped in many key areas. Both sought to weaken the central government, the anarchists, of course, to abolish it, and to foster a vital regional and community life. The intransigents, like the anarchists, were prepared to use the most desperate insurrectionary methods to achieve their decentralized goals. Anarchists and cantonalists fought together behind the same barricades in July 1873, and sat on the same revolutionary juntas in the provincial cities and towns. Later, many Federalists were to turn to anarchism as the logical development of their decentralist aims. The anarchists, in turn, were to elevate Pi y Margall to the status of a precursor of the libertarian movement in Spain. 2. No sooner had Serrano become president of the faltering republic in the early months of 1874, when he ruthlessly undertook the suppression not only of the more extreme Federalist groups, but also of the International. The meeting halls and workers' centers of the Spanish Federation were closed down, its militants jailed by the hundreds, and its newspapers outlawed. At its high point in September 1873, the Federation probably numbered no more than 60,000 members, an insignificant fraction of the popular following the Federalists could muster. Even more telling than the arrests of internationalists were the blows Serrano and the Restoration politicians struck at the movement's base, the working class. Strikes were crushed at gunpoint and the right of workers to form labor unions was prohibited by law. In effect, the workers' movement was thrown back nearly 20 years, when the cry "Association or Death" had rung in the streets of Barcelona. Nor did the persecution relent with the passing years. At La Carica, as late as March 1877, the police placed 66 internationalists in weighted sacks and threw them into the sea. A doubt, thick with fear and repression, had descended on Spain. It would last for nearly 8 years. Somehow the Federation survived these persecutions. National congresses were abandoned for secret regional, or comarcal, conferences. Local underground presses replaced the editorial offices of widely distributed public newspapers. Economic strikes were abandoned for revolutionary strikes, which essentially meant no strikes at all. Having drunk heavily from the fount of revolution, the Spanish Federation reorganized itself once again, this time into a small insurrectionary organization. A new structure geared almost entirely to armed revolt replaced the loose, informal public structure established by the Córdoba Congress. In the Titties, where it could once count on thousands of adherents and numerous sections, the International was reduced to a few dedicated anarchists. The defenders of the International were renamed the Avenging Executive Nucleus, a more aggressive title that accorded with the embattled and violent mood of anarchism at the time. The fact is, of course, that the internationalists in the Titties were living on a myth. No revolution was in the offing. Indeed, the first signs of mass urban revolutionary unrest were not to reappear in Spain until the turn of the century. Lacking the power to conduct strikes for higher wages and better working conditions, the International had been deserted by the Spanish proletariat, hence it could feed only on ideology, hope, and conspiracy. Many native Catalan workers had never accepted the violent anarchist theories of the Federation with enthusiasm. They might have entered typical reformistic labor unions in droves were it not for the continual influx of Murcianos and the intransigence of the Catalan factory owners. In any case, with the increasing repression, the balance within the International began to shift from the north to the south. By February 1873, when the Spanish Federation's membership had reached a peak of 60,000,000, 2/3 were in Andalusia. It was in the agrarian south, in the mountain pueblos, the sun-drenched towns and cities, and on the ancient latifundia of Andalusia and the Levant, that Spanish anarchism was to survive and grow during the early years of the Bourbon Restoration. Chapter 5, The Disinherited. Peasant Anarchism. To claim, as some writers have done, that anarchism was imported into Andalusia and the Levant would not be entirely true. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that anarchism was latent there, and the internationalists evoked it. If the anarchists of the cities had to build their own counter-society to an inhospitable and corrosive commercial world, the anarchists of the countryside found one in their very midst. They had only to reshape some of its elements in order to create a living social milieu for libertarian ideas and ways of life. One, the International had no difficulty in winning over the braceros, the great mass of exploited gang workers who cultivated the latifundia of the Guadalquivir basin. But the real strength lay in the mountain pueblos of Andalusia and the Levant, the people of the Sierra, as J. A. Pitt Rivers calls them. Here, where a few hundred families lived in compact towns surrounded by bare, jagged peaks, anarchism struck its deepest and most lasting roots. Tenacity and continuity are among the most striking features of these communities and reveal themselves in many ways. The squat buildings of whitewashed granite boulders and uncut stone, so common in the mountains, are made to last, and village traditions often reach back for centuries of embattled Spanish history. The beginnings of some of these pueblos can be traced back to the Moorish invasions. In contrast to the rich Guadalquivir basin, the soil of the Sierras is poor and marginal. Fighting an intractable land, the mountain peasants must coax out a mixed crop of vegetables and maize, this by hand labor, for machinery is not only costly but almost useless on the sloping, rocky soil. Olives, fruit, and stock raising play a key role in the agricultural economy. Most of the mountain peasants own their own land, generally in plots of less than 5 acres. To compensate for the small size of these holdings, grazing is done on common land. A large pueblo of 3,000 inhabitants or more, for instance, may own thousands of acres of forest and pasture. A substantial minority of peasants have larger holdings, in excess of 5 acres. Still another minority are essentially landless laborers who must contract for work in the pueblo or on large estates in the valley. The pueblo's money is acquired mainly by selling fattened pigs for slaughter, but eggs, poultry, and a large part of the crop also find their way to the market. Taken as a whole, the mountain pueblo is remarkably self-sufficient economically and almost wondrously self-contained culturally. The essential means of life, food, shelter, fuel, and in times past, clothing, come from within the pueblo itself, with the result that the mountain peasants are less vulnerable to economic vicissitudes than the braceros and industrial workers. The biggest problem they face is drought. In the arid lands of the south, rainfall and access to water are as 59 close as one can come to an agricultural mystique. In other respects, mountain peasants have no love of nature, no mystical attitude toward the soil, no feeling for agriculture. Their deepest passion is social life, the joys of talk, argument, and companionship. Hence, houses cluster together, even if this means that peasants may have to walk long distances to their holdings. The virtues that are prized most highly are mutual aid, hospitality, loyalty, and honesty in dealings. So strong is this social cohesiveness that the pueblo answers for each of its members as a single community, and each in turn tends to value the good name of the pueblo over his or her own petty interests and concerns. Lope de Vega's play Fuente of Juna is based on the real story of a pueblo of the 15th century that rose against a tyrannical knight and killed him. When the royal judges arrived and tried to determine who was responsible for his death, the only answer they could get was Fuente of Juna. It was inconceivable that responsibility for an act by one of its members, which had the approval of the pueblo, should be regarded as anything but an act by the pueblo as a whole. This solidarity, reinforced by a harsh environment of sparse means and a common destiny of hard work, produces a fierce egalitarianism. The preferred form of transaction between peasants and laborers is aparceria, or partnership, rather than wages. Although they own the land and work as hard as the laborers, the peasants may give as much as half the crop to their temporary partners. This type of relationship is preferred not only because it is wiser to share what one has in hand rather than to speculate on monetary returns, but also owing to a rich sense of fraternity and a disdain for possessive values. In the life of the pueblo, poverty confers absolutely no inferiority, wealth, unless it is spent in behalf of the community, confers absolutely no prestige. The rich who own property in or near the pueblo are generally regarded as a wicked breed whose power and ambitions corrupt society. Not only is the pueblo immune to their influence, but in reaction, tends to organize its values around the dignity of work and the importance of moral and spiritual goals. Before the 1870s, the more energetic of these peasants might have turned to brigandage in their youth. The mountains were infested with bandits whose exploits as champions of the poor acquired, in some cases, larger-than-life proportions. But after the 1870s, the more capable of the mountain villagers became los que tercian ideas, those who had ideas. They embraced anarchism with a devotion that was to survive every persecution but the meticulous execution squads of the fascist phalange. To be an anarchist in the mountain pueblos involved adopting all the personal standards of the anarchists in the cities. A man did not smoke, drink, or go to prostitutes, but lived a sober, exemplary life in a stable free union with the campanera. The church and state were anathema, to be shunned completely. Children were to be raised and educated by libertarian standards and dealt with respectfully as sovereign human beings. But there were also marked differences between the anarchism of the industrial cities and the anarchism of the countryside. As proletarian anarchism drifted increasingly towards syndicalism, it gave a strong emphasis to organizational expediency. Peasant anarchism retained its intercelli moral elements, often conflicting with the values and demands of the cities. As Pitt Rivers observes, the telegrams to the Congress of 1882 which came from Catalonia and the North ring with phrases like anarcho-syndicalistas. Those from the Sierra talk only of justice and the cause of the people. Such differences were to re-emerge in every major dispute that divided the Spanish anarchists. City and country were to conflict on the merits of national over local organization, on the value of libertarian communism as against Bakunin's collectivism, on agrarian communes. 60. Versus the division of the land into individual holdings, the repartue. But these disputes belong to later years, when peasant anarchism began to give way to anarcho-syndicalism. Living in a world that demanded fewer of the compromises facing their urban comrades, the anarchists of the Sierra walked like unblemished prophets among their people. Their ascendancy was based on no authority or social position. As targets of the clergy, civil guard, and large landowners, the anarchists of the Sierra could command no resources other than a respect earned by the exemplary nature of their behavior and the relevancy of their ideas. Lacking any formal influence, they were utterly vulnerable. The civil guard often made its own law in the rural hinterland of Spain. That the village anarchists could survive the mobilized institutions of the state and church is compelling evidence of the popular support they acquired. True, they were semi-educated men, and their ideas often seem crude to the more literate and sophisticated mind. But it is easy to forget that during the late 19th century in Spain, the village anarchists were virtually the sole voices of science and modernism in the Sierra. Only from the anarchists could the peasants hope to learn of such men as Darwin, Helmholtz, Laplace or, for that matter, Galileo and Copernicus. Always ready to expound upon their views, they formed the center of all discussions on religion, politics, science, morality, and education. Many children in the pueblos acquired the rudiments of reading and writing from these conscientious apostles of the idea. And they were the only voices of protest against injustices by the local notables, bringing the complaints of the villagers to the outside world in the form of letters and articles to the anarchist press. The people of the Sierra, in turn, consulted them endlessly on all the petty details of village life. They were the arbiters of personal disputes and of malfeasances perpetrated by one villager on another, the source of advice on endless practical questions. The majority of villagers, to be sure, were never actively occupied with the anarchist movement. Although aroused to action in periods of distress or hope, in ordinary times they went about their daily business with very little interest in anarchistic tenets. On the other hand, the convinced anarchist militants formed a tight nucleus within the larger arena of the pueblo. They became, in effect, a clan, even intermarrying and establishing blood ties. E.J. Hobsbawm, who made a close study of the Casas Viejas uprising, found that Maria, La Libertaria, the daughter of Curo Cruz, the old anarchist militant who sparked the uprising, was engaged to José Cabana Silva, the most outstanding of the younger militants. Another member of the Silva family was the secretary of the Laborers' Union. The Cruz and Silva families were united not only by the relationship of Maria and José, but by the tragedy of the uprising itself. In the valleys, and at lower elevations in the basin of the Guadalquivir, the smaller farms of the mountain peasants give way to large estates and finally to the latifundia, the great plantations that characterize the Andalusian countryside. It is here that one encounters the most glaring extremes of rural wealth and poverty, of extravagant opulence and chronic hunger. And it is here too, among the landless, rural proletarians, the braceros, that anarchism found another kind of mass support, as shifting and changeable as the volatile moods of the Andalusian poor. If the tenacity of the anarchist movement in the Sierra can be explained by the solidity of the pueblo, the instability of this movement on the latifundia can be explained by the poverty of social forms among the braceros. Brought together and then scattered by the seasonal demands of plantation agriculture, these great masses of rural laborers lacked any definable social outlines or institutions. They did not live on the landlord's estate like serfs, or in villages like peasants, or even in large cities as did the industrial workers, but rather in the slums of dismal Andalusian. 61. Towns of 15,000 inhabitants or more. These towns were too large and formless to provide the solidarity of a Sierra pueblo and too small to afford the stimulation of a Barcelona. Drab and purposeless, the lives of the braceros were completely unstable. Hired by the season, the week, or the day, they were, in fact, commonly called jimaleros, or day laborers. They worked, with occasional smoking breaks, for 12 or more hours daily at considerable distances from home. During the plowing and harvesting seasons, when several months of continuous work could be guaranteed, the bracero would be expected to leave his family and live in the landlord's ganania, a shabby, barn-like barracks, where his bed was some straw on the floor and his companions were lonely, miserable wretches like himself, torn from their home and families by the need to work. Their misery beggars description. The landlord fed them gazpacho, a soup of water, oil, vinegar, bread, and some beans or chickpeas. Bread, eaten as a substitute for virtually all the alimentary staples, formed the basic diet of the Andalusian poor. A landlord who added other ingredients to this impoverishing and stunting diet could be expected to deduct his additional costs from the braceros' wages. The inhuman neglect these people suffered as late as the 1930s is conveyed in an account by E.H.G. Dobby, an English geographer who spent 2 years engaged in fieldwork in Spain. I recall an incident during a visit to an experimental pig farm in an out-of-the-way part of Andalusia. From the darkness at one end of the building came a red glow. I went along and found a laborer's family crouched on the floor around a twig fire with smoke so thick that breathing was difficult. The malodorous squalor contrasted with the carefully washed sties that I had been seeing. To my query an old woman mumbled, "Yes, we live here. Worse than the pigs." At which the owner beside me exclaimed indignantly, "You have a roof over your head. What more do you want?" The response of the owner sums up, with priceless clarity, the attitude of the Andalusian landed classes toward the braceros. They were regarded as less than animals. And to form a complete picture of life in the gananias during sowing or harvesting time, one must add to this description 20 or more people of all ages. If a family was present, every member worked, including the children, often to the point of sheer exhaustion. Economically, the impoverished braceros were at the mercy of the landlord, who could lower their wages and break their strikes by hiring scab labor from the mountain villages or by simply cultivating the best land and letting the rest lie fallow. Indeed, large tracts of land were not placed under cultivation, some were returned to game for hunting, others to pasture for breeding fighting bulls. Owing to their extreme poverty, the braceros could rarely conduct long attritive strikes, hence the violent, near-insurrectionary dimensions of labor conflicts in Andalusia. Indeed, the strikes had virtually no staying power without support from peasants who owned or leased land in the latifundia regions. If the landowners were not panicked into concessions by the fear of a widespread jacquerie or peasant war, the strikers usually lost out. Occasionally, public opinion shifted to their side and the less inhumane landowners made concessions on their own. To starving, landless proletarians who worked a half year or less for a pittance, the sight of large areas of untilled land could generate only one kind of feeling, a searing hatred for the landlord and the stewards who executed his orders. Their antagonism might have been contained in 1835, when Mendizabal and his liberal ministry initiated the confiscation of the church lands. 62. In the following years, immense tracts of ecclesiastical and common land were put up for sale in Andalusia. As noted earlier, this enormous legacy was snatched up by the bourgeoisie and turned, for the most part, into latifundia. The braceros acquired nothing. Agrarian unrest was answered not by land reform but by the use of the civil guard, the detested guardia, against the peasantry and landless laborers. Historically, the role of this special police force in promoting revolutionary unrest in the countryside has been so important that it must be discussed as a distinct factor in the development of peasant anarchism. An elite constabulary, carefully selected and well disciplined, the Civil Guard was established in 1844 to deal with the growing banditry in the south. By this time, the great bulk of Andalusian bandits no longer even remotely approximated the heroic image they had acquired in popular legend. They had become the tools of the caciques. They were used to defend property against the upsurge of peasant unrest and intimidate the opponents of their corrupt political bosses in local elections. The alliance between the caciques and bandits served not to abate brigandage, but to expand it. Shielded from imprisonment by the patronage of their new employers, the bandits began to raid with impunity. A point was finally reached where travel between Andalusian towns was virtually impossible without an armed escort. To restore the security of the roads by using the local militia and police would have been useless. Like the bandits, they too had been largely taken over by the caciques. Thus, when the civil guard was formed, strict measures had to be taken to insulate the new force from local influence. Its men were never recruited from the districts in which they served, and they were expressly forbidden to intermarry or establish familiar relations with the local population. Civil guards occupied special fortified barracks within the village. They invariably walked in pairs, fully armed, and exuded a mistrust toward the community that soon enveloped them in hostility. A force apart, increasingly detested, the Guardia became easily unnerved and trigger-happy, escalating minor protests into riots and riots into insurrections. Whatever support the revolutionary groups could not mobilize with their literature and oratory, the Guardia eventually gained for them with its carbines. Narvaez, who organized this force and sent it on its way into the countryside, deserves to be enshrined as one of the ablest propagandists of the anarchist and socialist movements in Spain. Frustrated by the disposition of the church lands, prodded by the carbines of the Guardia, and threatened by the values of a crassly egoistic business civilization, the peasantry and braceros of the South were to create their own unique form of social revolt. By the late 1860s, a new kind of restlessness began to stir the pueblos, gananías, and drab towns of the South, a sense of mounting exaltation that was to surge up at various points, suddenly enveloping the rural masses in hope and sweeping them into local insurrections. Often they occurred not merely for narrow economic gains, but to achieve comunismo libertario, the libertarian communism described in anarchist pamphlets. Writers on the Andalusian uprisings, including the anarchists themselves, tend to emphasize the millenarian quality of these outbursts, and it is true that in the naive and simple directness of their visions, the insurgent peasants and braceros of Andalusia seemed to parallel the rural folk of the late Middle Ages with their enraptured dreams of a second coming. Evil and wickedness would be banished from the earth. Rich and poor, enlightened by the bright reality of a new world, would embrace in a spirit of reconciliation and mutual aid. It would be an ascetic world, a just sharing of austerity rather than a dream of riches, as Hobsbawm notes, but peace, freedom, and equality would reign. Not only would money, wealth, and differences in social rank 63 disappear, but to the more austere adherents, people would cease to partake of tobacco, alcohol, coffee, and other vice-promoting luxuries. This vision would percolate in the gananías of the latifundia and the mountain pueblos, gradually building up until it seemed that nothing was worth discussing but its merits and possibilities. Then it would boil up, precipitated by a strike or a stupid act by the authorities. There would be a brief period of fighting, followed by a period of repression in which the dream would seem to evaporate. Elation and hope would be succeeded by sullen despair and fatalism. Ricardo Mella, the sensitive anarchist essayist who lived in Andalusia for many years, recalls the volatile temperament of the people, so quick to rise in boundless enthusiasm and then sink into dejection, lacking doggedness and staying power. Later, however, passions would begin to surge up again, and the dream would reappear. The cycle would be repeated with the same fervor, as though a regeneration had occurred without a background of past defeats. But granting the cycles of periodic uprising and decline, the agrarian movement in the South had a solid economic core that accounts for its continual revival in the face of unfavorable odds. For many peasants and braceros, comunismo libertario was equated with the reparto, the redivision of the land. In Andalusia, where a vast acreage was needlessly left uncultivated or used with gross inefficiency, a rational redivision of the land would have raised the standard of living enormously and provided a powerful spur to Spain's economic development. In the 1870s and early 1880s, the reparto meant the division of the land into individual holdings, not collective farms. Even the peasant anarchists adhered to this view. Later, with the growth of anarcho-syndicalist unions, the braceros and, to a lesser degree, the peasants were won over to a communal system of land tenure. What doomed the agrarian movement of the period was not the impracticability of its visions but its isolation. The upsurges were usually limited to a few localities, each following the other like firecrackers on a string. Rarely was there an explosion throughout the entire region. The pueblos had yet to be linked with the gananías. Periodicals were needed to bring tidings of the social movement in one district to the attention of others. Organization was necessary to coordinate the insurrections into a common movement. Finally, and most importantly of all, the barriers separating the industrial cities from the countryside had to be demolished and the workers' movement joined with that of the peasants. Agrarian unions and uprisings. Andalusians such as Trinidad Soriano, José García Vinas, and Antonio González Menezes were active in establishing the Barcelona nucleus of the International and participated in the founding Congress of the Spanish Federation in June 1870. They were students of technology, medicine, and engineering, residents of the Catalan seaport who had gathered around Farga Pellicer in the early days of internationalist activity and were later to return to their homes in the south where most of them functioned as anarchist propagandists. In addition, La Federación had begun to reach a number of Andalusian cities, where it had a limited circulation among extreme left-wing federalists, the more socialistic followers of Proudhon and Pi y Margall. Throughout 1870, however, the real strength of the Spanish Federation lay in the north, particularly in Barcelona and nearby textile towns. All seductive preconceptions aside, the fact is that Spanish anarchism first developed among urban industrial workers and craftsmen, not millenarian peasants. Dream. 64. Ing millenarians and saintly apostles can, of course, be found, but Spanish anarchism's earliest intellectual adherents contained a fair proportion of technicians and scientists. In 1871, the Spanish iteration began to make serious headway in the cities of the south, and thereafter it grew rapidly. A year later, Anselmo Lorenzo, touring Andalusia, could report with great satisfaction that viable groups existed in Seville, Carmona, Jerez, Malaga, and Cádiz. The Federation could also claim small groups in Córdoba, Aguilar de la Frontera, and other communities. In the years to come, these towns were to play a key role in the spread of anarchist ideas among the braceros and peasants of the south. By the end of 1872, the Federation could claim close to 28,000 members in Andalusia, more than half its national following. Andalusia would have provided a fertile ground for the growth of anarchist ideas even in the absence of any socialist or federalist precursors. By the 1860s, the south of Spain was slipping into a condition of chronic social upheaval. The sale of the church properties and particularly of the entailed lands, the latter, mostly held communally by the villages and municipalities, had upset the traditional equilibrium between the ruling classes and the oppressed of the region. For generations the walled, whitewashed cortijo of the landlord and his overseers had dominated the latifundium like a self-contained fortress of privilege and exploitation. In the first half of the 19th century, a relationship still obtained in which the arrogance of the wealthy was pitted against the fatalism of the hungry and impoverished. It would have been bad enough if the expropriations of the church properties, after opening the prospect of a repartue, had cheated the peasants and braceros of their last hope to acquire land by legal means. The sale of the confiscated lands, however, not only severed the last ties between the landless and the state, it strengthened the power of a grasping bourgeoisie which lacked even the tempering aristocratic pretensions and paternalism of the traditional nobility. In the large cities, wealthy middle-class families became absentee landlords, owners of immense latifundia. In the rural communities, many local bourgeois, a class of usurers, produce dealers, bailiffs, and lawyers, acquired smaller but substantial properties of their own. From this latter stratum came the caciques of Andalusia, the men who made a mockery of every election in the countryside. In their abrasive exploitation and relentless pursuit of profit, this rural bourgeoisie helped stoke a rebellion that could find relief only in the uprooting of the entire structure of Andalusian society. The decay of traditional relations in Andalusia affected not only the peasantry and braceros, but also the lower petty bourgeoisie of the provincial towns and cities. This large class of school teachers, civil servants, journalists, professionals, and shopkeepers lived in a genteel poverty that mingled insecurity with humiliation. By the mid-19th century, the advance of capitalism into the South had stripped their vocations of all social prestige. They too, reduced increasingly to a reservoir of exploitable labor, began to suffer from the general exploitation of the area. The superficial unity that liberalism had created among all the middle classes during the early part of the century began to give way to a polarization of prosperous and impoverished classes, driving the petty bourgeoisie, particularly its intellectual stratum, into extreme federalist and even vaguely socialist groupings. Andalusia, it should be noted, is not lacking in a socialist tradition of its own. Even before Fernando Garrido in Madrid had founded La Atracción, generally described as the first Spanish socialist actually Fourierist periodical, Juan Abreu had been propagating similar ideas in Cádiz. Later, he established a Fourierist colony near Jerez de la Frontera, but it was suppressed by the authorities. The expansion of a militant federalist movement into the South had created a great interest in socialist ideas, which was fed by pamphlets on Proudhon's mutualist notions. 65. And by translations of his writings. A strong tradition of exalted republicanism from the 1820s provided a certain muscularity to these ideas by emphasizing the bitter antagonism between the rich and poor, the owners of property and the dispossessed. This muscularity represents one of the most striking features of the radical movement in the South. It would be no exaggeration to say that, during the 1850s and 1860s, the radical petty bourgeoisie of Andalusia had developed into one of the most insurrectionary strata in Europe. Only the Parisians could have matched the reckless propensity of the Andalusians to take up arms, build barricades, and do battle, often against hopeless odds. Major uprisings broke out in southern cities in 1857, in 1861, and again in 1873. The first of these, led by the veterinarian Pérez del Álamo in Loja, has earned a place in the annals of Spanish revolutionary history as an insurrección socialista. By the early 1870s, the social terrain of the entire region had been thoroughly prepared to receive the most advanced ideas emanating from Madrid and Barcelona. It could be said, in fact, that anarchism represented not the seed of a new social theory, which found a congenial soil in Andalusia, but the fruition of a great revolutionary development in ideas and social conditions that had been initiated decades earlier. In some respects, this cumulative development accounts for the slow growth of the Spanish Federation in the southern cities during 1870 and 1871. The Federalist movement almost completely occupied the energies of the Andalusian revolutionaries, leaving little room as yet for the expansion of the International. Inquiries about the International had been received from Montilla, for example, as early as April 1871, but as Díaz del Moral tells us, municipal political conflicts so engrossed the radical movement of the Andalusian city that a viable section could not be formed until nearly 2 years later. Owing to the work of Díaz del Moral, however, we can form a fairly clear picture of how the earliest Andalusian sections were established and the kind of people they attracted. One of the most complete accounts of these beginnings can be given for the city of Córdoba. The earliest evidence of internationalist activity appeared in the summer of 1871, when Rafael Suarez and the newspaperman José Navarro Prieto began to correspond with the Federal Council in Madrid. Later, they were joined by three others, the craftsman Francisco Berda Garcia, a professor of canonical law, Agustin Cervantes, and a municipal employee, Eugenio González. This curious assortment of vocations was not unusual in radical groups in the South. All five men were initiated into the Bakuninist alliance and, by 1872, had established a section of various trades and later a local federation in Córdoba. Díaz del Moral leaves us a colorful description of the two intellectuals in the group, Navarro and Cervantes. Their contrasting personalities provide a fascinating picture of the varied human types who were drawn to anarchism at that period. José Navarro Prieto had barely reached 19 years of age when he began his correspondence with the Federal Council. As was the case with so many young Andalusian radicals of the day, in his background we see an overlapping of the worlds of craftsman and middle-class intellectual. There was the father, a shoemaker who demanded a higher station in life for his only son, the university education, acquired at great parental sacrifice, the prospect of stagnating as a schoolteacher or a lawyer. Navarro, however, was much too restless and hedonistic to sacrifice his youth to an academic routine. The prospect of a niggardly professional life must have appalled him. He turned to journalism and began to develop a local reputation as a biting satirist. His wit and mental agility soon made him into one of the most outstanding internationalists in the South, and by 1872 he enjoyed the confidence of the aliancistas in Madrid and Barcelona. 66. But apparently he also enjoyed a reputation for cowardice in the face of physical danger. The defeat of the Federalist movement in 1873 and the prospect of repression under Serrano began to raise political doubts in his mind which carried him steadily toward the parties of order. Navarro soon became a complete conservative. In later years, he more than fulfilled his father's aspirations by becoming a leading newspaper publisher and editor. After his death, he was remembered fondly by his conservative friends as an ingenious prankster, a jovial and agreeable character who, in Díaz del Moral's words, was more dedicated to Dionysus than to Apollo. Navarro's amiable, fun-loving personality was very common in the South, contradicting the stereotype of the mystical Andalusian anarchist, and many men with his youthful zest and tastes entered the International. Andalusia also had its share of sober figures like Agustin Cervantes, made of more spiritual stuff than Navarro and able to withstand persecution with greater fortitude. The son of a Murcian lawyer, Don Agustin Cervantes del Castillo Valero attended the University of Madrid and finally acquired a doctorate, with degrees in law, philosophy, and letters. He was a serious student, a taciturn young man who presented a reserved and withdrawn mien. This imposing demeanor, coupled with great learning and a varied cultural background, carried Cervantes into the upper strata of the academic world. By the age of 30 he was already a professor in the University of Córdoba. His marriage 2 years later to Dona Julia Valdivia y Ruiz de Valenzuela brought him into the highest society of the city. Yet there was a passionate feeling for humanity in Don Agustin that manifested itself in visits to the poorer quarters of the city, where he gave money to the needy. The Cordobese notables knew nothing about these visits. A few months after his marriage, Cervantes openly espoused the cause of the International, and his peers were stunned. He published a propagandistic work, 3 socialist discourses on property and inheritance, and participated in the Córdoba Congress of the International as a delegate of the local Federation of Solana. A social vacuum began to envelop Cervantes. His bourgeois friends, including Republicans, began to withdraw from him, and he soon found himself almost entirely in the company of the Internationalists. Finally, when he criticized Catholicism from his academic chair, he was savagely attacked by official society. Finding it intolerable to stay at the university, Cervantes left Córdoba to take up an exchange professorship in Badajoz, where he died shortly afterward. Although their destinies were to differ, Navarro and Cervantes were men of ability. More significantly, they were surrounded by a complement of highly dedicated working-class elements. The Córdoba nucleus began to prosper. After June 1872, it increased to 54 members and established itself among the shoe and hat workers of the city. At the Córdoba Congress in December, the section played host to leading internationalists from all over Spain, and its members began to acquire a degree of national prominence. The declaration of a republic 2 months later gave tremendous impetus to the group. It led a successful strike of weavers, established a progressive school, and by June, managed to publish a newspaper of its own, El Orden. Riding on the federalist groundswell of the late spring, the Cordobese internationalists elected their own candidate, the Aliencista Bradou, to the municipal council without any demonstrable qualms over an anarchist occupying a seat in a bourgeois legislative body. The agitation during these months was spectacular. Internationalist and federalist propaganda rolled from the presses. The upheaval spread from the city to the countryside, breaking out in incendiarism. There were rumors of an impending federalist and internationalist revolt. Paramilitary groups were formed by federalists and monarchists, each threatening to take over the city, which was a strategic southern railroad hub. Anticipating a rising, the military governor, Gen. 67. Errol Rapal, arrested suspects from both groups. Later General Pavia and his troops took over Córdoba. The Republican militia was disarmed, with the result that the city never rose in the cantonalist insurrections of July 1873. Their enthusiasm waning, the Federalists suspended the publication of their newspapers and began to make themselves scarce. It was around this time that Navarro began to defect from the workers' movement and drift toward the governmental party. Even the worthy Don Agustin prudently withdrew from internationalist activity. Led by the craftsman Bradou, the Cordobese section now consisted exclusively of workers. Yet, despite the mounting repression and the desertion of the intellectuals, it continued to grow. El Orden, for instance, reached its maximum circulation during the late summer of 1873. With the accession of Castilla to the presidency, however, a crackdown began in earnest. Constitutional guarantees were suspended, strikers were threatened with gunfire if they refused to return to work, the Centros Obreros were closed down, and the most militant internationalists found themselves in jail. On October 1, 1873, Bradou was arrested and later deported to Alicante. The Córdoba section now began to decline rapidly. Under Serrano's harsh dictatorship, which replaced the Castilla regime in January 1874, the entire Spanish Federation was forced underground. By April, after weeks of harsh persecution, the Cordobese section disappeared completely as an organized group. The hopes it had engendered throughout the spring and summer of 1873 were to be nursed for years by a handful of isolated, scattered individuals. Not until 1881, when a resurgence of radical activity swept Spain, was the movement to revive in an organized form. The Cordobese section gives us a fairly typical picture of the development followed by the early anarchist movement in the Andalusian cities. Intellectuals play the initiating role in establishing a nucleus, but they are soon surrounded by workers, usually craftsmen, who form the lasting bedrock of the local organization. The movement in the cities is not millenarian or wildly apocalyptic. On the contrary, it takes root in a surprisingly stolid manner and grows rapidly only under the impetus of events. When the situation becomes too risky, the majority of intellectuals drop away or undergo a modification of their faith that leaves the group in the hands of its working-class adherents. From that point on, the anarchist movement becomes a predominantly proletarian, or peasant, organization. Its outstanding militants are recruited from the shops and factories. It is interesting to note how closely the development of the Cordobese section was paralleled by the International in Seville, another major center of Andalusian anarchism. Here too, a leading role in establishing an organizing nucleus was played by two intellectuals. Trinidad Soriano had by this time returned to his home in Seville and was playing a key role in establishing a movement in the city. Then there was Nicolas Alonso Marcelao, a left-wing Republican who had come to anarchism at the end of the 1860s. He established La Razón, the first internationalist newspaper in the city and one of the earliest in Andalusia. Marçal had been a theology student, and his background was very similar to that of Cervantes. His participation in any major decision of the local group was considered so important that, when Lorenzo visited the city to establish the Defenders of the International, the Aliancistas trooped to the Seville jail where Marçal was confined and conferred with him there. But the onset of blindness and the upheavals of the 1870s shattered all his left-wing convictions. He renounced anarchism to become a Trappist monk. The movement he helped to create was destroyed by Pavia and Serrano. When it revived, its nucleus and supporters were mainly proletarian. There was, for instance, the cobbler Sanchez Rosa, who had only 2 years of formal education. After an embattled youth, in which he participated. 68. In the famous Jerez uprising and suffered imprisonment, Rosa became an outstanding anarchist propagandist and educator. He founded progressive and libertarian schools and acquired a certain renown for his simple moral dialogues on the virtues of anarchy and the evils of capitalism. In the end, Serrano and his successor Canovas were not to prevail in their attempts to repress the anarchist movement. The crushing of the cantonalist insurrections were to turn many federalists into active libertarians. The prestige that the International acquired among the ordinary workers was enormous. Later, with the revival of radical activity, they were to enter its successor organizations in greater numbers than before. No less important is the effect the Federalist movement and insurrections had in disseminating radical ideas among the peasants and braceros. The shock waves of Federalist activity and the cantonalist barricades radiated outward from the cities of Andalusia into the countryside. The rural poor, emulating the revolutionaries in the cities, set fire to the landlord's crops and haylofts, killed his watchdogs, injured his cattle, and tried to destroy some of the cortijos. Wandering anarchist propagandists, many of them refugees or deportees from urban repression, appeared in the pueblos and gonanias, and their role in spreading anarchist ideas can hardly be overestimated. Years after Serrano suppressed the International in the cities, anarchist ideas were to percolate deeply into the Andalusian countryside. The Spanish Federation, however, was now in hopeless decline. Its history between 1874 and 1880 is a humiliating one. The Federal Commission, continually in flight from the police, clawed itself to shreds with internal bickering. A quarrelsome, unstable body with a waning following and obscure leaders, it had finally lost the respect of its small rank and file. Elections to the commission were treated as a joke, an occasion for a good deal of malicious humor. The once feared Spanish Federation simply faded away. When the revival of the 1880s came, the Federation was no longer to be seen in the major cities of Spain. The Federation's sister organizations north of the Pyrenees also declined. The Bookchinist International, founded at Saint-Imier, held its last congress in 1877 in the Belgian industrial town of Verviers. This libertarian organization had lasted only 5 years. Its decline is usually attributed to the destruction of the craft industry in the Jura, the famous Swiss watchmakers among whom the Bookchinists had acquired so much support in the previous decade, but this explanation is only partly true. Perhaps a more important reason for the decline of the Libertarian International and the anarchist movement generally in Europe was the economic stabilization that began in the mid-1870s, an upswing that fostered conservative attitudes in the working class. The Marxists, with their policy of electoral activity, parliamentarianism, and reformist unions, were to reap the rewards of the period and win the bulk of the workers outside of Spain and France. It was not merely police repression that destroyed the International in Spain, but also tactics nurtured by its isolation. In the autumn of 1878 Juan Olivia Moncasi, a young internationalist from Tarragona, tried to assassinate Alfonso XII by firing 2 shots at the king in the Calle Mayor in Madrid. The attempt failed, but the government used the occasion to heighten its repressive measures against the labor movement as a whole. Many union militants as well as anarchists were arrested. The Catalan workers responded with retaliatory strikes and the peasants in Andalusia with a wave of incendiarism. The Spanish Federation's commitment to terrorism and the reprisals provoked by the assassination attempt exacerbated the poor relationship between the Federal Commission and the working class. The greatest strain existed in Catalonia, where the International had its largest proletarian following. When the moderately liberal government of Sagasta replaced the Canovas ministry in February 1881, the sentiment of the Catalan workers veered sharply away from the violent policies of the Federal Commission. 69. An attempt was now made to establish a more conventional type of labor federation, avowedly anarchist in theory but essentially opportunistic in practice. The founding Congress of the Workers' Federation of the Spanish region, as the new organization was called, convened in the memorable Teatro del Circo of Barcelona on September 24, 1881. 140 delegates representing 162 federations through Spain answered the call, a remarkably large response if one considers that the labor movement had just emerged from years of severe repression. Although more than a decade of rich experiences separated the two founding congresses at the Teatro, the proceedings seem almost like a replay of the disputes that had occurred in 1870. Republicans tried to gain a commitment to political action. Predictably, some of the more forthright trade unionists sought a conventional labor organization, explicitly aimed at reforms and economic gains. The Congress rejected both of these positions by large votes, declaring anarchism to be the social goal of the Spanish working class. It emphatically rejected political tactics as means for achieving its aims. Organizationally, the Workers' Federation modeled itself on the decentralized structure of the old Spanish Federation, but there were modifications in the local unions, unions de oficios smiles, which closely resembled the forms that were to be adopted later by the CNT. The vote accepting anarchism as an ideal was overwhelming 110-8, but the rhetoric could barely conceal a basic shift toward conventional, indeed moderate, unionism. Over strong opposition by the more militant anarchists, the new Workers' Federation decided as a matter of policy to accumulate a strike fund. It also decided to limit rigorously the use of the strike as a weapon. A strike, when unavoidable, was to be orderly and well disciplined. It was to rely on attrition rather than compulsion to gain its ends. Essentially, this meant an end to labor violence and sabotage, in short, to militant, quasi-insurrectionary strikes. This approach marked a decisive defeat for the serious anarchists in the Union. That the more conventional Catalan Union leaders could prevail was due in part to the disunity and ideological confusion among the delegates who called themselves anarchists. The old Bookchinist alliance of social democracy, which played so decisive a role in orienting the Spanish Federation, had gone down together with the International. By the 1880s there was no national anarchist movement in Spain. Instead there was a quarreling multitude of anarchist groups whose ideas ranged so far afield that at one extreme they were little more than republicans and at the other, embattled, individualistic terrorists. There were also many outright reformists who called themselves anarchists because of the prestige and romantic aura that had begun to surround the word among the workers. Another factor that accounts for the shift toward a policy of conventional unionism was the reprisals that had followed the militant policies of the International. Although already touched upon, this factor needs further explanation. The Catalan Unionists viewed the Sagasta regime with extreme suspicion. The new Prime Minister, a notorious foe of the labor movement, had patched together an uneasy coalition of moderate liberal groups in order to come to power. The Unionists had every reason to fear that he had restored the legality of the trade unions as a kind of democratic window dressing for the new ministry. However, the Catalan labor leaders were clearly intent on preserving this facade by avoiding any sharp confrontation with the new regime. Despite their revolutionary rhetoric, they dealt prudently with the Sagasta ministry. One of their manifestos reads more like an appeal for restraint than a call to action. Indeed, virtually any advocate of militant tactics is described as a provocateur. As it turned out, the mere growth of the Union was enough to doom it. By the time of its second Congress, held in Seville in late September 1882, the Workers' Federation claimed a following of 70. Nearly 58,000 members organized into 218 local federations and 663 sections. The great bulk of the union's membership, more than 38,000, was located in Andalusia, while only 13,000 came from industrial Catalonia. To many delegates from the south, the opportunistic policies of the Catalan labor leaders were nothing less than treachery. During the three-day Congress, a furious battle exploded between the two great regions of Spanish anarchism. It was here, in the Seville Congress, that the Workers' Federation essentially defined anarchism as its long-range goal and the struggle for economic improvement as its day-to-day task, the same dichotomy that had faced the Congress of 1870. Although this explicit formula was presented as a compromise, the Catalan viewpoint essentially prevailed. But there was deep dissatisfaction among the Andalusians, particularly among the delegates from the southernmost comarcal of the peninsula. One group, calling itself the Desheredados, disinherited, denounced the federation's policies and broke away, forming an organization of its own to engage in direct action. The Desheredados were probably one of many secret societies that were proliferating among the land laborers of the south. The late 1870s and early 1880s can be described as a period of economic expansion for the industrial north, but in Andalusia these decades were marked by severe drought and near-famine conditions. In Jerez, where the workers and land laborers had clung to anarchism in the bleakest years of persecution, discontent ran especially high. Here, where the Desheredados had their strongest support, the vineyard workers received extremely low wages based on piecework and lived in desperate poverty. Although there may have been more talk than actual violence among the Desheredados, the Jerez district had already experienced many acts of incendiarism and a number of assassinations. The victims of the assassinations were mostly informers for the police and occasionally landlords. It is quite possible that the Desheredados, together with other secret societies in the area, were involved in some of the murders. The twilight zone in which these groups operated makes it impossible to distinguish fact from myth. A celebrated case of the 1880s points up both the myth-making that surrounded such incidents and the very real repression that came in their wake. In the midst of a promising strike by the vineyard laborers against piecework, a tavern keeper suspected of having been a police informer was killed. While the strike was still going on, the civil guard suddenly announced that its investigation of the murder had revealed the existence of an immense secret society, the Mano Negra or Black Hand, which was planning to slaughter all landlords in Andalusia. Despite recent arguments to the contrary, the sensational stories that the Guardia fed the public are, in my opinion, fictitious. The distinguished Spanish sociologist Bernaldo de Quiros, who investigated the case for the government, doubted that the Mano Negra ever existed in Andalusia. But the case was used by the police to round up anarchists and labor militants throughout the south. Hundreds were tortured to extract confessions, although the majority were finally released for want of evidence. The aftermath of the investigation in 1883 ended in the trial of 100 alleged conspirators and in the garroting of 7 out of the 14 who had been condemned to death. But the legend of the Mano Negra lingered on for years, and anarchists were arrested and accused of belonging to this spurious organization well into the 1890s. The Mano Negra persecutions destroyed the Workers' Federation in Andalusia and almost certainly contributed to its decline in Catalonia. An atmosphere of fear, nourished by memories of the repression in the 1870s, settled over Spain and workers began to desert the movement by the thousands. The Third Congress of the Federation, held in Valencia in 1883, sharply denounced the violent tactics attributed to the Mano Negra, but this did not end the continuous decline. Only 3,000 members remained in the now underground Andalusian sections. La Revista Social, an outstanding anarchist theoretical magazine which had reached a circulation of 20,000, simply faded out of existence for want of subscribers. By 1887, when the Federation held its fourth Congress in Madrid, only 16 delegates showed up. 2 years later, the Workers' Federation of the Spanish region, which had begun with such hope and promise 8 years earlier, was officially dissolved. For the peasant anarchists of Spain, the medieval village had many limitations. As a community, however, it had many vital features. The Andalusian anarchists valued the pueblo because its spirit of mutual aid, solidarity, egalitarianism, and sociability accorded perfectly with the goal of anarchism, indeed, of any humane society. But they saw the village as a point of departure for a still better way of life, not as an end in itself. For them it was a springboard for a society in which material needs would be satisfied by modern technology and science, the human mind would be liberated, by reason and knowledge, the human spirit nourished by cooperation and freedom. Accordingly, the anarchists carried on an unrelenting war against the negative features of the pueblo, its parochialism, superstition, ignorance, and systems of authority. They encouraged a respect for culture and the boldest ideas in nearly every sphere of life. To the peasants and braceros they imparted a sense of dignity and self-worth, of generosity toward the oppressed of their own class, indeed, a view of humanity that was keenly internationalist in spirit and outlook. They brought to the pueblos a knowledge of sciences that had been forbidden by the clergy, a claim to a liberty that had been abrogated by the state, and a demand for material well-being that had been usurped by the ruling classes. It would be interesting in this respect to compare Andalusian anarchism with another peasant movement, the Carlism of the northern mountains. Carlism, of course, was primarily an attempt to preserve the pueblo and its clerical patriarchal morality from modernism. Led by the church, this movement was atavistic, if could offer no program other than a return to the past. In sharp contrast to peasant anarchism, Carlism fostered a mindless obedience to the hierarchy of the church and the authority of the crown, at least the one it hoped to place on the head of the pretender. Provincial and dogmatic, it preached a gospel of hatred and ignorance towards scientific knowledge, experimentation, and intellectual independence. In 3 civil wars, the Carlist armies marched toward the liberal cities of the north, burning railroad stations and destroying other demoniacal innovations. Fanatical priests, goading their flocks to savage brutalities, terrified the entire peninsula with an example of clerical reaction gone mad. Accordingly, the Carlist Wars served up some of the most frightful butcheries to be seen in the 19th century. From this quarter came the demand for censorship of periodicals and books, for clerical control over educational institutions, and for a restoration of the Inquisition. Both Carlism and rural anarchism, then, take their point of departure from the pueblo. But it would be difficult to conceive of more divergent world outlooks than those of the 2 peasant movements. One turned toward the past, the other toward the future. Both explored entirely antithetical potentialities in the Spanish pueblo's dissatisfaction with bourgeois society. Their 72. Common basis in village and society is entirely secondary to the fact that they fostered contradictory possibilities and moved in opposing directions. 73. Chapter 6, Terrorists and Saints. The 1880s in Spain were a period of rapid industrial growth and overall agricultural prosperity. British and French capital flowed into the mining industry and turned the country into one of Europe's leading producers of iron and copper. The development of Cuba as a market for cheap textiles served to buoy up the Catalan cotton industry, and when the French vineyards were nearly destroyed by the phylloxera virus, Spanish wines enjoyed a brief period of supremacy on the world market. With the coming of the 1890s, however, economic growth became spotty, broken by ominous years of stagnation and decline. If the earlier upswing had brought some limited benefits to the urban and rural working classes, the decline was agonizing for them. What tormented the country were the contrasts between rich and poor. At the one extreme, Spain seemed to have plunged into a world of feverish business in which the wealthy classes were occupied with amassing immense fortunes, while those below lived in chronic destitution, misery, and hopelessness. This contrast grated against the senses in all the cities of Spain and much of the countryside. In Barcelona, while the textile manufacturers began to raise sumptuous neo-Baroque dwellings on the Tibidabo, the slums of the workers spread outward, joining the hovels of the newly arrived Murcianos on the outskirts of the city. Machinery cancerously invaded the traditional universe of the small workshop and threw thousands of craftsmen onto the labor market, skilled workers whose occupations that had been rendered useless by mass manufacture. Even more offensive were the startling economic disparities that prevailed in the south. In many provinces of Andalusia, half the land was held in estates of 5,000 acres or more, while 80% of the population was made up of rural landless proletarians. Deficiency diseases from poor nutrition were endemic. The death rate soared. The ruling classes made no effort to provide the people with an education. More than half the men and nearly all the women were totally illiterate. In addition, the greatest pains were taken to exclude the urban and rural masses from any role in governing the country. Between the 1830s and 1860s, Spanish political life had swung like a pendulum between fairly authentic conservative and liberal regimes, presided over by generals, civilians, and, in the late years of Isabella's reign, by a court camarilla of priests. But with each oscillation the conservatives became more liberal and the liberals more conservative. The two factions were drawn together by a common fear of clerical, military, and radical uprisings. With the premature death of Alfonso XII in March 1885, the conservative and liberal parties of the Restoration period came to an agreement to share the state between themselves. A political system of turnismo, or rotation, was established in which the Liberal Party, under the ebullient Praxede Sagasta, was given the reins of power whenever democratic window dressing was needed to absorb social unrest or justify the passage of repressive legislation. The Conservative Party, led by Antonio Canovas del Castillo, occupied the ministry under conditions of relative stability. Except for an anti-clerical tradition and an interest in secular education, the liberals were indistinguishable from their conservative counterparts. What really distinguished? 74. The two parties were the agrarian strata whose interests they reflected. The conservatives spoke for the Andalusian landowners and the liberals for the Castilian wheat growers. The chief architect of turnismo was Canovas, a thorough cynic who combined political astuteness with a broad cultural background almost unmatched by any leading politician of his day. Before entering politics, he had already achieved a reputation of high standing as a historian. Canovas's policy was directed toward the single goal of public order at any cost. This policy of deliberate political stagnation rested in turn on a massive system of corruption in almost every sphere of life. In theory, the Spanish government was a constitutional monarchy based on a limited, later universal, suffrage with the usual rural caciques and urban chiefs who tailored the vote according to the needs of Madrid. The nominally free press was bought off. Almost any prominent journalist had no difficulty obtaining a seat in the Cortes, while the generals were mollified by adventures in Morocco. The problem of dealing with the bourgeoisie was more complex. Spanish industry had developed not in Castile or Andalusia but on the periphery of the country, in Catalonia and the Basque provinces, the two regions which had been traditional opponents of a centralized state. Somehow, turnismo had to reflect the interests of the strategic industrial bourgeoisie without giving it too much authority in the management of the state. The problem was solved by subterfuge. A political underground of intrigue and pressure groups developed in which the economic demands of the manufacturers were granted after exasperating negotiations and maneuvers. Power, however, continued to rotate between the two large agrarian groups. By the 1890s, the absurdity of this political structure was evident to almost everyone. In a period of unprecedented industrial growth, the state apparatus was owned and occupied by archaic agrarian interests, thus compelling the progressive manufacturing classes to enter it through the back door like beggars. The largely republican petty bourgeoisie was asked to be content with a monarch as the chief tenant and accept a rigged system of elections that effectively denied its entry. The working class and rural poor were simply ignored. Virtually excluded from active political life, they were given the nominal right to bed themselves in legal unions which were consistently harassed by the police and destroyed outright when they became too large. The unions tried earnestly to accommodate themselves to this arrangement. The Workers' Federation, as we have seen, foundered in its effort to promote legal unionism. It was doomed by the mere fact that it attracted large masses of Andalusian laborers. A more cautious strategy was tried in 1881, the same year that the Workers' Federation was founded, when the autoritarios of the old International established the Spanish Socialist Party. Although Marxian in rhetoric and organizational structure, it was basically reformist in politics and goals. What probably rescued the party from the fate of the anarchists were the modest demands of its program, the prudent nature of its tactics, the respectable form of its propaganda. The party soon found itself traveling in a vicious circle. On the one hand, its program and tactics evoked little response from the rest of mercados and braceros, who flooded into the anarchist unions. On the other hand, the skilled workers to whom it appealed, being bourgeois in outlook and political sentiment, placed their confidence in the Republican parties. Hence it was not until 1888, 7 years after the founding of the party, that the Spanish Socialists succeeded in establishing their own labor union, the General Union of Workers or Union General de Trabajadores, UGT. Guided by Pablo Iglesias, this cautious, stolidly bureaucratic labor organization made headway among the industrial workers of the Basque cities, the craftsmen of Madrid, and the peasants of Castile. It later developed a large following in Granada, the Andalusian province which Brennan regards as more Castilian than any other in the south. The influence of the socialists on the rebellious miners of Asturias and the Rio Tinto, anarchist competition was strong in both areas, is more difficult to explain, although it was probably due to conjunctural factors rather than reformist inclinations among the miners themselves. In any event, growth was slow and the UGT numbered less than 25,000 members at the turn of the century, more than a decade after its founding. The union did encounter local hostility in its organizing drives. But it inspired very little fear in the government and escaped the repression that finally shattered the Workers' Federation. To the European anarchists of the late 19th century, the ruling classes seemed more firmly in the saddle than ever. An oppressive atmosphere of bourgeois egotism had settled over life. Everything seemed to acquire a dull, grey, tasteless appearance. And Europeans of sensibility were repelled by the smugness and banality of the age. The spirit of revolt, blocked by the massive stability of fin de siècle capitalism, began to burrow into the underground of this society. Arthur Rimbaud's poetic credo of sensory derangement, Toulouse-Lautrec's provocatively lumpen art, and the flouting of middle-class conventions by Oscar Wilde and Paul Gauguin reflected the compulsion of writers and artists to provoke the bourgeois, to cry out against the deadening complacency of the period. A literary and artistic anarchism emerged which included men like Bars, Mallarmé, Valéry, and Steinlen, in whom generous ideals for the liberation of humanity were marbled with a furious anger toward bourgeois mediocrity. The effect of these cultural rebels on the social life of the time was virtually nil. At best, the bourgeois greeted them with scandalized outrage, more commonly they were met with uncomprehending indifference. There were also some individuals whose desire to provoke led them to terrorist actions. These men were not ignored. They often came from the lowest strata of the working class and petty bourgeoisie true de Charideuse, their lives crippled by poverty and abuse. A few Auguste Valiant, for example, who exploded a bomb in the French Chamber of Deputies were members of anarchist groups. The majority, like the Frenchman Ravicole, were soloists. They called themselves anarchists, but belonged to no group, for the word had by this time become a synonym for terrorist. The identification of anarchism with terrorism was the result not merely of earlier bombings but of a new emphasis in libertarian circles on propaganda by the deed. The disappearance of the Bakuninist International after the Verviers Congress of 1877 left behind small, isolated anarchist groups all over Europe. Many of them lacked any strategy for revolutionary change. Their members could oppose the entrenched power of the state with nothing but their writings and speeches. The growing socialist movements of the day were utterly repellent. Authoritarian in structure and reformist in goals, they seemed to embody the pedestrian bourgeois spirit of the era. It was in this atmosphere, at a time of defeat and growing hopelessness, that a bold act in Russia illumined the way. On March 1, 1881, on the banks of the Catherine Canal in St. Petersburg, a small terrorist organization, the People's Will, succeeded in assassinating Tsar Alexander II. 76. A politically hybrid group with strong anarchist leanings, the Band of Young Revolutionaries had publicly sentenced the Tsar to death in 1879 and tracked him for 2 years until they were successful. The duel between a handful of terrorists and the massive Russian state had fascinated the world and had brought the Tsar to the point of nervous collapse. The assassination electrified Europe. Shortly afterward, when an international congress of anarchists and left-wing socialists convened in London, one of the main topics to be discussed was propaganda by the deed. The delegates concluded that a deed performed against the existing institutions appeals to the masses much more than thousands of leaflets and torrents of words. Much discussion centered on chemistry. It was resolved that the technical and chemical sciences have rendered services to the revolutionary cause and are bound to render still greater services. Hence affiliated groups and individual supporters were asked to devote themselves to the study of these sciences. Among the supporters of the new tactic was a young Russian prince, Peter Kropotkin, who had broken with his class and entered the anarchist movement. Although temperamentally the very opposite of Bakunin, Kropotkin shared the deep humanity of his predecessor. Despite his aristocratic lineage, or perhaps because of it, he spent 2 years imprisoned in the dreaded Peter and Paul fortress for his ideals. His dramatic escape and his distinction as a geographer gave him an international reputation. By the time of the London Congress, Kropotkin had become the outstanding spokesman for anarchist communism, a theory he advanced with great ability against the prevalent collectivism of the traditional Bakuninists. Bakunin, it will be remembered, believed that the means of life individuals receive under anarchism must be tied to the amount of labor they contribute. Although they are to receive the full reward of their labor, the quantity of what they receive is determined by the work they perform and not by their needs. Kropotkin did not differ with Bakunin's overall vision of a libertarian society. He too believed that it would mean a stateless society of free, decentralized communes joined together by pacts and contracts. What distinguished him from Bakunin was his insistence that directly after the revolution each commune would be capable of distributing its produce according to need. Need will be put above service, he wrote. It will be recognized that everyone who cooperates in production to a certain extent has in the first place that right to live comfortably. Underpinning this view was the conviction that technology had advanced to a point where everyone's needs could be satisfied. The famous communist maxim, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, would be the rule for guiding distribution immediately after the revolution. Kropotkin, it has been claimed, favored a purist anarchist elite and rejected the Bakuninist demand for a close linkage between anarchist groups and large mass organizations. This is not quite true. In a dispute with a number of Italian anarchists who advocated a strictly conspiratorial type of organization, Kropotkin insisted that the small revolutionary group has to submerge itself in the organization of the people, a view that closely parallels Bakunin's organizational ideas. The difference between Bakunin's and Kropotkin's organizational views turned primarily around the issue of propaganda by the deed. As Max Nomad observes, that tactic had not been in the armory of the Bakuninists. They believed that the masses were essentially revolutionary, and hence needed no terrorist fireworks to stimulate their spirit of revolt. All that was necessary, according to Bakunin, was 77. An organization of conspirators, who at the proper moment would capitalize on the revolutionary potential of the M.Asses. That view was no longer shared by Kropotkin and his friends. It was replaced by a sort of revolutionary education of the masses through acts of revolt, or propaganda by the deed. Originally that sort of propaganda, as first discussed at the Bern Congress of the Anti-Authoritarian International, 1876, referred to small attempts at local insurrection. Somewhat later, after such actions had proven to be quite ineffectual, the term was applied to individual acts of protest. None of these ideas had any significant effect on Spanish anarchism until well into the 1880s, when translations of Kropotkin's works were made available. At this time, Italian anarchist communist émigrés in Barcelona began to promote the purist approach to organization and emphasize the importance of terrorist actions. The bitter controversies among Spanish anarchists over the new ideas and tactics partly accelerated the breakup of the Workers' Federation. When the once promising Workers' Federation dissolved in 1888, its place was taken by a strictly anarchist organization and by ideologically looser libertarian trade unions. The former, the anarchist organization of the Spanish region, was founded at Valencia in September 1888 and consisted of several libertarian tendencies, mainly anarchist-communist in outlook. The base of this movement was organized around the tertulia, the small, traditionally Hispanic group of male intimates who gather daily at a favorite cafe to socialize and discuss ideas. Anarchist groups were usually larger and assuredly more volatile. They gave themselves colorful names expressive of their high-minded ideals, Ni Re, Ni Patria, Via Libra, of their revolutionary fervor, Los Rebeldes, or of their sense of fraternity, Los Afines. Like the Tertulianos, they met in cafes to discuss ideas and plan actions. Such groups had already formed spontaneously in the days of the International, but the new anarchist organization consciously made them its basic form of organization. Decades later, they were to reappear in the FAI as grupos de afinidad, affinity groups, with a more formal structure. The great majority of these groups were not engaged in terrorist actions, their activities were limited mainly to general propaganda and to the painstaking but indispensable job of winning over individual converts. The Union movement, on the other hand, focused its energies on economic struggles, generally taking its lead from libertarian union officials. A number of these officials, anticipating the death of the Workers' Federation, had decided to retain a loose relationship with each other, which they formalized in 1888 as a pact of union and solidarity of the Spanish region. With the revival of the labor movement in 1891, the Pact of Union and Solidarity convened its first Congress in March, attracting socialists as well as anarchists. Although the Congress was held in Madrid, the new organization was primarily a Catalan movement, influenced by anarchist collectivists and by militant syndicalists. The Pact of Union and Solidarity was ill-fated almost from the start, for it emerged at a time when terrorist activity in Spain began to get underway in earnest. Although there had been no lack of bombings and assassination attempts in the 1880s, they had been isolated episodes, occurring as the background of a larger class struggle between unions and employers. The bombings that opened the 1890s were quite different. They exploded across the foreground of the struggle and were destined to become chronic in Barcelona. The first of these bombings occurred in the midst of a general strike for the 8-hour day which the Pact of Union and Solidarity had decided to call on May 1, 1891. 78. The strike began peacefully enough with a large rally at the Tivoli Theatre in Barcelona, followed by a street demonstration down the famous Ramblas to the civil governor's palace. On the following day, however, it began to take on serious dimensions. Many factories closed down and violent clashes occurred between workers and police. Characteristically, the government responded to the situation with a declaration of martial law. In Spanish, literally, a state of war. The next day a bomb went off before the building that housed the Fomento del Trabajo Nacional, the encouragement of national labor, a euphemism for the powerful, notoriously reactionary Association of Barcelona Manufacturers. The strike was broken by violence and treachery, but from that point onward, bombings became a commonplace feature of labor unrest in Barcelona. They were invariably followed by arrests and by beatings of imprisoned militants, yet the explosions themselves did very little damage. Generally, their timing and location were planned to pose the least possible threat to human life. The intention of the terrorists was apparently to frighten rather than to kill. Indeed, it is not certain how many of these bombings were caused by anarchists who were protesting against the real injuries inflicted by the authorities on imprisoned labor militants, or by agents provocateurs of the Fomento and the police. The increasing drift of Spanish anarchism toward terrorism was to be reinforced by an episode of agrarian unrest that became memorable in the history of the Andalusian movement. Its locale was Jerez, the center of the Deshereditas and the alleged Mano Negra. Anarchist ideas had taken root in this famous wine district early in the 1870s and, as we have already seen, held out tenaciously against the long years of repression initiated by Serrano. Pamphlets and periodicals sent by anarchist émigrés in the Americas kept alive the visions of the glorious spring of 1873 long after the movement elsewhere had dwindled to small groups and isolated individuals. The persecutions following the Mano Negra investigation did not extirpate the anarchist groups in the district. On the contrary, the barbarities of the Guardia created pent-up feelings of anger and frustration that were certain to find release with the first revival of radical activity. The revival began in 1890. On May 1 of that year, great demonstrations celebrating the labor holiday swept through Andalusia, bringing thousands of defiant workers and peasants into the streets. The astonished authorities took reprisals, bombs were conveniently discovered in the offices of El Socialismo, the anarchist paper of Cadiz, and a new wave of arrests swept through the region. The persecutions continued into the next year when the authorities, invoking the discredited legend of 1883, imprisoned 157 anarchists and labor militants on charges of being members of the Mano Negra. The outraged laborers waited nearly 6 months before responding to this and other provocations, then they exploded. Toward midnight on January 8, 1892, a band of about 500 vineyard workers, laborers, and a sprinkling of craftsmen marched into Jerez crying, "Long live anarchy! Death to the bourgeoisie! Long live the social revolution!" They were armed with pruning hooks, scythes, and whatever firearms they could gather. Outside, on the plains of Galena and loitering on the road into the city were some thousands of men, ostensibly a reserve force, but actually stragglers who were too faint-hearted to participate in the assault. Too precisely what the marchers hoped to achieve in the city is not very clear. There had been a great deal of revolutionary agitation in the area. Several suspicious outsiders, including a young man from Madrid, El Madrileno, had surfaced among the vineyard workers, calling upon them to prepare for a social revolution. The vineyard owners were patently looking for a confrontation in order to suppress the unrest. Once inside the town, the marchers broke up into small bands. Disoriented and confused, they were hardly a serious threat to anyone but the few stray passers-by who fell into their hands. One group made off for the Jerez jail to free the militants who had been imprisoned as members of the Mano Negra. A single shot, presumably fired by the warden's daughter, dispersed them. Others wandered through the city streets looking for the bourgeoisie. A few well-dressed people were stopped, insulted, and their hands examined for callus. In the course of this enterprise, 2 clerks, mistaken for the class enemy, were killed. During all of this, civil guards and cavalry had been carefully posted throughout the city waiting for orders to intervene. The authorities apparently knew all about the thousands on the plains of Galena, the march to Jerez, and the bands wandering through the nearly empty streets. They did nothing to stop them. With enough incidents to justify severe repression, the Guardia and cavalry were turned loose on the marchers who quickly dispersed into the countryside after some skirmishes. Despite the triviality of the whole incident, the police dealt with it as a major insurrection. Hundreds were rounded up and many savagely beaten. 16 men were tried and condemned to sentences ranging from 10 years to life imprisonment. With incredible arrogance, the authorities placed Fermín Salvochea, the revered anarchist saint, on trial before a military tribunal and charged him with inciting the Jerez uprising, this despite the fact that he had been locked up in the Cadiz prison throughout the entire incident. The officers unabashedly sentenced him to 12 years of hard labor. A few weeks later, on February 16, the anarchists Lamela, Bizique, Lebrajano, and Zarzuela were taken out to the main square of Jerez and garroted before a large, silent crowd. They died defiantly, shouting "Viva la Anarquía!" Before he was strangled, Zarzuela delivered a prophetic injunction. "People of Jerez," he cried from the scaffold, "let no one say we die as cowards. It is your task to avenge us against this new Inquisition. With the repression of the Horace uprising, terrorist activity reached a turning point. The garroting of the 4 anarchists incensed revolutionaries throughout Spain, and Zarzuela's cry for vengeance did not go unheeded. 7 months later in Barcelona, a young anarchist tried to assassinate General Martínez Campos as revenge for the Horace executions. 2 bombs were thrown at Martínez Campos, the officer whose pronunciamiento had paved the way for Alfonso XII and who now occupied the post of Captain General of Catalonia. Martínez miraculously escaped serious injury, but the explosion killed a soldier and 5 civilian bystanders. The police quickly apprehended the assassin, Paulino Palas, a young Andalusian anarchist who had prospected in Patagonia with the famous Italian anarchist Enrico Malatesta. The Andalusian was tried by a court-martial and sentenced to execution by a firing squad. From the opening of his trial to the moment of his death, Palas's behavior was defiant. Before the bullets claimed his life, he repeated the ominous cry of the South, "Vengeance will be terrible." The warning became a reality before the year was out. On November 7, during the opening night of Barcelona's opera season, 2 bombs were thrown from the balcony of the Teatro Liceo into a gilded audience of the city's most notable families. One of the bombs exploded, killing 22 and wounding 50. Panic gripped the bourgeoisie. Unleashed to do their worst, the police closed all the workers' centers and raided the homes of every known radical. Hundreds were arrested and thrown into the dungeons of Montjuic Fortress, the military prison overlooking Barcelona's port area and working-class districts. 5 anarchists, innocent of the bombing, were sentenced to death and later executed. The real assassin, Santiago Salvador, was not discovered until 2 months later. Salvador had been a friend of Palas and was determined to answer his cry for vengeance. After failing at a suicide attempt on his arrest, Salvador succeeded in escaping the tortures that the police ordinarily inflicted on political prisoners by pretending to repent his act and feigning conversion to the church. For nearly a year his execution was stayed while Jesuits and aristocratic ladies petitioned the government for a commutation of sentence. When the young anarchist finally stood on the scaffold, he abandoned his deception and died with the cry, "Viva la anarquía!" Salvador's death was followed by another round of bombings, arrests, and executions. To quell the anarchists with a more effective counter-terror, the government established a new unit, the Brigada Social, composed of specially assigned police ruffians. This new body of police was openly waiting for an opportunity to throw itself on the anarchist movement, indeed, on all oppositional groups in Barcelona. There are, in fact, strong reasons for suspecting that it manufactured a provocation of its own 3 years after the Liceo bombing. On June 7, 1896, while Barcelona's Corpus Christi Day procession was wending through the Calle de Cambios Nuevos into the church, a bomb was thrown to the street from a top-story window. The procession was led by the most important notables of the city, such men as the governor of Catalonia, the Bishop of Barcelona, and the new Captain General, Valeriano Weyler y Nicolau, whose cruelties in Cuba 2 years later were to earn him worldwide opprobrium. Yet with this alluring bait at the head, the bomb was aimed at the tail of the procession, whose ranks consisted of ordinary people. The explosion killed 11 and wounded 40. The assassin was never found. The bombing, however, provided Weyler with the excuse for rounding up not only anarchists and labor militants, but Republicans and ordinary anti-clericals as well. Over 400 people were thrown into the Montjuic dungeons and left to the mercy of the Brigada Social. When revealed in the press, the tortures to which these prisoners were subjected produced a sensation throughout the world. One of the victims, Teresa del Marmol, an anarchist of a distinguished Catalan family and director of Barcelona's Polytechnic Academy, reported his eyewitness experiences in a book, Les Inquisiteurs de Ispigny, that caused a shudder of horror north of the Pyrenees. The tortures were so severe that several prisoners died before they could be brought to trial. Men were forced to walk for days at a time without rest, others were hung from cell doors for hours while their genitals were twisted with ropes and burned. Fingernails and toenails were pulled off and savage beatings inflicted mercilessly all over the body. After spending the greater part of a year in the prison fortress, 90 were brought to trial in the spring of 1897. Of 26 convictions, 8 received death sentences and the remaining 18 were given long prison terms. While the convicted men were obviously innocent, 5 were actually executed. Nevertheless, the vindictive Canovas regime had the acquitted prisoners rearrested and 81. Transported to the African penal colony of Rio Douro, the Spanish equivalent of France's Devil's Island. Weyler's attempt to crush oppositional sentiment in Barcelona backfired completely. Not only did he fail to extirpate the anarchists, but a massive protest rolled in from Europe and South America. Mass meetings against the Montjuic atrocities were held in London, Paris, and other cities. Leading figures all over the continent expressed their outrage against the barbarities of Espagny Inquisitorial. Despite its shortcomings, the closing years of the 19th century were a period when people could be genuinely angered by visible evidence of injustice. Finally, on August 8, 1897, only a few months after the Montjuic trials, the terror reached the premier personally. Canovas was cornered on the terrace of a mountain resort in the Basque country by Michel Angiolillo, an Italian anarchist, and shot to death. Although Angiolillo was garroted for the assassination, an unsuccessful attempt by the anarchist Sempa to kill Lt. Narciso Portas, one of the civil guard officers who had presided over the Montjuic atrocities, ended in quite a different way. Despite the fact that his assassination attempt occurred only a month after the death of Canovas, the Montjuic atrocities had produced such a profound reaction of shock that no judge would convict Portas's would-be assassin and he was released. The men who performed these anarchist attentats, as the terrorist acts were called, were not cruel or unfeeling like Weyler or Portas, Bufko apparently relished their brutalities. The original bombings of 1891 and 1892 had been relatively harmless acts. They were obviously not meant to claim lives but to shatter bourgeois complacency and provoke a spirit of revolt among the workers. The lethal bombings that followed were reactions to the barbarities of the police and the state. The attentats had developed from opera bouffe into desperate acts of vengeance. Despite the terrible price they took in life and suffering, these terrorist acts served to damage the liberal facade of Turnismo and reveal the cold despotism that lay behind Canovas's mockery of parliamentary government. The anarchists had been goaded from a generous humanism into a vengeful terrorism. The trend began early, as we noted, when the internationalists, almost mortally wounded by the Serrano repression, established an avenging executive nucleus. When the Court OB section began complaining frantically to the Federal Commission about police repression, the answer it received is significant: take note of the names of your persecutors for the day of revenge and justice. Actually, the avenging executive nucleus and the Court OB section did very little to even the score. The government and police invariably came out ahead. But a time would come when the names collected by the police would be matched by the lists prepared by their opponents. Then, the firing squads of the Phalange would be echoed by those of the FAI. Yet one is compelled to ask if this bloody imagery, so common in most accounts of the Spanish Civil War, gives an accurate picture of the Spanish anarchists. In a period when even the Spanish sodalists began to succumb to the bourgeois spirit of the 1890s, the anarchist movement was still developing individuals whose humanity and unaffected sympathy for the suffering of their fellow human beings has been aptly described as saintly. It is fair to say that the deep humanity that turned Pallas into a terrorist served to make a great Andalusian anarchist Fermín Salvochea into a saint. The two men were counterparts, not opposites. Salvochea's saintliness, moreover, had very earthly dimensions. Fermín Salvochea was a man of broad culture, a rationalist and humanist whose parents had trained him for a business career, not a place in the church or the university. He was born on March 1, 1842, in Cádiz, one of Spain's most important and thriving Atlantic ports, where his 82 father had made a considerable fortune in commerce. At 15 he was sent off to London to learn English and prepare for the business world. The 5 years he spent in London and Liverpool brought him into contact with radical literature. Thomas Paine's critique of religion and Robert Owen's communist theories influenced him profoundly. Before he left England in 1864, the young Salvocia had become a convinced atheist and communist. Once back in Cadiz, he became active in the Federalist movement, living frugally and devoting the greater part of his fortune to the revolutionary cause. Soon he was participating in a host of remarkably audacious conspiracies. In 1866, for example, he plotted to free imprisoned artillerymen who had participated in a rebellion and were now awaiting deportation to Manila. Later, he tried to promote a military uprising in Cantabria. During the period of unrest that opened with Isabella's flight from the country, Salvocia was elected to the Revolutionary Commune of Cadiz and became a commanding officer in the most radical detachment of the Republican militia. When Republican Cadiz was attacked by government forces, he characteristically held out to the last with a poorly armed band against the invading troops. The courage of the man was extraordinary. When it finally seemed that resistance was utterly futile, he dispersed the militia and remained behind to assume personal responsibility for the uprising. His behavior gained the respect even of his enemies. Instead of executing Salvocia, the general sent him to the fortress of San Sebastian as a prisoner of war. By this time, he was already idolized by thousands of poor in Cadiz. A few months later, while he was still in prison, they elected him to the Spanish Cortes. The Madrid government refused to recognize the election and Salvocia, denied his parliamentary seat, remained in jail. He was freed by the amnesty of February 1869. 8 months later, when Amadeo was offered the Spanish crown, Salvocia took to the field again, leading 600 armed Republicans to a rendezvous with other forces from Jerez and Ubrique. They clashed with pursuing government forces near Alcalá de los Gaziels and were defeated after 3 days of fighting. The rebels dispersed. Salvocia escaped to Gibraltar and finally made his way to Paris, where he entered the radical milieu of the periodicals La Revue and La Rappel. After a brief stay in London, the exile returned to Cadiz following the amnesty of 1871, there to be elected the city's mayor. The Cantonalist revolts of July 1873 found Salvocia involved in an unsuccessful effort to bring Cadiz into the insurrectionary movement. For after suffering defeat, he again faced a court-martial in Seville for rebellion. Condemned to life imprisonment in the African penal colony of Gomera, he now began to perform those self-denying services that make up the legend of the anarchist Christ. He bore the sentence with calm and fortitude, sharing everything he received from his family with his fellow prisoners. When the governor of the penal colony read a pardon that his influential mother, aided by the Cadiz municipality, had finally obtained for him, Salvocia tore up the document and declared that there were only 2 ways he would leave prison, by an amnesty for all or by a revolt. 9 months later, he escaped and settled in Tangiers. Until his imprisonment in Gomera, Salvocia was not an anarchist, although he had a strong affinity for the libertarian movement. He belonged to the International almost from its earliest days in Spain, but it was only in the seclusion of the prison colony that he began to examine Bookchin's theories with care. Having once adopted them, Salvocia became one of the most fervent anarchist propagandists in Spain. He remained in the libertarian movement until the end of his life. When Salvocia finally returned to Spain in 1885 after the death of Alfonso XII, it was during a time of intense anarchist agitation in Andalusia. The libertarian press could now emerge legally, and Salvocia established El Socialismo in Cadiz, spearheading the movement among the vineyard workers and braceros of southwestern Spain. He was arrested repeatedly, but his energetic defense in court proved more damaging to the government than any judicial impediments it could hope to place in his way. His practical abilities in the service of the movement were outstanding. It was Salvocia, apparently, who organized the great May 1 demonstrations that swept through Andalusia in 1890 and 1891. The Mano Negra case, followed by the discovery of 2 bombs in the offices of El Socialismo, led to widespread arrests throughout the region, and by 1892 Salvochea found himself in prison again. Despite the fact that he was in the Cadiz jail during the Jerez uprising, a court-martial sentenced him to 12 years for his alleged role in the event. The civil courts had refused to try him, and Salvochea in turn refused to participate in the proceedings conducted by his military judges. Imprisoned in Valladolid, he was exposed to worse hardships than any he had suffered in the African penal colony. He was placed in solitary confinement and denied the right to write letters. The breaking point came when Salvochea refused the warden's order that he attend mass. He was thrown into a damp, subterranean dungeon for months. Finally growing weak and despairing of release, he tried to commit suicide. This act was intensely human and understandable under the circumstances. It also disquieted the religious and most Christian warden. From that point on Salvochea's prison life began to improve. After a while he was transferred to the jail in Burgos where he turned to intellectual activity, translating a work on astronomy and doing writing of his own. In 1899 Salvochea was freed in the general amnesty that followed the protest over the Montjuic atrocities. He returned to Cadiz where he was welcomed with enthusiasm and resumed his activities in the anarchist movement. Now nearly 60, his health broken by years of imprisonment, he devoted most of his energy to literary activities. His last work was a translation of Kropotkin's Fields, Factories, and Workshops, one of the most perceptive studies on the liberatory role of modern technology to emerge from the anarchist movement. On September 8, 1907, Fermín Salvochea died in Cadiz, the gleaming white city he loved so dearly. 50,000 people, including hundreds from all over Spain, followed in the cortege to the cemetery. The greater part of this immense demonstration was composed of ordinary workmen of the Cadiz and Jerez area who had come to love this man for himself and as the embodiment of their hopes for a better world. As the coffin was slowly lowered into the grave, the great assembly of people, many in tears, suddenly raised their voices in a single, spontaneous cry, "Viva la Anarquía!" This was a life that spanned the anarchist movement in Spain from its beginnings to the point where it entered an entirely new phase, the period of anarcho-syndicalism. Salvochea was a man of rare generosity and sympathy. Anarchists such as Manuel Buenacasa, a historian of the movement, speak of him as Nuestro Santo Mayor, our greatest saint, and recall how he would often be found by his friends without a cap or a topcoat because he had given his own to the needy. He never married and he lived frugally. Yet Salvochea did not seek the ascetic's mortification of the flesh, nor did he find exaltation in hardship. A serene man, he was rarely austere or somber. His demeanor toward his friends was affectionate, and toward his enemies he displayed an equanimity that verged on irony. 84. Terrorists such as Paulino Palas and saints such as Salvochea were to persist into the 1930s as examples of the dual personality of Spanish anarchism. As a curious mixture of pistolrismo and humanism they were to express the underlying tension that alternately divided the anarchists and, in moments of crisis, united them in a zealous devotion to freedom and a deep respect for individuality. Perhaps no movement combines such conflicting tendencies in a fashion that served to fuel the enthusiasm and attract the devotion of the most dispossessed elements of Spanish society. Only the most deep-seated changes in the latter-day history of Spain were to erase the memory of the saints and terrorists from the popular legends of the peninsula. For better or worse, the tradition deeply affected the outstanding personalities of the movement itself and profoundly shaped its trajectory for nearly 2 generations. 85. Chapter 7, Anarcho-syndicalism. The new ferment. By the closing years of the 19th century, an organized libertarian movement in Spain had virtually ceased to exist. Police reprisals against the terrorists, coupled with repressive legislation, led to the dissolution in 1896 of the Pact of Union and Solidarity. The anarchist organization of the Spanish region was in shambles. Workers began to leave libertarian organizations as rapidly as they had entered them several years earlier. In Córdoba, for example, After the promising revival of the 1880s, only a few acolytes could be persuaded to attend the May 1 celebration of 1893. In the following years, the rallies were given up altogether. In vain did leading anarchists reverse their views and speak out against terrorism. As early as 1891, Kropotkin warned that while the development of the revolutionary spirit gains enormously from heroic individual acts, it is not by these heroic acts that revolutions are made. By 1900, all but a handful of the outstanding anarchists who had supported propaganda by the deed had abandoned terrorist methods as a strategic form of direct action. Yet the idea was far from dead in Spain, and anarchist terrorism was never to disappear totally. Libertarian ideas now began to take root among the intellectuals. It was at this time that leading Spanish writers and painters such as the novelist Pío Baroja and a young artist, Pablo Picasso, began to flirt with the idea. Others, notably the astronomer Teresa del Marmol and the engineer Ricardo Mella, were actively involved in the movement itself. La Revista Social, an outstanding anarchist theoretical journal founded in 1896, became a forum for a wide range of professional people from the universities, arts, and sciences. Disillusioned by the failure of terrorist tactics, many anarchists began to place their strongest emphasis on the importance of education in achieving their social goals. This period was the heyday of libertarian schools and pedagogical projects in all areas of the country where anarchists exercised some degree of influence. Perhaps the best-known effort in this field was Francisco Ferrer's Modern School, Escuela Moderna, a project which exercised a considerable influence on Catalan education and on experimental techniques of teaching generally. The persecution to which Ferrer was subjected in later years brings into sharp focus the enormous problems and obstacles that faced almost every effort to reform Spanish society. To promote the concepts of the modern school, Ferrer was obliged to be more than an educator, and his personal fate, in turn, became a political event of great importance in the early years of the 20th century. There seems to be nothing in Francisco Ferrer y Guardia's background that should have made him an educator or even an iconoclast. He was born on January 10, 1859, in Alella, 12 miles from Barcelona. His parents were devout Catholics who raised their son in the traditional manner of moderately well-to-do peasants. His father owned a small vineyard, and there is no evidence of any rebellion in the boy until he was sent off to work in a Barcelona firm at the age of 15. The owner, a militant anti-cleric, apparently exercised a great influence on his young employee. In any case, by the time Ferrer had reached 20 he had declared himself a Republican, an anti-cleric. 86. And joined the Freemasons, the traditional haven for liberal thought and political conspiracy in Spain. The young Catalan caught the attention of Manuel Ruiz Zorrilla, the radical Republican who had been a former premier under Amadeo and who in 1885, was enjoying a lively conspiratorial exile in Paris. Working as a railway employee, Ferrer rode the trains between the French frontier and Barcelona, engaged in the precarious job of smuggling political refugees to France. He also functioned as a courier in Zorrilla's efforts to win over army officers to a Republican coup. When General Villacampa pronounced for a republic in September 1886, Ferrer participated in an aborted Catalan uprising. This was the last insurrectionary attempt to turn Spain into a republic for the next half-century. Its failure found Ferrer in Paris, occupying the post of secretary to Ruiz Zorrilla. It was in the French capital that Ferrer began to abandon the party politics of the Republicans for education. This was a major shift that marked his development toward anarchism, although he was careful never to describe himself as more than a philosophical anarchist, an acrata. He was greatly influenced in that direction by Anselmo Lorenzo, whom he met in Paris. In any case, his new interests could not have been better placed. Almost any effort to bring more schools to Spain would have fallen like rain on a parched land. At the turn of the century, nearly 70% of the Spanish population was illiterate. Teachers were grossly underpaid, and rural schools, where there were any, were often little more than shacks in which barefooted, ill-nourished children were given only the most rudimentary instruction. The project that Ferrer was to establish as the modern school has many elements that would almost seem conventional today, but it was also distinguished by features that even now have scarcely advanced beyond the experimental stage. To understand the remarkable advance scored by the modern school, one must see it against the background of the Spanish educational system as a whole. Although Spain had a universal education law, the majority of schools were run by clerics who used brutal teaching methods and emphasized rote instruction in Catholic dogma. These clerics openly inveighed against any political group, scientific theory, or cultural tendency which displeased the Church. Coeducation, tolerated in the countryside only for want of school space, was rigorously prohibited in the cities. To this bleak establishment Ferrer opposed a program and method of instruction that the clerics could regard only as diabolical. He planned to establish a curriculum based on the natural sciences and moral rationalism, freed of all religious dogma and political bias. Although students were to receive systematic instruction, there were to be no prizes for scholarship, no marks or examinations, indeed no atmosphere of competition, coercion, or humiliation. The classes, in Ferrer's words, were to be guided by the principle of solidarity and equality. During a period when wayward students in clerical schools were required to drop to their knees in a penitent fashion and then be beaten, the teachers in the Escuela Moderna were forewarned that they must refrain from any moral or material punishment under penalty of being disqualified permanently. Instruction was to rely exclusively on the spontaneous desire of students to acquire knowledge and permit them to learn at their own pace. The purpose of the school was to promote in the students a stem hostility to prejudice, to create solid minds, capable of forming their own rational convictions on every subject. To Ferrer, however, the education of a man does not consist merely in the training of his intelligence, without having regard to the heart and will. Man is a complete and unified whole. 87. Despite the variety of his functions, he presents various facets, but is at the bottom a single energy, which sees, loves, and applies a will to the prosecution of what he has conceived. One of the most important tasks of the Escuela Moderna, Ferrer insisted, was to maintain this unity of the individual, to see to it that there was no duality of character in any individual, one which sees and appreciates truth and goodness, and one which follows evil. The school itself must be a microcosm of the real world, embodying many different sides and human personalities. Hence, Ferrer insisted not only on co-education of the sexes but on a representative variety of pupils from all social classes. Every effort must be made to bring the children of workers together with those of middle-class parents in order to create a milieu for the young that is fully liberatory, a school of emancipation that will be concerned with banning from the mind whatever divides men, the false concepts of property, country, and family. Much of this is pure anarchism and reveals the influence of Lorenzo and Kropotkin on Ferrer's mind. It was not until September 1901, that Ferrer established the Escuela Moderna in Barcelona. He had been a teacher during his long stay in Paris. There he had befriended an elderly student in one of his Spanish classes, Mile. Ernestine Meny, who left him a substantial legacy after her death. With these resources, the first modem school was started with an original class of 12 girls and 18 boys. Within 10 months, the number of students had more than doubled, and in the next few years 50 schools based on the principles of the modern school were established in Spain, mainly in Catalonia. Ferrer, who had invested Meny's money in well-paying securities, built up sufficient funds to establish a publishing house that turned out small, inexpensive, easily understood books on a variety of scientific and cultural subjects. These were distributed widely throughout Spain to peasants, braceros, and workers, often by wandering anarchist propagandists. It was from these booklets that the poorer classes of Spain acquired their first glimpse into the strange, almost totally unknown world of science and culture that lay beyond the Pyrenees. Although more guardedly than in Paris, Ferrer maintained his association with anarchists, taking a number of them on his staff and giving employment to his friend, the aged Anselmo Lorenzo, as a translator. The growth of the Escuela Moderna and the wide distribution of its booklets infuriated the clergy. But for years there was little they could do beyond denouncing the school and pouring vituperation on Furrer's personal life. The opportunity to restrict Furrer's work finally came in 1906 when Mateo Morral, a member of Furrer's staff, threw a bomb at the royal couple of Spain. The assassination attempt miscarried, and Morral committed suicide. Ferrer and the modern school were held responsible, although the young assassin had explicitly denounced the Catalan educator and Anselmo Lorenzo for their opposition to Atentados. Such was the state of Spanish justice at the time that Ferrer was held in jail for an entire year while police professed to be accumulating evidence of his complicity in the Morral attempt. A review of the case by the civil courts established his innocence, and he was released, but he never reopened the original Modem school in Barcelona. This strong emphasis on education did not mean that Spanish anarchism was not still occupied primarily with the tasks of the class struggle and the building of a revolutionary movement. Syndicalism was gaining in popularity. The idea, ostensibly French in origin, that an economic organization of workers, a revolutionary union as distinguished from a political party, can take over society by means of a general strike can be traced back to the days of the Industrial Revolution. In the 1830s, the Chartist movement in England had advanced the proposal of a grand national holiday, a euphemism for a general strike, to fulfill the demands of the workers. This alluring concept of social change soon faded away once the British labour movement became reformist, only to reappear in 1869 at the famous Basel Congress of the International Workingmen's Association. Here, in a debate initiated by the Belgian section with the support of delegates from Spain, the Swiss Jura, and France, the proposal was advanced that the unions should provide the nuclear structure of a future socialist society. Eugene Hinz, the Belgian delegate, outlined the actual form of organization these unions should take. He called for a dual form of organization, a federation of industry-wide workers' associations on the one hand and a federation of local, regional, national, and international labor councils on the other. This structure forms the model of the syndicalist type of labor organization. As we have seen, the old Spanish International adopted it from the very outset. The workers' associations were the secciones de oficio, or trade sections, and the labor councils were the federaciones locales, or local federations. To understand clearly syndicalist organization, it should be examined in two periods, before a revolutionary change, and afterward, when the syndicates are expected to take over the management of the economy. Under capitalism, the Federation of Workers' Associations, organized by trades, is engaged in conducting the day-to-day class struggle and dealing with the immediate grievances of the workers. In this period, the labor councils, organized geographically, have the tasks of education, propaganda, and the promotion of local solidarity between the workers' associations. After the social revolution, the workers' associations assume the responsibility for the overall administration and technical coordination of the economy. They see to it that the productive units throughout the country are supplied with raw materials, means of transportation, machinery, etc. The labor councils, in turn, which contain representatives from each trade and enterprise in the locality, administer the economic operations of the community or region, determine its needs, and arrange for the distribution of goods. In this dual system of organization, the local workers' associations and the labor councils are federated into parallel municipal, regional, and national bodies until, at the summit of society, two councils emerge, one composed of representatives of the trades and the other of the regions, which coordinate the total production and distribution of goods. Inasmuch as representatives of the trades also constitute the labor councils, the two parallel organizations tend to intersect at every geographic level, but each obviously has separate functions in economic life. This model, of course, is abstract and overly schematic. Its purpose is to explain the essential structure of a syndicalist organization in the simplest possible terms. In practice, Syndicalist federations have been far more flexible than any model could possibly indicate, and they incorporated long-established unions that retained distinctly non-syndicalist features. Moreover, there is no model that, in itself, provides a guarantee that a labor federation is syndicalist in a revolutionary sense. The avowedly reformist American labor movement is also organized on a dual basis. International unions in the United States, such as the Automobile and Steel Workers Federations, for example, might be said to correspond in a very rough way to the workers' associations, and the various city, county, and state labor councils to the labor councils described by Hinz at the 89 Basel Congress. In all other respects, however, the differences between revolutionary syndicalist and reformist unions are more decisive than the similarities. For one thing, the goal of syndicalism is the elimination of capitalism, not merely the amelioration of the workers' immediate economic problems and labor conditions. Its aim is admittedly revolutionary. Not less important is the syndicalist goal of vesting all economic and social decisions in the hands of the direct producers, the workers in each specific enterprise. The guiding and most important principle of syndicalism is that the management of production occurs at the base of society, not at its summit, and decisions flow from below to above. Hence, syndicalism is anti-authoritarian. The democratic, federalist, and decentralized economic organs of the proletariat replace the political agencies of the state. Authority that is currently vested in political organs is turned over to the economic units of society and the actual producers who operate them. Accordingly, each enterprise is administered by its own workers through an elected committee whose members are presumably, although not necessarily, removable. The various committees are linked together by delegates on local labor councils and on an industry-wide basis through the workers' associations, or trade unions. Obviously, the pivotal bodies in this structure are the workers' committees, which administer the individual factories, systems of transportation, etc., as well as the labor councils, which deal with the affairs and needs of the localities. The vocationally structured trade unions, as distinguished from the geographically organized unions, although useful in organizing industry-wide strikes under capitalism, have no real function after the revolution. The task of coordinating production, which the syndicalists vest in the unions, can be handled just as easily by the local, regional, and national labor councils. Indeed, it was to be symptomatic of the decay of syndicalist ideals in France that increasing authority was vested in the trade unions while the labor councils were permitted to atrophy. In its emphasis on economic control at the base of society, syndicalism is consciously anti-parliamentary and anti-political. It focuses not only on the realities of power but also on the key problem of achieving its disintegration. Real power in syndicalist doctrine is economic power. The way to dissolve economic power is to make every worker powerful, thereby eliminating power as a social privilege. Syndicalism thus ruptures all the ties between the workers and the state. It opposes political action, political parties, and any participation in political elections. Indeed, it refuses to operate within the framework of the established order and the state. What, then, will be the substitute for these traditional methods? Here, syndicalism turns to direct action, strikes, sabotage, obstruction, and above all, the revolutionary general strike. Direct action not only perpetuates the militancy of the workers and keeps alive the spirit of revolt, but awakens in them a greater sense of individual initiative. By continual pressure, direct action tests the strength of the capitalist system at all times, and presumably in its most important arena, the factory, where ruled and rulers seem to confront each other most directly. At the same time that syndicalism exerts this unrelenting pressure on capitalism, it tries to build the new social order within the old. The unions and the labor councils are not merely means of struggle and instruments of social revolution, they are also the very structure around which to build a free society. The workers are to be educated in the job of destroying the old propertied order and in the task of reconstructing a stateless, libertarian society. The two go together. When all the conditions have ripened to a point where social revolution is possible, the workers go on a general strike with the avowed aim of toppling capitalist society. All means of production and transportation cease to operate. The capitalist economy is brought to a standstill. 90. In the 1870s, almost 2 decades before syndicalism was to become popular in France, Friedrich Engels attributed the concept of the revolutionary general strike to the Bookchinists. His criticism is worth examining. One fine morning, he writes, all the workers of all trades in some country, or even all over the world, down tools, and thus, in at most 4 weeks, force the possessing classes either to eat humble pie or let loose their violence against the workers, so that the latter then have the right to defend themselves, and while doing so bring down the whole of the old society. After examining the pedigree of this notion, Engels adds, on the other hand, the governments, especially if encouraged by political abstention, will never let the organizations or the treasury of the workers get that far, and on the other hand, political events and the excesses of the ruling classes will effect the liberation of the workers long before the proletariat gets to acquiring these ideal organizations and this immense reserve fund. Moreover, if it had them, it would not need the circuitous path of the general strike to achieve its aims. This description, with its crass political perspective and bookkeeping, is demagoguery, yet it is interesting that Marx's closest collaborator was compelled to use such an approach. In admitting that the Bookchinists were prepared to defend themselves, that is, to rise in insurrection, Engels plainly indicates that the anarchists were not prepared to stop with a peaceful strike, indeed, that they were only too mindful that a strictly economic test of strength in at most 4 weeks was 4 weeks too long for the workers to endure. To the anarchists, the general strike was the stepping stone to an insurrectionary confrontation between the two classes, a confrontation in which the proletariat also exercised its economic power to paralyze the functions of the state and block the movement of troops. Even more interesting is Engels' remark that the state, encouraged by political abstention, will never let the organizations or the treasury of the workers get that far. Ironically, the statement could apply more readily to a political party than to a syndicalist union. 60 years later, German fascism was to annihilate 2 huge Marxian political parties with scarcely a flicker of resistance by their leaders and following. The German proletariat, in fact, was to become so completely divested of revolutionary initiative by its well-disciplined social democratic and communist parties that Hitler marveled at the ease with which it was shackled to the totalitarian state. Syndicalism, to be sure, has many shortcomings, but its Marxian critics were in no position to point them out because they were shared by socialist parties as well. In modeling themselves structurally on the bourgeois economy, the syndicalist unions tended to becker the organizational counterparts of the very centralized apparatus they professed to oppose. By pleading the need to deal effectively with the tightly knit bourgeoisie and state machinery, reformist leaders in syndicalist unions often had little difficulty in shifting organizational control from the bottom to the top. Many older anarchists were mindful of these dangers and felt uncomfortable with syndicalist doctrines. Enrico Malatesta, fearing the emergence of a bureaucracy in the new union movement, warned that the official is to the working class a danger only comparable to that provided by the parliamentarian, both lead to corruption and from corruption to death is but a short step. 3. These anarchists saw in syndicalism a shift in focus from the commune to the trade union, from all of the oppressed to the industrial proletariat alone, from the streets to the factories, and, in emphasis at least, from insurrection to the general strike. In France, where syndicalism initiated a worldwide radicalization of the unions in the 1890s, all the latent dangers in the movement's structure were cultivated to produce a reformist organization. Under Léon Jouherho, the Syndicalist Confédération Générale du Travail, CGT, became bureaucratized and, apart from its revolutionary rhetoric, a fairly conventional trade union. Almost exclusively proletarian in composition, it exercised very little influence in rural areas. The word syndicalism acquired a neutral meaning. Unionism and revolutionary adherents of the original doctrine by contrast were to be called anarcho-syndicalists. A few intellectuals were attracted to the promise of the old syndicalist goals and especially to its militancy. Georges Sorel, who sought in proletarian aggressiveness a regenerative force to overcome bourgeois decadence, attempted to give syndicalism a heroic philosophy of its own. But his works exercised very little influence among the French workers and none whatever on the Spanish labor movement. Like the majority of intellectuals who were captivated by syndicalism, Sarl soon became disillusioned with the movement's pragmatic and opportunistic goals. In contrast to France, syndicalism in Spain developed a fiery élan as far back as the days of the International, and reached out to embrace the countryside. It would be more precise to say that Spanish syndicalism was compelled to evolve in a revolutionary, anarcho-syndicalist direction because of the social and political conditions that prevailed below the Pyrenees. Yet in the opening years of the 20th century, this overall development was not easily discernible. The Madrid government seemed to be more stable than ever, and economic life had begun a surprising recovery from the low produced by the losses of Cuba and the Philippines in the Spanish-American War. In rest of Catalonia, local political life was parceled out between the Ligia Regionalista, Regionalist League, a bloc of right-wing autonomist groups favored by the manufacturers, and the Radical Republican Party, a political machine led by an unscrupulous demagogue, Alejandro Lerroux y Garcia. The Ligia had mustered the support of those well-to-do Catalans who were not committed to the Madrid parties. The radicals, buoyed up by the inflammatory rhetoric of Lerroux, enjoyed the support of the great majority of workers and middle-class Democrats in Barcelona. Apart from its incidental nuisance value, the anarchist movement, after a brief resurgence in the strikes of 1901-03, had been virtually extirpated by the repression of the Barcelona labor organizations. Indeed, for a time, it appeared that the industrial workers of Catalonia would drift toward the socialist rather than the anarchist fold. Yet the very opposite was to occur. The assassination of Canovas in August 1897 produced no change in Ternismo, the politically deadening system in which conservative and liberal ministries alternated with each other. This blocked any serious parliamentary expression of ferment in the country. In the period between 1899 and 1909, the ministry was occupied by three conservative premiers, Silvila, Villaverde, and Mora, followed by the liberals Montero Rios and Marat, and finally, for nearly 3 years, by Mora again. This final Mora ministry was to undermine Ternismo almost completely, opening the way to one of the most stormy periods in modern Spanish history. For a point was now being reached where Canovas's old strategy of calculated political stagnation could no longer contain the new demands that were emerging in Spanish society. The 1880s and 1890s, as we have noted, were decades of major industrialization, indeed, of overexpansion. The Catalan manufacturers, burdened by large surpluses of textiles and by the high price of raw cotton, began to press for tax relief and higher tariffs. When their demands were ignored, they were forced into a fatally discordant strategy, independent political action on the one hand, and wage cutting on the other. Although by 1907 the government yielded to the manufacturers' demands, virtually closing the internal Spanish market to foreign competition, irreparable damage had already been done to the political stability of Catalonia. A system of degenerative feedback had been initiated which was not to be arrested for the next 3 decades. Despite its Catalanist pretensions, the right-wing Ligia was opportunistic to the core. The manufacturers who subsidized it could not divest themselves of old habits and continued to make concessions to Madrid in exchange for econogic privileges. This vacillating policy promoted the expansion of Lerroux's radical party, which now gathered behind it many Republicans who were disillusioned with the Ligia's opportunism. The Ligia had raised the specter of Catalan nationalism to frighten Madrid. Lerroux was eager to rally the great mass of Murcianos who were indifferent or even hostile to Catalanism, so he unleashed a violent anti-nationalist campaign in Barcelona. This campaign was spiced with a bitter anti-clericalism, giving the Radical Party an aura of militancy without endangering the position of the bourgeoisie. The Madrid government in turn decided to play the Ligia and radicals against each other on the principle that the greater the instability in Barcelona, the less likely IHE Catalans were to unite against the central power. Mysterious funds began to flow into Lerroux's coffers. At the same time, bombs began to explode on the premises of Catalan textile manufacturers who were known to belong to the Ligia. Anarchist terrorism seemed to revive with every upsurge of Catalan nationalist activity. Having raised violence in Barcelona to extravagant proportions, the Madrid government created an ongoing crisis in the city, a crisis it would henceforth be unable to control short of dictatorship or civil war. Lerroux, in turn, was to saddle himself with an irresolvable contradiction between word and deed that eventually undermined the last ties of the Barcelona working class to political parties. But these factors, undeniably important in themselves, merely exacerbated a mounting class war between the Barcelona working class and the textile manufacturers. Although the cotton industry had expanded greatly over the 1880s and 1890s, it did not expand sufficiently to absorb the enormous inflow of Murcianos and rural Catalans into industrial areas. The urban population in Barcelona had increased by 10% between 1900 and 1910, an accretion composed overwhelmingly of people from the countryside. For many of the new rural immigrants there was no steady work and no adequate shelter. Demoralized and semi-starved, this desperate mass formed an excitable reservoir of discontent that Lerroux stirred with appeals to violent action against the clergy. No less disaffected were the industrial workers in Barcelona and outlying factory towns. Rising prices had made it impossible for a working-class family to live on the father's wages. Although it required about 112 pesetas for a family of 4 to satisfy its minimal needs, a day laborer ordinarily received 60 pesetas, a plasterer 96, and a metallurgical worker 108. 3/4 of 93. A worker's wages went to food. To survive, a working-class family had no alternative but to send the wife or children to work. It would have been difficult enough for a worker to accept this bleak situation as a fixed way of life. To also be confronted with a wage cut hanging over one's head, however, was intolerable. Faced with such grim prospects, the Catalan proletariat was seething with discontent. The confluence of growing economic problems with syndicalist ideas from France soon led to the formation of a new anarchist labor organization. On October 13, 1900, a conference of unions, organized on the initiative of a Madrid bricklayers' union, was held in Madrid. Delegates claiming to represent some 50,000 workers were sent from Catalonia, Andalusia, Valencia, Asturias, the Basque Country, Coruna, Valladolid, and other areas. Many represented local affiliates of the Old Workers' Federation and Pact of Union and Solidarity that had survived the repression of the 1890s. With syndicalism in the air and new union organizations forming throughout the country, the prospects seemed particularly bright for a new labor federation based on anarcho-syndicalist principles. The organization called itself the Federation of Workers' Societies of the Spanish region, adopting the structure of its predecessors of 1873 and 1881. It was scarcely in existence for more than a year when it found itself riding a wave of general strikes in Valencia, Seville, Saragossa, and other anarchist strongholds. In Andalusia, town after town went on strike, in some cases posing only one demand: comunismo libertario. There were even minor insurrections reminiscent the Jerez uprising. The movement in the countryside continued for several years and did not come to an end until 1905, when famine in the south foully starved it into quiescence. The Federation of Workers' Societies was suppressed, but not before it had initiated one of the most portentous general strikes in the early history of the Catalan labor movement. The strike was to reveal the extraordinary sense of solidarity that by this time had developed among the workers of Barcelona and the intractability of the manufacturers in dealing with labor grievances. It was a portent of the years to come and of the new relationship of forces that was emerging in the great Catalan seaport. The first skirmishes occurred in the spring of 1901, when the yarn manufacturers of the Ter Valley attempted to fix a lower wage scale by replacing men with women on newly installed automatic spinning machines. A strike followed in which the workers fought bitterly with strike breakers and police. The Ter Valley strike was answered with a lockout. The manufacturers closed down the plants in order to starve the workers into obedience. It seemed probable that an employer victory in the Tur Valley would lead to lower wage scales not only for textile operatives but for workers in other branches of industry. As the summer of 1901 came to an end, the key unions in Barcelona began to gird themselves for a confrontation with the manufacturing class as a whole. The obstacles the unions faced were enormous. Less than a third, indeed closer to a quarter, of the city's labor force belonged to labor organizations. In the large textile industry, the overwhelming majority of operatives were women and children, the groups most intractable to union influence. In formulating strategic decisions, the union leadership was sharply divided between syndicalists, anarchists, and socialists, not to speak of ordinary unionists whose outlook was shallow and whose capacity for class solidarity was limited. An immense reservoir of unskilled and illiterate rural unemployed was available to the employers as scab labor. The textile workers were scattered over nearly 750 factories, many of them widely dispersed and difficult to coordinate for common actions. Finally, the employers were united in a tightly knit organization of 94. Their own, the powerful Fomento del Trabajo Nacional, and could count on the full cooperation of the police and military. It was with these elements that the Federation of Workers' Societies, a decentralized, libertarian organization, would have had to piece together an effective general strike. Yet the strange dialectic of the strike is that it occurred precisely because the Barcelona proletariat, schooled in direct action and anarchist tactics, had developed a remarkably high degree of initiative. Without that initiative, the strike would have been virtually impossible. The strike was touched off by a limited, almost peripheral conflict. On December 6, 1901, the metallurgical workers of Barcelona walked out. Despite the absence of strike funds, they remained out for the next 3 months, pressing their main demand for an 8-hour day. The employers were uncompromising, flatly refusing all offers of mediation and turning a deaf ear to public criticism. The Republican newspaper El Diluvio warned that if the workers were defeated, they would interpret this as an indication of the uselessness of peaceful strikes. The observation proved to be acutely perceptive, as the employers were to learn several years later. As the weeks passed and it became clear that the strike was turning into a confrontation between the Barcelona proletariat and the manufacturers, a show of working-class solidarity became absolutely necessary. The municipal organization of the Federation of Workers' Societies thereupon decided to intervene, and on Monday morning, February 17, 1902, declared a general strike throughout the entire city. The strike lasted a full working week. Its scope was enlarged by employers who closed down, fearing damage to their businesses. Some street fighting developed between the strikers and the army, but for the most part the strike was peaceful. On the following Monday, February 24, most of the workers returned to their jobs, and the general strike was over. The strikers had raised no demands and, despite the participation of the Federation of Workers' Societies, had conducted the action without any visible leadership. The general strike, in short, was not only an act of solidarity with the metal workers but a superb demonstration of working-class initiative and capacity for self-organization. These lessons were not lost on the employers and government, who combined their forces to smash the Barcelona labor movement. More strikes followed in 1903 as the proletariat tried desperately to resist the offensive of the state and manufacturers. Carlos González Rotuos, the new governor appointed by the Liberals, arrested more than 350 militants that year and closed down a large number of workers' centers. By 1904, the strike movement had begun to subside. Most of the strikes had been lost, leaving 2,000 unemployed. Between 1902 and 1909, Barcelona's union membership had been reduced from 45,000 to 7,000, and the employers could congratulate themselves that the labor movement had been all but obliterated in that city. The Spanish Socialist Party, which had played no role in the strike, drew its own conclusions. The general strike, it warned, was a threat to public order, inviting grave reprisals that would diminish all possibilities of collective bargaining. This reaction is significant as an indication of the party's policy at the time. Politically and organizationally, the Spanish Socialist Party had become another branch in the tree of European social democracy, opportunistic in method and reformist in policy. In Barcelona, where employer and police violence tended to turn every major strike into a near insurrection, the party was simply irrelevant and its isolation from the workers complete. That the Socialist Party and the UGT did not succeed in remaining consistently reformist is due more to the mounting crisis in Spanish society than to any latent militancy in the socialist leadership. Brennan observes that where anarchist unions were strong, the socialists were usually reformist, where they were weak, the socialists behaved as radicals. Perhaps 95. It would be more pointed to say that where the anarchist unions were strong, they became the brunt of employer offensives while the UGT, shielded by its libertarian rivals, tried to make deals with the employers at the expense of the anarchists. Where the UGT was the larger organization, it was goaded into militancy by the intransigence of the employers and by the demands of its rank and file. These traits were not lost on the workers in Barcelona. The UGT tried energetically to bring the Catalan proletariat into the socialist fold. Indeed, the first national office of the UGT had been established in Barcelona, where the union made some inroads among skilled workers. Caught between anarchist militancy and employer intransigence, it could make very little headway. In 1898 its headquarters were finally transferred to the more congenial environment of Madrid. Yet here too it encountered anarchist competition, never gaining complete control over the key construction workers, who eventually drifted into anarcho-syndicalist unions. In Madrid a vigorous effort was made to get UGT backing for the general strike, and Pedro Valina leaves us a priceless account of what happened. After a meeting at the Casino Federal del Horno in the capital, where the anarchists unanimously pledged their support to the Barcelona workers, a committee was appointed to visit the UGT headquarters. One of the UGT leaders, Largo Caballero, received us in his office, writes Valina, and without consulting anyone rejected our demand. In a joking, derogatory manner, he asked if we believed in the possibility of a successful strike. I answered we did, even if the socialists did not help us, because we had confidence in the goodwill of the workers of Madrid. The attitude of Largo Caballero was so disagreeable that one of our delegates, becoming indignant, threatened to punch him. In fact, the socialists declined all participation in the conflict. They were at that time a model of common sense. The juxtaposition of the cynical socialist union boss with the idealistic, volatile anarchists forms a perfect study in contrasting human types. As it turned out, both the Catalan employers and Madrid socialist leaders were to be proven wrong in their assessments. The Barcelona union movement would recover and call a second general strike. This would develop into a week of full-scale insurrection. It too would be defeated, becoming known as the Tragic Week. But instead of falling apart, the Barcelona labor movement would emerge in a more vigorous and more revolutionary form than at any time in the past. The Tragic Week. The collapse of the Catalan unions after the general strike of 1902 shifted the center of conflict from the economic to the political arena. In the next few years, the workers of Barcelona were to shift their allegiances from the unions to Lerroux's Radical Party. The Radical Party was not merely a political organization, it was also a man, Alejandro Lerroux y Garcia, and an institutionalized circus for plebeians. On the surface, Lerroux was a radical republican in the tradition of Ruiz Zorrilla, bitterly anti-clerical and an opponent of Catalan autonomy. Lerroux's tactics, like Ruiz's, centered around weaning the army and the disinherited from the monarchy to the vision of a Spanish republic. In his younger days, Lerroux may have sincerely adhered to this program. The son of an army veterinary surgeon, he became a deft journalist who could mesmerize any plebeian audience or readership. After moving from Madrid to Barcelona in 1901, Lerroux openly wooed the army. 96. Officers, while at the same time, in the exalted tradition of the old republican insurrectionaries, shopped around Europe looking for arms. Had he found them, however, he probably would never have used them. His main goal was not insurrection but the revival of the dying Republican movement with transfusions of working-class support. This he achieved with dramatic public rallies, violently demagogic oratory, and a network of more than 50 public centers in Barcelona alone. It was Lerroux who introduced into Spain the Casa del Pueblo, People's House, an institution of the Belgian socialists that combined meeting halls, classrooms, a library, and a tavern in a single building. Later the Spanish socialists were to establish people's houses of their own as means of expanding their movement. In addition to the people's houses, Lerroux and the radicals provided the Barcelona poor with food cooperatives, mutual benefits, day and evening classes, and inexpensive theatrical productions. Part of the money for initiating this costly establishment came from secret government funds that the liberal premier, Marat, fed to the radicals in hopes of counteracting the Catalan autonomists. The masses flocked to the radicals in droves. More than two-thirds of the party were made up of workers, including tough working-class women who formed their own radical organizations, the Damas Radicals and Damas Rojas. The more volatile youth of Barcelona were incorporated into the Juventud Republicana Radical, the Jóvenes Bárbaros, young barbarians, as they were called, whose task it was to protect radical rallies and break up those of opponent organizations. This apparatus spread through Barcelona into the workers' suburbs, collecting thousands into a far-reaching political network. There was nothing to equal this network among Catalan autonomists or the unions. By March 1907, the autonomists had been compelled to join forces against the law of jurisdictions, which gave the military authorities the power to try by courts martial all civilian acts mimical to the army. The new electoral bloc teamed Solidaridad Catalana included moderate Republicans, the business-oriented Ligia, and Carlists. Despite its popularity at the polls, Solidaridad Catalana held no attraction for the workers and mercados, who no longer took elections very seriously in any case. The unions were still in debris. Many sindicatos, as they were now called, had simply disbanded or were shadow organizations, although their leaders retained contact with each other in the years following the general strike. It was not until 1907 that the Barcelona labor movement recovered sufficiently to hold a local congress. In June, a commission composed of metallurgical workers, typesetters, bakers, painters, and store clerks gathered in the Store Clerks Union headquarters to lay plans for a municipal federation. The federation, called Solidaridad Obrera, Worker Solidarity, was founded on August 3 and 2 months later began publishing a newspaper of the same name. Although the new organization grew slowly, it managed to take hold among workers outside the city. A year later, in September 1908, it was expanded into a regional federation embracing 112 labor syndicates throughout Catalonia with a membership of 25,000 workers. The radical leaders were disconcerted by the emergence of this new rival for working-class support. After an exchange of suspicious cordialities, they began to move against it with the intention of either dominating or destroying it. Initially, the radicals had very little to fear. Solidaridad Obrera was a pure syndicalist union, organized entirely around immediate demands and collective bargaining. The union declared that it was not under the tutelage of any political party or, either of the two branches of socialism, Marxism or anarchism. It enjoyed the favor of the governor, Angel Osorio y Gallardo, who liked its socialist members and lamented the weakness of their party in Catalonia. Inevitably. 97. However, the Labor Federation became a battleground between the socialists and anarchists. The socialists, led by union officials like Antonio Badia Matemollah, Arturo Gas, and the Catalan intellectual Antonio Faber Rivas, were intent on bringing Solidaridad Obrera into the UGT. They strongly approved of the union's opportunism. Indeed, as Arturo Gas was to emphasize, workers conscious of their position emerge from strong syndicates, and from such workers emerge good socialists. Like the radicals, the socialists regarded Solidaridad Obrera as a rival to their own organization and were intent on absorbing it or crushing it. That they were in the new union at all was due to the Catalan Socialist Federation's lack of influence in Barcelona. The anarchists in Solidaridad Obrera were anarcho-syndicalists who believed in operating within large labor movements. Workers like José Rodríguez Romero, Tomás Herreros, and the publicist Leopoldo Bonofola. Encouraged by Ferrer, they opened a concerted attack on the socialists and tried to guide the Labor Federation toward revolutionary goals. Their efforts, fostered by the drift of the early French CGT toward revolutionary syndicalism, were to be marked by increasing success. The periodical Solidaridad Obrera soon fell under anarcho-syndicalist control, and on June 13, 1909, a Congress of the Labor Federation voted overwhelmingly to accept the general strike tactic depending upon circumstances. The anarcho-syndicalists were viewed with disdain by the Barcelona anarchist communists associated with the periodical Tierra y Libertad and the terrorist-oriented Grupo 4 de Mayo, May 4 group. This handful of purists was all that remained of the much larger anarchist communist movement formed in the 1890s. Their ranks had been terribly depleted by arrests and persecutions. Owing to a lack of funds, they were compelled to give up their headquarters and meet in the offices of the newspaper. The editors, Juan Barron and Francisco Cardinal, regarded the anarcho-syndicalists as deserters to reformism and held faithfully to the doctrines that had formed the basis of the old anarchist organization of the Spanish region. Although there were no visibly organized libertarian federations at this time, anarchists were numerically significant in the Catalan labor movement. A large number of anarcho-syndicalists were united informally by their common objectives in Solidaridad Obrera. Lerroa's own party contained many ex-anarchists whose commitment to republican politics was superficial. These anarchistic types, if such they can be called, were to contribute materially to the destruction of the radical party merely by doing what it had preached. Yet in the end it was not numerical strength that was to establish anarchist influence in the Barcelona labor movement, but the sharpening struggle that developed between the Catalan proletariat and the employers. By the spring of 1909, the class conflict between the Barcelona workers and the textile manufacturers began to look like an uncanny replay of the events that had led to the general strike of 1902. On May 15, the Rossinyol factory in the Ter Valley was closed down, and 800 workers were discharged. The lockout was the opening blow in another campaign to lower wages throughout the textile industry. At a two-day assembly of Solidaridad Obrera in July, speakers exhorted the delegates to throw the full weight of the Labor Federation behind the textile workers and to plan for a general strike. There seemed to be broad agreement among the delegates on this proposal. Although most of the workers outside the textile industry were apathetic, the idea of a general strike had been accepted by the union not merely in the abstract but concretely as a strategy that would be translated into action if there were sufficient provocation from the manufacturers or the government. It was against this background of mounting crisis in Barcelona that the Mora ministry, on July 11, announced a call-up of military reserves for active duty in Morocco. The call-up was 98. Not entirely surprising. Skirmishes and sporadic encounters between RIF tribesmen and Spanish troops had been going on for weeks. The odor of an impending war was already in the air. It was no secret that the RIF forays were menacing the supply routes to valuable iron mines owned by major Spanish capitalists. To the Spanish workers, the prospect of shedding their blood to protect the colonial holdings of a few wealthy magnates was not particularly alluring. Mora's call-up had produced here trending scenes in Barcelona, the main port of embarkation for Morocco. Many reservists were desperately poor Catalan workers whose families were in no position to lose their breadwinners even for a few days, much less allow their lives to be endangered in imperialist adventures. Anti-war feeling ran high throughout the country. On July 18, Pablo Iglesias, a man who for decades had made prudence the keystone of socialist policy, warned an anti-war rally in Madrid that if it is necessary, workers will go out on a general strike with all the consequences. But when would it be necessary? On the very day of Iglesias's speech, the RIFs attacked the Spanish supply lines for the first time, turning what had been sporadic engagements into a full-scale war. Demonstrations at the Catalan port spread to train stations in other cities where reservists were being called up. This crisis was raised to acute dimensions in Barcelona when on July 21 El Poble Català published a petition by the Catalan socialists to their Madrid headquarters, calling for a general strike throughout Spain. Nearly a week had passed since Iglesias's warning without any follow-up action being taken by the UGT. In the meantime, the turmoil in Spain continued to mount. As El Poble Català editorialized, the valves have been closed and the steam is accumulating. Who knows if it will explode? The stalemate was suddenly broken on the night of July 24, when two Barcelona anarchists, José Rodríguez Romero and Miguel Villalobos Morena, decided to constitute themselves as the nucleus of a central committee for a strike. Rodríguez Romero was an anarcho-syndicalist official in Solidaridad Obrera, and Villalobos Morena had been a schoolteacher in a mining village who was forced to leave his post for publicizing anarchist ideas. During the events discussed above, Villalobos was on the staff of Ferrer's Modern School and later represented the syndicalists on the Central Committee for a strike. Both men, of course, were anarchists in their dedication to a libertarian society and libertarian methods of struggle. For collecting whatever support they could find among the militant officials of Solidaridad Obrera, they fanned out through the city to gain commitments from other leaders. Faced with a fait accompli, the Catalan socialists, who had been waiting for word from Madrid, now had no choice but to join the committee. To have remained outside would have cost them the opportunity of playing a leading role in the strike action. Among the radicals there was to be a division in attitude between the top leaders and rank-and-file militants. Lerroux had gone abroad in February 1909 to escape trial on an old charge of writing a seditious article. He prudently remained away until October 1909, long after the upheaval had subsided. The leadership of the party fell to Emiliano Iglesias Ambrosio, a shrewd lawyer and politician whose sole policy was to prevent a revolution without damaging the radicals' reputation for militancy. In trying to curry favor with both the army officers and workers, two essentially antagonistic camps, the radical politicians succeeded in satisfying neither group. Although a year later the radicals were to score a large electoral victory, the Catalan workers were to abandon the party and turn away from politics. The army, for its part, was to develop its own organizations, the Juntas de Defensa, committees of defense, after which it drifted almost completely toward reaction. The Central Committee for a strike had been formed on a Saturday night. By Monday the strike was underway. In the morning hours, strike delegations appeared at the factory gates to call out the workers. To protect their property, the employers closed down the factories, once again swelling the ranks of the strikers as they had in 1902. From the outset the anarchists associated with Tierra y Libertad tried to turn the strike into an insurrection, but their most able activists were quickly arrested by the authorities for inciting crowds to attack the police stations. They were removed from the scene almost as soon as the strike began. The socialists, on the other hand, fearful of anarchist turmoil, tried to confine the strike to an anti-war protest and regarded any attempt at a revolt as adventuristic. The events were to astonish everyone. During the week of July 26 to August 1, Barcelona would present the spectacle of a full-scale insurrection, a largely spontaneous uprising that received little guidance from the Union or radical leaders. As Anselmo Lorenzo wrote to Terra del Marmol in London, "What is happening here is amazing. A social revolution has broken out in Barcelona and it has been started by the people. No one instigated it. No one has led it. Neither the liberals nor Catalan nationalists, nor republicans, nor socialists, nor anarchists." Had he known all the details, Lorenzo might have added that the civil government in the city had collapsed. On the first day of the strike, the governor of Catalonia, Don Angel Osorio y Gallardo, became locked in a feud with his superior, the Minister of Interior Don Juan de la Cierva, and his military counterpart, Santiago, the Captain General of Catalonia. He resigned in a huff from his post and withdrew to sulk in his summer mansion on the Tibidabo. Santiago, mistrustful of the local garrison, confined most of his troops to their barracks, abandoning the streets to the revolutionaries. Whatever leadership emerged came from the militants in the Radical Party and Solidaridad Obrera. By default, the leadership of the uprising passed to the militants, observes Joan Connolly Ullman in her detailed study of the insurrection. They were anarchist by conviction, although nominally members of the Radical Party or Solidaridad Obrera. Their efforts were never coordinated by the committee, which stonily refused to issue any directives and wasted much of its time trying to coax the radical chief, Iglesias, into joining it. Iglesias, now concerned only with his personal safety, refused. Thus from the outset the insurrection followed its own course. The crowds roaming the main street were careful to distinguish between police and soldiers. The latter were wooed with cheers and anti-war appeals whenever they appeared. The police stations, on the other hand, were attacked with ferocity. This canny approach proved to be highly successful. The police made themselves scarce while at the Paseo del Colón, a group of dragoons refused to obey an order to open fire on the crowd. Railroad lines leading into the DTY were blown up, temporarily isolating Barcelona from garrisons outside the city. Barricades were thrown up in the working-class districts and arms distributed. Women played a very important role in the revolt, often joining the men in the actual fighting. The struggle aroused not only the workers and murcianos but also elements of Barcelona's déclasses, especially prostitutes. Nor was it for want of leadership that the insurrection was suppressed, all myths about the limits of popular spontaneity notwithstanding. The crucial problem was the lack of support outside Catalonia. The breakdown in communications between Barcelona and the rest of Spain worked to the full advantage of the government, which misrepresented the uprising as an exclusively 100 autonomist movement. The non-Catalan working class and peasantry, lulled by a false picture of the events, made no effort to aid the revolutionaries. Except for workers in a number of industrial towns nearby, the Barcelona proletariat fought alone. And it fought with great courage and initiative. By Wednesday, July 28, large troop detachments reached the city and were deployed against the insurrectionaries. Intense fighting continued well into the next day. In the Clot and Pueblo Nueva districts, the resistance of the workers was so furious that artillery was needed to clear the barricades. Even after the barricades were demolished, dogged fighting was carried on in buildings and from rooftops. Elsewhere, the fighting was sporadic. The morale of the workers had been shaken by the news that their revolt was an isolated one. For instance, the UGT, the only national labor federation in Spain at the time, did not issue an appeal for a general strike until Tuesday night, July 27, 2 days after Barcelona had risen. Moreover, the appeal was not distributed until Wednesday, and it scheduled the strike for the following Monday, August 2, 2 days after the Barcelona insurrection had been suppressed. There was little clarity about the aims of the insurrection. The socialists, as we have noted, saw the uprising as an anti-war protest, the anarchists as a social revolution, and the Republicans as a blow against the monarchy. By Tuesday the tragic week had developed a sharp anti-clerical edge that was to characterize it almost to the very end. Before the week was over, an estimated 80 churches, monasteries, and Catholic welfare institutions were destroyed. It is fairly evident now that this widespread damage to clerical institutions was instigated by the radical politicians who were eager to divert the workers from revolutionary paths into well-grooved anti-clerical channels. Very little was required to launch this effort. The church was thoroughly detested by the workers and middle-class radicals in Barcelona. The monasteries and nunneries were regarded as prisons in which recalcitrant novices were tortured into obedience or, as popular rumor had it, simply killed. The aura of torture and terror which suffused popular attitudes toward the church led to a number of macabre incidents. Having liberated the monks and nuns, the well-meaning attackers proceeded to exhume bodies in the monastic vaults and cemeteries, looking for evidence of ill treatment before death. When some cadavers were found with bound limbs, a practice of the Hieronymite nuns, they were carried to the city hall as evidence of torture. In one case, a number of bodies were deposited on the doorsteps of several prominent Catholic laymen. While this was going on, a young, Simple-minded Coleman, Ramon Clement Garcia did an obscene dance with one of the corpses as an amusement. He was arrested by the civil guard and later shot, ostensibly for building a barricade. 5. The fighting in Barcelona came to an end on Saturday, July 31, when Horta, the last outpost of rebel resistance, was overcome. The rebels there had fought until further combat was impossible. They had insisted they were going to carry out the revolution despite the overwhelming odds against them. When the tragic week was over, the police had lost a total of only 8 dead and 142 wounded. The fatalities among the civilian population were officially reported as 104, but this figure is almost certainly an understatement and should be weighed against Benassais's claim of 600 dead. Buenacasa was one of the participants in the uprising, and his figure, although almost 6 times the official one, should not be totally discounted. The number of wounded will never be known. Although the reactionary press bellowed about attacks on the clergy, only 2 monks had been deliberately killed. Clearly, in the assaults launched upon religious institutions, the objective was not to take life but, as Joan Connolly Ullman has noted, to destroy the property, the wealth of the clergy. No sooner was the revolt over when courts-martial were established to punish the revolutionaries. According to official reports, 1,725 individuals were indicted by military courts in the 10-month period following August 1. 214 had escaped the reach of the army and were never captured. On closer examination, the courts were obliged to dismiss the charges against 469 and acquit another 584. In the end, this left about 450 people to be tried and sentenced, mostly to varying terms of imprisonment. 17 were sentenced to death, but only 5 were executed in Montjuic prison. The remainder had their sentences commuted to life imprisonment. In 4 of the 5 capital cases, the trials were almost completely without juridical foundation. The victims were executed not because they had committed the most serious offenses with which they were charged, but because the authorities wanted to make examples of them. The military had apparently decided to shoot at least one individual for each of the major acts committed in the insurrections. Thus its selection of victims was largely arbitrary. The 5th and last person to be executed was Francisco Ferrer. Ferrer had been abroad between March and June of 1909. He had returned to Barcelona in order to be at the sickbed of his sister-in-law and dying niece. During the uprising he had spent most of the time at his farm, some 15 miles outside of Barcelona, and his movements had been watched closely by the police. Ferrer had very little influence on rank-and-file revolutionaries and radicals in the city. Although he had befriended such outstanding anarchists as Anselmo Lorenzo and Federico Urals, the ordinary anarchists and syndicalists had been scandalized by his financial activities and the publicity given to his relations with women. The radicals were interested mainly in Ferrer's financial contributions to their cause. The socialists, for their part, detested him. Nearly everyone regarded his political support as a liability. They were ready to take his money. Solidaridad Obrera's headquarters, for example, had been rented with a loan from Ferrer, but few were willing to listen to his advice. Yet this man was a sincere revolutionary. In contrast to radical leaders like Iglesias, he devoutly hoped that the general strike would turn into a revolution. The government and clerics hated him and were intent on destroying him. When he was captured on August 31, after hiding for 5 weeks in caves on his farm, the prelates of Barcelona sent a letter to Mora openly demanding vigorous action against Ferrer and the Escuela Modma. Mora publicly replied that the government will act in the spirit of your letter and follow the line of conduct you indicate. Accordingly, Francisco Ferrer was tried for his life by a military court that had arrived at its verdict well in advance. The proceedings lasted only 1 day. The prosecution was allowed liberties that scandalized world opinion. Anonymous affidavits and hearsay accounts were admitted into evidence against the defendant. Prisoners who were faced with serious punishment for their own offenses were evidently given the opportunity to trade heavy sentences for testimony. 102. Against Ferrer. Evidence in Ferrer's favor was suppressed, and cross-examination by the defense circumscribed to a shocking extent, even by Spanish standards of the day. One witness claimed that Ferrer had participated in the burning of convents in a community where none in fact had been burned at all. On the morning of October 13, 1909, Ferrer was executed by a firing squad in Montjuic prison. He is said to have died serenely and with great courage. As the men were aiming their weapons at him, he cried out, "Look well, my children. I am innocent. Long live the Escuela Moderna." The judicial murder of Ferrer was an act not only of gross injustice but political stupidity. The case led to demonstrations throughout Europe and contributed directly to the downfall of Mora's ministry. No less important were the long-run effects of the repression that followed the uprising. The government used the revolt as an excuse to suppress the Catalan unions, suspend the publication of opposition newspapers, and close virtually all private lay schools in the rest of province. Although Spain had been placed under martial law directly after the outbreak of the insurrection, full civil rule was not restored in Catalonia until November 7, almost 6 weeks after its restoration in the rest of the country. As we shall see, these measures further radicalized the Catalan proletariat and increased the influence of the anarcho-syndicalists in the labor movement. The tragic week rallied the manufacturers around Madrid and marked the first major step toward ending independent bourgeois politics in Catalonia. Indeed, almost everyone in Spain became mistrustful of electoral methods and drifted toward political subterfuge or the use of direct action. The industrial bourgeoisie returned to its old practice of making behind-the-scene deals. The conservatives and liberals, although falling out increasingly between themselves, became uneasy about calling elections. All the members of the privileged classes began to live under a single cloud, the danger of a mass uprising by the urban proletariat. The inner paralysis of these classes increasingly tended to paralyze the entire constitutional system, restricting political life to maneuvers within the government. Ironically, the Barcelona uprising might have breathed some life into the dying system of Turnismo just as the Federalist revolt of 1873 had evoked it had it not been for the political machinations of the young King Alfonso XIII. His overt intervention in parliamentary affairs was to prove a fatal blow to electoral politics, leading directly to the Primo de Rivera dictatorship of the 1920s. The first monarch of the Restoration, Alfonso XII, had accommodated himself to the constitutional regime of the 1870s and 1880s. The Landowning oligarchy mild, and the monarchy for the most part obeyed. The death of the king in November 1885 would have been greatly lamented had the oligarchs been able to foresee the role that his successor would play. They were to be spared this vision for 2 decades. The second Restoration monarch Alfonso XIII was a posthumous child, born 6 months after his father's death. His mother, Dona Maria Cristina, did nothing to threaten Canova's scheme for stability, and these decades were the most stable in modern Spanish history. Industrial development proceeded at a fairly brisk pace. The army's role in politics was curbed, the Carlists were slowly assimilated into the established order, and the labor movement was periodically crushed when its growth became worrisome. But while Canovas was building up this new political establishment, the young king was being taken over by the army. Educated in the fashion of a military prince, he lived amid parades, swords, uniforms, and officers who schooled him in the prerogatives of command. On ascending the throne in 1902, this half-boy, half-general began to exhibit an annoying interest in his kingly privileges. The Restoration Constitution of 1876 had given the monarch the right to appoint and 103. Dismiss the premiers of Spain, and as 1909 drew to a close, Alfonso decided to exercise his royal authority in a more direct fashion. When Mora, confronted by liberal obstruction in the Cortes, tried to bolster his position by asking the throne for a renewal of confidence, Alfonso astonished the conservative premier by accepting his formal offer of resignation and replacing him with the liberal, Marat. With this treacherous act, Alfonso virtually terminated the Turnismo, a system that had stabilized the Spanish government for a quarter of a century. If Mora entertained any hope of using the repression to strengthen his own grip on the government, he was soon to be disenchanted. Although he had a majority in the Cortes, he was dropped because his handling of the tragic week and the Ferrer case had deepened the split within the country and turned world opinion against Spain. How long Mora could have survived had the king supported him is difficult to say. Obviously the whole structure created by Canovas was already disintegrating, and Alfonso's intervention in the affairs of the oligarchy was doubtless an effect, not merely a contributory cause, of its decline. In any case, with the passing of the Mora ministry, the Canovite system of a disciplined alternation of parties began to give way to irresponsible infighting between unprincipled political factions, leading inevitably to the piecemeal crumbling of the constitutional structure. 104. Chapter 8, The CNT. The early years. The decade following the tragic week opens the mature period of Spanish anarchism, when the movement assumed massive dimensions and fully developed its tactics and organizational forms. At this time we also witness the emergence of the CNT, the largest of the libertarian organizations that were to play a role in the Spanish Civil War. The maturing of Spanish anarchism was a complex process of rounding out earlier methods of struggle which had been used too one-sidedly, almost to the exclusion of all others. During the period of the International, the anarchists were trying to find their way to a coherent body of theory and practice, and their influence on the laboring classes of Spain was very limited. This was probably the most experimental period in the early history of the movement. Its methods, the general strike tactic combined with local insurrections, could be deployed only on a very small operational stage, against an historic backdrop dominated by federalism. By the 1880s and early 1890s, anarchist tactics had veered over to a policy, influenced largely by the Andalusians, of local insurrections, culminating in the Jerez uprising. Then another shift took place, this time to the attentatus and conspiratorial activities of the 1890s. Throughout this period, moreover, there were always anarchists who emphasized the less dramatic tasks of propaganda and union organization. In time, all of these tactics began to fall together and were no longer regarded as mutually exclusive. Having exhausted the possibilities of using any one method as a panacea, the Spanish anarchists now began to unite them as diverse elements in the totality of anarcho-syndicalism. The general strike was combined with local uprisings, a steady barrage of propaganda, direct action by individuals or small groups, and dogged union organizing, each flexibly deployed to reinforce the others. It is this resilience, this uncomplicated, freewheeling combination of tactics, that accounts in great part for the remarkable growth of the movement in the years to come. The main problem now was to evolve libertarian forms of organization capable of encompassing this wide range of tactics and of promoting their use on a national scale. Such organizational forms ripened gradually, almost unconsciously, nourished by the disintegration of social and political institutions in Spain. After 1909, the constitutional system became so weakened by internal political divisions that neither effective repression nor satisfying reforms could be undertaken. Mora had genuinely tried to buttress the oligarchy and crush the labor movement. He had attempted in June 1907 to undermine popular suffrage and lessen the influence of the caciques by establishing corporate vote-granting electoral privileges to institutions and limiting those of individuals. The liberals and republicans were alienated by this policy. To them it seemed to portend a drift toward a monolithic conservative regime. 7 months later, when Mora's Minister of the Interior, Lacierva, presented a terrorist law that gave special provincial juntas sweeping powers to suppress anarchist terrorists, suspend their periodicals and exile labor militants, almost all opposition opinion in Spain was aroused. 105. The Liberal Party, more mindful than the conservatives of the need to neutralize revolutionary discontent with concessions, formed an alliance with the Republicans to unseat the ministry. When the Liberal Marat replaced Mora as premier on October 21, 1909, he was publicly committed to a less repressive program. In November, 4 anarchists charged with rebellion in the tragic week were removed from military jurisdiction and turned over to civilian courts. A few days later, martial law was lifted in Catalonia. Finally, a general amnesty was declared for the imprisoned rebels of July. This less oppressive atmosphere continued into the following year, when Marat was replaced by the liberal José Canalejas, whose ministry was avowedly oriented toward reform and greater political freedom. The Catalan labor movement now began to re-emerge. On December 18, 1909, Solidaridad Obrera held a special assembly to piece the organization back together. It was attended by delegates from only 27 unions with pledges of adherence from an additional 40, a substantial decline from the 108 that were represented in its April assembly 8 months earlier. The membership of the Labor Federation had dropped from 15,000 to about 4,500. A pathetically defensive atmosphere prevailed at this gathering. The delegates were at pains to disclaim any official connection with the general strike of the previous July or any ideological association with Ferrer. In June, Solidaridad Obrera had entertained hopes of expanding the Catalan Regional Federation into a national organization. Now, these optimistic plans seemed quite remote. Without doubt, notes the anarchist historian, José Pirates, the tremendous repression culminating in the Montjuic shootings retarded the confederal crystallization. Within months, however, the tide once more began to turn in favor of the formation of a national confederation. The decline of Solidaridad Obrera after the tragic week had at least one favorable aspect: the more moderate labor leaders had withdrawn for a time, giving freer play to anarchist influence. This influence was strengthened by the rehabilitation of Ferrer's name. The injustice of the charges against him, followed by the drama of his martyrdom, produced, in Díaz del Moral's words, an exaltation of syndicalism and of anarchism in the peninsula. Finally, strong sentiment for a national confederation began to build up within unions outside of Catalonia, where Mora's repression had been less severe. On October 30, 1910, delegates from local confederations throughout Spain convened at the Palacio de Bellas Arts in Barcelona for an informal 3-day exchange of views and experiences. It was at this gathering, called by the reconstituted Catalan Labor Confederation, the regional organization of Solidaridad Obrera, that a decision was finally made to establish a new national labor confederation, the National Confederation of Labor, Confederación Nacional del Trabajo, the famous CNT. The movement really got underway at the CNT's first Congress, also held in the Bellas Arts, between September 8 and 11 of 1911. By this time a surprising unanimity of opinion in anarchist ranks favored the establishment of the new organization. Owing largely to the efforts of Anselmo Lorenzo, many anarchist communists of Tna y Libertad began to express the need to work in mass labor movements. The new confederation, to be sure, was still very small. The delegates represented no more than 30,000 members in some 350 unions throughout Spain. But discussion was animated, and a lively spirit pervaded the proceedings. We must pause here to examine how this new labor organization was structured. The CNT was built up organically, initially around the Catalan Regional Confederation, Confederación Regional del Trabajo de Catalunya. Later, other regional confederations were established from local unions in each province until there were 8 by the time of the Second Republic. The national organization was in effect a loose collection of regional confederations which were broken down 106 into comarcal, local and district confederations, and finally into sindicatos, or individual unions. These sindicatos, earlier known by the dramatic name of Sociedades de Resistencia al Capital, Societies of Resistance to Capital, were established on a vocational basis and in typical syndicalist fashion grouped into local and trade federations, Federaciones Locales and Sindicatos de Oficio. To coordinate this structure, the annual congresses of the CNT elected a national committee whose primary functions were correspondence, the collection of statistics, and aid to prisoners. The General Secretary of the National Committee and the secretaries of the regional committees were the only paid officials in the Confederation. During the first few years, the post of General Secretary was occupied by José Negra. In contrast to its socialist rival, the CNT shunned any manifestation of bureaucracy and centralization. It relied primarily on the initiative of its local bodies, Kommerksa, and regional confederations to carry out the work of the organization. No strike funds were established. Strikes were expected to be short, and if necessary, violent as befitted a revolutionary organization whose primary aim was the overthrow of capitalism. The purpose of the CNT, or so its anarchist militants believed, was to keep alive the spirit of revolt, not to quench it with piecemeal reforms and long, attritive strikes. Regular funds were established, however, for aid to prisoners and their families, and to some degree for rationalist schools. There have been few unions more concerned than the CNT with the defense of its imprisoned members and the cultural, spiritual, and moral elevation of the working class. The phrase emancipation integral de los trabajadores, integral emancipation of the workers, recurs in all the leading documents of this extraordinary organization. How did the CNT function? For part of the answer we may turn to the statutes of the Catalan Regional Confederation, which established the guidelines for the national movement as a whole. The organization was committed to direct action. It rejected all political and religious interference. Affiliated comarcal and local federations were to be governed by the greatest autonomy possible, it being understood by this that they have complete freedom in all the professional matters relating to the individual trades which integrate them. Each member was expected to pay monthly dues of 10 centimes, a very small sum, to be divided equally among the local organization, the regional confederation, the national confederation itself, a special fund for social prisoners, and the union newspaper, Solidaridad Obrera. The regional committee, the regional equivalent of the CNT's national committee, was an administrative body. Although it played a clearly directive role in coordinating action, it was bound by policies established by the annual regional congress. In unusual situations, the committee was obliged to consult local bodies, either by referendum or written queries. In addition to the annual congress of the national movement, a regional congress was to be held every year at which the regional committee was elected. The statutes contained no provision for the recall of the committee members, a significant omission, but extraordinary congresses could be held at the request of the majority of local federations. 3 months' notice was to be given to the local federations before a regular congress was held so that they may prepare the themes for discussion. Within a month before the congress, the regional committee was obliged to publish the submitted themes in the union newspaper, leaving sufficient time for the workers to define other attitudes toward the topics to be discussed and instruct their delegations accordingly. The delegations to the Congress, whose voting power was determined by the number of members they represented, were elected by general assemblies of workers convened by the local and comarcal federations. 107. In practice, the CNT was more democratic than these statutes would seem to indicate. There was a throbbing vitality at the base of the organization, a living control and initiative from below. The workers' centers, Centros Obreros, which the anarchists had established in the days of the International, were not merely the local offices of the Union, they were also meeting places and cultural centers where members went to exchange ideas, read, and attend classes. All the affairs of the local CNT were managed by committees staffed entirely by ordinary workers. There were no paid officials, of course. Although the official union meeting was held only once every 3 months, there were conferences of an instructive character every Saturday night and Sunday afternoon. The junta of the local union characteristically included a president, several vice presidents and secretaries, a small battery of accountants to keep a watchful eye on the funds, and a librarian. The solidarity of the sindicatos was so intense that it was not always possible to maintain an isolated strike in a locality. There was always a tendency for one strike to trigger off others in its support or generate active aid by other sindicatos. This was especially true of strong anarchist centers like Saragossa, where the movement had established deep and vital roots. Obedience to the wishes of the membership was a cardinal rule. At the annual congresses, for example, many delegations arrived with mandatory instructions on how to vote on each major issue to be considered. If an action was decided upon, none of the delegations which disagreed with it or felt it was beyond the capacity of its membership was obliged to abide by the decision. Participation was entirely voluntary. Quite often this voluntaristic approach led to all the practical results imputed to centralization but without the need for creating the same deadening structural forms. On other occasions, it led to sporadic, ill-timed outbursts, easily crushed by the government. But such outbursts were usually due to overconfidence on the part of the CNT's local unions, a zealousness that could only be corrected by experience. In 1911, the CNT was still very immature, and its radiant optimism about its prospects very nearly had disastrous results. No sooner had the Congress established a national confederation when it secretly decided to call a general strike in support of strikers in Bilbao and as a protest against the war in Morocco. The action was scheduled for September 16, only 5 days after the founding of the CNT. The general strike started in Saragossa and spread rapidly to Gijón, Valencia, and Seville. Partial strikes also broke out in Oviedo, La Coruña, Malaga, Santander, and other cities. In Cullera, a town near Valencia, the general strike exploded into full-scale insurrection. The workers took over the community for several hours and in the course of the uprising killed the mayor and a judge. In Madrid the movement was aborted by the socialists, who used their influence in the capital to prevent a strike from getting underway. Surprisingly, no strike developed in anarcho-syndicalist Barcelona, where the CNT had held its congress only a few days earlier. There, the authorities had been alerted to the strike plans by Sánchez Villalobos Morena, the brother of Miguel, who had helped constitute the strike committee of July 1909. On the night of September 15, the Barcelona police rounded up 500 CNT militants or Sanetistas, as members of the organization were soon to be called, and, with the cooperation of Lerroux, who regarded the union as a rival of the radicals, managed to stop the strike movement. Canalejas, the liberal premier, reacted energetically. Troops were moved into all the major cities and the entire country placed under martial law. The CNT Centros Obreros were closed down, along with the Casas del Pueblo of the socialists, whom the government suspected of planning to support the strike. The anarchist press was suspended and a partial censorship imposed on other periodicals. Arrests of labor militants were made everywhere. Heavy sentences were meted out to those strike leaders who could be found. With this began the first flight, to be repeated many times, Oisnatista militants to France. On January 10, 1912, 5 anarchists were given death sentences for their part in the Cullera uprising, but these were commuted to life imprisonment. The last of the group, Juanjo Verferrer, Chato de Cucuita, was spared the garrote by Alfonso XIII, who was now eager to curry favor with the left. The CNT went underground. Its press disappeared and its membership dropped precipitously. Canalejas, who had been welcomed as a reform-oriented premier, began to curb the entire labor movement, even alienating the moderate socialists and Republicans. To break a railway strike in 1912, Canalejas drafted 12,000 of the workers into the army. The liberal premier was to pay dearly for his energy. He was shot to death in the Puerta del Sol, the main plaza of Madrid, by a young Aragonesa anarchist, Miguel Pardinas. Pardinas, whom Buenacasa knew personally as a mild-mannered, inoffensive boy, took his own life to escape capture. With the repression of the movement came a new wave of atentados. In April of the following year, another young anarchist from Barcelona, José Sancho Alegre, tried to kill Alfonso XIII at a military parade in Madrid. Although the attempt failed, Sancho Alegre was condemned to death. Again the indulgent monarch commuted the sentence. By degrees, the fortunes of the anarcho-syndicalist movement began to change, although it was to grow slowly in the next few years. In 1913, Canalejas' successor, the liberal premier Romanons, declared an amnesty for all imprisoned offenders in the general strike of September 1911. The CNT still remained an illegal organization, however. It had originally been banned by the judiciary of Barcelona, and the courts refused to revoke their decision. But the intrepid union continued to function in the underground, still conducting strikes and carrying on agitation in the factories. The outbreak of the First World War divided virtually all the working-class organizations north of the Pyrenees. The defection of outstanding anarchist leaders like Kropotkin, Grave, and Malto to the Allied side, followed by a small number of Spanish anarchists and their periodicals, shocked the movement, which came out overwhelmingly against the war. Rather than war revolution, cried the Ateneo Sindicalista of Barcelona in a manifesto written by Antonio Laredo and signed by hundreds of organizations. Tierra y Libertad remained fervently internationalist, advocating an anti-war position from the very outset of the conflict. Buenacasa was convinced that the defection of Kropotkin and other leading figures in the international anarchist movement hastened the death of Anselmo Lorenzo. In any case, this grand patriarch of Spanish anarchism died on November 30, 1914, having devoted almost a half-century to the libertarian movement. The CNT, whose formation had meant so much to Lorenzo, numbered no more than 15,000 members at the time. By 1916 the labor organization had recovered sufficiently to publish Solidaridad Obrera as a daily newspaper, but the movement was still subjected to severe harassment. The anarchists' militant anti-war position greatly displeased the authorities. Although Spain remained neutral, its ruling classes were emotionally committed to the belligerents and profited greatly by the continuation of the war. 109. In the spring of 1915, the Ateneo Sindicalista of Ferrol tried to hold an international anti-war congress, an event which attracted delegates from Portugal, Brazil, and other countries, including representatives of socialist youth groups in France. Eduardo Dado, the conservative premier, fearful of offending the warring powers in Europe, banned the meeting shortly after the delegates arrived, but the ban did not prevent the Catalan Sanetistas from holding a clandestine conference of their own with a view toward rebuilding the badly fractured CNT. To the Spanish masses, the war had brought jobs and a certain amount of economic improvement. But it had also brought a spectacular price inflation which outstripped the increases in wage earnings, particularly for unskilled and semi-skilled workers. Once again a wave of dissatisfaction began to sweep the country. This time disaffection developed not only among the workers but also in the Spanish army, middle classes, and industrial bourgeoisie. The social situation in Spain began to take a very curious turn. The conservative and liberal parties had virtually dissolved into factions, making the old parliamentary system increasingly unmanageable. The army, riddled with dissatisfaction, had begun to form juntas de defensa. This was a system of councils which seemed to resemble the workers' syndicates, at least in their demands. They asked for seniority in promotions, pay increases, and the right to bargain with the government for overall improvements in the military service. Their chief, Colonel Marquez, was regarded as a simple, honest soldier with republican sympathies who desired not merely army reforms but an end to oligarchic rule and caciquismo. By 1917 a strange spectacle was unfolding. The army, banished decades earlier from politics to almost everyone's relief, was now being wooed as the hope for political regeneration. The industrial bourgeoisie, irked by economic restrictions and high taxes, began to see the military as a possible lever for overthrowing the landowning oligarchy and taking political power for itself. Francisco de Asis Cambo, the Catalan industrialist and leader of the Ligia, established contact with Colonel Marquez, to be joined by Lerou and a variety of Republicans, radicals, and Catalan conservatives. The linkage extended to the labor movement by means of alliances that had been cultivated between the socialists and Republicans. For the first time, Spain seemed to be working toward a loose coalition of conservative industrialists, middle-class Republicans, petty bourgeois Democrats, and, through the socialists, a major labor federation. This agglomeration of basically hostile elements was united by a fixed desire to overthrow the landowning rulers of the state and establish a freely elected constituent Cortes that would write a new, enlightened constitution for Spain. To what extent was the CNT drawn into this curious bloc? The anarcho-syndicalist union found itself involved to the degree that it was committed to common action with the UGT. The CNT, it must be emphasized at this point, was not homogeneous in its outlook. It contained a strong syndicalist tendency, represented by Salvador Segui, the General Secretary of the Catalan Regional Confederation, and later by Angel Pestana, the editor of Solidaridad Obrera. Both men believed in anarchism as a social ideal and were unquestionably individuals of great sincerity and capacity for sacrifice, but their practical views were shaped by day-to-day issues and organizational exigencies. They placed a strong emphasis on the need for immediate gains, often at the expense of their libertarian principles. Moving increasingly into opposition to them were the more principled anarchists, who were concerned mainly with the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and the establishment of a libertarian society. Segui was eager to promote cooperation with the UGT. It is likely that he found practical socialists like Pablo Iglesias and Largo Caballero more compatible than the zealots of Tierra y 110. Libertad. By late 19J6, the idea of establishing a working cooperation between the two great labor organizations seemed irresistible. The political parties were in shambles, the manufacturers and oligarchy were more deeply divided than ever, the unions were growing rapidly, and the army's loyalty to the crown seemed equivocal. Massive discontent existed among the workers over the soaring cost of living. What could be more natural than to establish a cooperative relationship within the union movement? This prospect began to take on practical dimensions when an assembly of the CNT in Valencia decided formally to explore opportunities for joint action with the UGT. After an exchange of impressions, the two organizations established a working agreement which came to be known as the Pact of Saragossa. The agreement centered primarily around economic issues. The CNT and the UGT decided to call on the government to reduce the cost of living by curbing monopolists, speculators, and food exporters. A plan was drawn up to initiate a series of escalated actions to reinforce these demands. The movement reached its culmination when on December 16, 1916, the two labor organizations carried off an impressive 24-hour general strike throughout Spain to protest rising prices. By the summer of 1917, the link between the two unions was becoming increasingly political. The time had come for the manufacturers, the Republican middle classes, and the Laroxistas to be catapulted into direct confrontation with the oligarchy. In June, Dato, the newly appointed premier, responded to the mounting revolutionary threat by dissolving the Cortes and suspending constitutional guarantees. The Catalan deputies, called back to Barcelona by the Ligia, thereupon declared themselves to be a national assembly with the mission of renovating the entire political structure of Spain. The assembly managed to collect about 70 deputies out of 760 and hold TWB secret sessions before it was dispersed by the police. At this point, the government shrewdly decided to provoke the labor movement into premature action. Dato's intention was fairly clear: to stampede the Ligistas back to the governmental camp and quell the maturing revolutionary unrest among the workers before it went too far. The occasion for this ploy arose when the railroad workers of the Compañía de Ferrocarriles del Norte in Valencia decided to go out on strike. Why the strike occurred is unclear. It is quite possible that it was the work of an agent provocateur, although it may have also been the result of the hopes produced by the Assembly of Parliamentarians in Barcelona. In any case, the government counseled the company to take a firm stand against the Railroad Union, an affiliate of the UGT. Although the socialists managed to get the workers to return to their jobs, the company provoked a crisis by refusing to take back 43 militants. The railroad workers thereupon walked out again. Feeling had now risen to a fever pitch in nearly all the working-class districts of Spain. In Vizcaya, 25,000 metallurgical workers had walked out, supported morally and materially by the miners of the region. The socialists found themselves in a desperate position. Convinced that a general strike was doomed to failure owing to lack of sufficient preparation, they had managed to persuade the CNT to call off all strike actions in Barcelona. At the same time, grossly mistaking the intent of the government, they had threatened it with a general strike if the 43 railroad workers were not given back their jobs. This threat, which the socialists were convinced would suffice to cow the government, was precisely what Madrid wanted. Moreover, it was generally regarded by the TJGT rank and file as the opening shot in a social revolution. Everyone was straining at the leash, but this time the leash was held by the UGT leadership, and was rapidly slipping from their hands. 111. The general strike was called on August 13, and in most areas it was smashed within a few days. Heavy fighting had broken out in a number of cities, particularly in Barcelona, where the CNT reluctantly honored its agreement with its socialist allies. Barricades went up in the Atarazanas district, and the sharpest encounters occurred when the strikers tried to keep the trolleys from operating. Significantly, the troops came out on the side of the government, raking the streets with machine guns and artillery. They even accepted civil guard officers as commanders. Officially, the fighting left 70 persons killed, hundreds wounded, and some 2,000 arrested. Martial law was declared throughout Spain. But this time, the main burden of the repression fell on the socialists. Largo Caballero, Anguiano, Vizcairo, and Sabarit were arrested and received life sentences. In the following year, however, they were elected to the Cortes by working-class majorities and freed in the general amnesty that followed the period of repression. On the whole, Dato had shown more determination in quelling the labor movement than Canalejas, and several years later he was to pay the same price as his liberal predecessor. The strike proved to be entirely political, its demands influenced not by anarchist ideas but by those of the socialists. The CNT program in Barcelona, for example, went no further politically than a demand for a republic, a militia to replace the professional army, the right of labor unions to veto, not enact, laws, divorce legislation, the separation of church and state, and the closing of churches for a certain period. Economically, the union asked for a 7-hour day, a minimum wage of 4 pesetas daily, the nationalization of the land, the abolition of piecework, stronger child labor regulation, and so forth. In demanding a plebiscite for declarations of war, the program ironically stipulated that those who voted for it be enlisted first. However moderate these demands, at least by anarchist standards, they did not placate the bourgeois parliamentarians in Barcelona. Predictably, the Ligia and its allies completely deserted the labor movement. The general strike of August 1917, however, marks a turning point in the modern history of Spain. It finally sealed the alliance of the Catalan bourgeoisie with Madrid. Henceforth, the Ligia and its wealthy industrial supporters were openly to subordinate their autonomist visions to brute class interests. To the Catalan bourgeoisie, the main enemy was to be the Catalan proletariat, not the landowners of Castile and Andalusia. Thus was created the social setting that eventually would lead the manufacturers of Barcelona into the arms of General Franco. The post-war years. The end of the European conflict brought an economic crisis to Spain and nearly 4 years of bitter social war. The contraction of the wartime market, together with the closing down of shipyards, steel plants, mines, and the withdrawal of land from cultivation, produced widespread unemployment in the cities and countryside. Intent on reducing wages, the manufacturers began to gird themselves for a struggle with the unions. To this end they were prepared to use lockouts, the blacklisting of union militants, the sindicatos libres, the so-called free unions, many of which the employers promoted as substitutes for the CNT, and, as we shall see later, private gangs of gunmen, the pistoleros, to intimidate and kill union leaders. The main target of this offensive was the CNT. The labor organization had emerged from the war years and the general strike stronger than ever. By 1919, the CNT numbered from 600,000 to 1 million members. It had absorbed nearly all the older and established unions in Catalonia, whose prudence led them to resist entry into Solidaridad Obrera and its predecessors. This expansion of 112. The Anarcho-Syndicalist Union after the failure of the August general strike is highly significant. In the past, Anarchist-influenced unions were easily repressed. After each defeat, they either emerged weaker than before or disappeared entirely. Now the CNT had not only survived major government attacks but had grown into a formidable revolutionary force in Spain. To a large extent, the growth of the Union can be attributed to the intransigence of the Catalan bourgeoisie. The militancy of the manufacturers evoked a corresponding militancy in the working class. The failure of political methods promoted anti-politicism and direct action. Certainly this had occurred before, but in the past it had always left the effectiveness of repressive measures undiminished. Obviously other factors had now emerged which promoted the growth of the Union despite vigorous efforts to destroy it. The most important of these was the post-war revolutionary crisis of 1918-20. The Spanish laboring classes shared the sense of exhilaration that swept over the world with the success of the Russian Revolution. The fact that the Tsar had been overthrown, followed by the Bolshevik takeover and insurrection that proclaimed socialist ideals, produced wild enthusiasm in every comer of the peninsula. The ruling classes were terrified. The imminence of a political revolution, writes Díaz del Moral, who lived through those upheavals, worried even the most optimistic. The clear vision of these events and the examples of Eastern Europe animated all of the proletarian strata with hopes of victory. At this point, the most potent labor agitation in the history of our country was initiated. This agitation reveals the considerable role anarchist militants played in fostering the CNT's growth and giving it a revolutionary direction. In the winter of 1918, a national anarchist conference was held in Barcelona to define a common policy toward the CNT. The Union, it was agreed, could not be regarded as an anarchist organization in the strict sense of the word. But it was decided that the CNT should be a major arena of anarchist activity. Anarchists throughout Spain were urged to enter the Union and proselytize it. The results of the conference in Barcelona could not have been better, observes Buenacasa. Within a few months, all the entities of the CNT were perfectly penetrated by the anarchist spirit and idea. Buenacasa's conclusion, however, should not be too hastily accepted, as witness the results of the Congress of the Catalan Regional Confederation, the famous Congress of Sants, convened in Barcelona on June 28, 1918. This four-day assembly was attended by 164 delegates, representing some 73,860 members in 27 local federations. So important were the decisions of the Congress to the future development of the CNT that they must be examined in some detail. The syndicates were completely restructured on what, in the United States, would be called an industrial basis. Until the Congress of Sants, the workers in the same factory had been divided among separate, independent craft syndicates, based on trades. Now they were to be organized as a sindicato unico, uniting all the workers of the same enterprise in a single union. This reorganization did not eliminate all of the established craft unions in the CNT, a number of which still persisted in areas dominated by the craft-oriented UGT, nor did it eliminate representation by trades within the Sindicato Unico itself. Workers of different skills were grouped into trade sections, then united in a common industrial union. In an industrial dispute, all the sections acted as a single entity. The Sindicato Unico formed the basis of the Catalan Regional Confederation and of the unions that were to enter the CNT in the future. By uniting the skilled and unskilled in a single enterprise, the unions not only increased their fighting power but also made it possible for the poorly paid, unskilled workers to exert a radicalizing influence on the better paid craft elite. To further stiffen the militancy of the union, the Congress reaffirmed its opposition to cajas de resistencia, or strike funds. This stand met with general approval. As Pestana declared, the Catalan worker from time immemorial has always resisted the cajas de resistencia because he felt that this dulled his desire to struggle. At the same time, Pestana recognized that many employed members would probably want to levy a contribution on themselves as they had done in the past to aid strikers in major labor conflicts. Such arrangements, however, had to be made privately, not within the union structure. And if there were to be no cajas de resistencia, militant tactics would be necessary to settle strikes. At the same time, however, the Congress of Sens articulated its commitment to direct action with prudence merely as a preferred means and only indirectly expressed its opposition to political methods. It refrained from declaring its support for Comunismo Libertario. As Buenacasa disapprovingly noted, the Congress did not endorse a frank declaration of libertarian principles. Yet surprisingly, when the delegates took it upon themselves to elect a new national committee, at least until the next National Congress, they chose Buenacasa as Secretary General and anarchists such as Evelio Boal and Vicente Gil as secretaries, José Rapal as auditor, and Andrés Miguel as treasurer. These five, notes Buenacasa, constituted themselves into an anarchist group and, in line with their ideas, they oriented the Confederation until the Congress of Madrid, the Second National Congress of the CNT in 1919. The Regional Congress of Sens, in effect, regarded itself as an interim national body. Its authority to do this, and its choice of a temporary national committee composed exclusively of anarchists, may seem as questionable as it was ambiguous. But the Catalan gathering had been inspired in great measure by anarchist Andalusia, where a regional confederation had been established on May 1 in a congress at Seville. It was at this Seville Congress, in fact, that the Sindicatos Únicos were adopted for the first time by a Spanish syndicalist union, paving the way for their acceptance in Catalonia and finally by the CNT as a whole. Since Catalonia and Andalusia were now in close contact, the Catalans were doubtless confident that their actions reflected the wishes of the Labour Federation as a whole. At this time the South was in a fever of expectation. Gone were the memories of the defeat suffered at the turn of the century, of the 1905 famine that had starved out the very spirit of agrarian rebellion. Signs of a recovery were already evident in the spring of 1913, when a congress at Córdoba had led to the founding of the Federación Nacional de Agricultores, FNA. Generally, the success of this new organization had been modest, although it succeeded in holding regular annual congresses up to 1919, when it dissolved into the CNT. Most important of all, it had won the greater part of Murcia and Valencia to the libertarian fold and provided a springboard for steady agitation to promote the simple demand of the repartue, the land for those who work it. With the outbreak of general strikes in the north and the success of the Russian Revolution, an intoxicating wave of hope swept through the south, initiating the Trienio Bolshevista or Bolshevik Triennium of 1918-20. The popular writings of Sanchez Rosa, Kropotkin's famous Conquest of Bread, Medicos to the People, together with periodicals like Acción of Seville, La Voz del Campesino of Jerez, and Solidaridad Obrera of Valencia, began to inundate the countryside. Sanchez Rosa personally conducted a propaganda tour of the region, followed by Diego Alonso, Higinio Noja, and Francisco Cabello, to mention only a few of the popular anarchist speakers of the time. By December 1919, a major campaign had been launched to sweep Andalusia into the CNT. Local newspapers were started up in dozens of towns, and a stream of anarchist speakers, pamphlets, and leaflets flowed through the south. Díaz del Moral, who witnessed the effects of this anarchist propaganda at first hand, describes it with great verve and color. Those who were present at the time in 1918-19 will never forget the astonishing spectacle. In the fields, in the shelters, and in the courtyards, wherever peasants gathered to talk, to everyone's recurring delight there was one topic of conversation that was discussed seriously and fervently, the social question. During the smoking breaks during the day and at night after supper, the most educated would read the leaflets aloud while others listened with great attention. Then came the perorations, corroborating what had been read and followed by unending praise. They did not understand everything, some words they did not know, some interpretations were childish, others malicious, depending upon the personalities involved, and basically all agreed with each other. How could it be otherwise? For they had all heard the pure truth that they had experienced all their lives, even though they had never been able to express it. Everyone read continually, curiosity and thirst for learning was insatiable, even along the roads, The horseback riders read on their animals leaving reins and halters trailing. When they packed their food, they always put a pamphlet into their sacks. The account, written after the upsurge had subsided, is inadvertently patronizing. Similar descriptions can be found in the writings of travelers to Paris on the eve of the Great Revolution, the cab driver holding slackened reins while his eyes devour a seditious pamphlet, the soldier on guard duty avidly poring over a radical newspaper, the heated discussions in the Palais Royal, in the narrow streets, and in the cafés. In the case of France, however, this was taken as evidence of the harvest produced by the Enlightenment and as testimony to Gallic civilization. In the case of Spain, it was regarded as fanaticism and infantile millenarianism. The point is that Andalusia in 1918-19, like France in the 1780s, was teetering on the brink of revolution. The prudent Cordobese lawyer had come face to face with the insurgent Cordobese peasant and he was frightened. In all revolutionary situations, the sedition spreads rapidly. So it had been in France, and so it was in Andalusia. In Diaz del Moral's account, we get not only the facts but also the fears of the privileged classes, who saw this movement only as a terrible contagion spreading across the land. Within a few weeks, the original nucleus of 10 or 12 adepts expanded into 1 or 200, in a few months, almost the total working population, captured by ardent proselytism, frantically propagated the flaming ideal. The obstinate few who resisted either for reasons of discretion, passivity, or for fear of losing their status, would be harassed on the hillsides as they plowed the furrow, in the cottage. 115. In the tavern, in the streets and squares by committed groups with reasons, with imprecations, with scorn, with irony, until they agreed, for resistance was impossible. Once the village was converted, the agitation spread to those nearby. It sufficed for a worker of one pueblo to speak to a comrade of another. In all cases, the effect was successful, with more or less ability, all were agitators. Thus the fire spread rapidly to all combustible villages. The propagandist's task was easy, it sufficed that he read an article from Tierra y Libertad or El Productor for the hearers, like those of Finelli in Ribaudonadu's guest room, to feel themselves suddenly illuminated by the new faith. Then would come the strikes. Many of them exploded spontaneously, sweeping in everyone from day laborers and craftsmen to the house servants and wet nurses of the privileged classes. Stores would close, the cafes would empty, and the fields would go untended. If provoked by the Guardia there might be violence, rioting, acts of incendiarism, the killing of watchdogs and cattle. Quite often, however, nothing would stir, an eerie silence would descend upon the entire town. Although many of these strikes would raise specific demands, and in 1918, Diaz del Moral tells us, the majority of them were successful, others were strictly revolutionary. The strikers would pose no demands. Their purpose was to achieve comunismo libertario. When at last it was clear that this was not to come, the strikes would end as suddenly as they had begun, and everyone would quietly return to work. Then the town would wait for the next opportunity. The swollen groups would shrivel back to a small nucleus of devoted revolutionaries until another upsurge swept across the land. The coming of the CNT gave these agrarian movements greater cohesion. The Union established a Centro Obrero in each town and created permanent organizational forms with regular meetings and experienced organizers. In time, even the most isolated towns developed large, reliable memberships and became linked to other communities by regional conferences and newspapers. This was a vitally important advance. In the past, strikes had been sporadic, often doomed to failure by isolation. In later years, they were to be linked together into great provincial movements, sometimes leading the way for the cities, sometimes reinforcing urban struggles. Speakers from the large cities and occasional visitors from abroad would tour the Centros Obreros, bringing the culturally starved country people into living contact with the most talented individuals in the movement. Here would come the theoreticians of anarchism, its most capable organizers, its most renowned journalists. These would be great moments, like important holidays, when enraptured audiences would listen to the newest ideas or heatedly debate the most objectionable policies. Then there would be periods when the local speakers, each in turn, would expound the idea in all its nuances to neighbors and friends. Local newspapers played a major role in this development, not only by informing and coordinating the agrarian movement, but also by providing the braceros and peasants with a source of expression. CNT and anarchist periodicals were remarkable human documents. They were filled with letters, some barely literate, from all parts of the district. The Sindicatos Únicos would post notices of their activities, individual braceros and peasants would discuss a host of issues ranging from politics to morality, experiences would be exchanged, and, of course, there would be news of all important events that concerned the interests of the laboring classes. The periodicals, in short, were living organs, their readers devoured them avidly and wrote to them frequently. Devoted anarchists might subscribe to a number of papers, usually Tierra y Libertad or one of the 116 Solidaridad Obreras, several of which were published in the large cities. In addition, there were scores of local newspapers to choose from in Andalusia alone. These periodicals were supplemented by pamphlets and books on geography, history, science, and agronomy, as well as social issues, and included morally elevating dialogues, poems, and novels. Many of them were printed in very large editions on cheap paper and usually sold for a fraction of a peseta. In Andalusia and the Levant, the Sindicato Yotico usually embraced the entire town, bringing together workers, craftsmen, peasants, braceros, and even shopkeepers in a single union. Thus any strike involved everyone to some degree and usually took on the proportions of a general strike. In small communities, the Sunday meetings of the Sindicato were simply village assemblies. Anyone was free to attend, to speak, and vote on the topics at issue, which often included not only union business but all the affairs of the community. Women participated as freely as men. Between the weekly assemblies, the administration of the community's affairs was vested in the Junta del Sindicato and its committees. The assemblies made all decisions of policy and the committees executed them, imposing fines if necessary. Any action of the committees, however, could be challenged and revoked at weekly assemblies. During periods of upheaval, the Sindicato as a whole became a dual power in the full sense of the word, often completely undercutting the authority of the official municipality. Although recent evidence suggests that the braceros were already organized in quasi-syndicalist unions as early as the 1880s and were hardly the amorphous mass described by Brennan and Hobsbawm, the richly articulated forms described above did not fully emerge until the Second Republic. In 1918 the CNT was still a new organization in the south and the Sindicato Único, although initiated by Andalusia, had yet to develop stable roots. In any case, time was working against the rebellion in the countryside. For years the ruling classes of the South had answered the demands of their laborers with an arrogant indifference, safe in the knowledge that they wielded complete power over their domains. With the upsurge of 1918, they panicked completely. The early concessions to the rural strikes were made as a result of fear, not in a spirit of compromise. Many landowners responded to the demands of their laborers by packing off to the provincial cities, in some cases leaving Spain altogether. Those who remained behind, the more determined proprietors, the caciques, and their ruffians, the conservative middle classes, mobilized into armed groups. Every cortijo became an armory bristling with weapons. Finally, in May 1919, the new Mora ministry sent General La Barrera into the south with a division of troops. The soldiers, divided into small detachments, occupied virtually all the rest of towns and villages. With the declaration of martial law that accompanied this invasion, workers' centers were closed down, radical newspapers suppressed, and thousands arrested. Those who were not confined to jail were simply expelled from the region. The rural movement now began to roll back. The ebbing of the tide was hastened by demoralizing quarrels between the socialists and anarchists and by bitter infighting between the anarchists and syndicalists in the local federations of the CNT. Finally, where all repressive measures had failed, The strikes were literally starved out by the deepening economic crisis that followed the war. A quiet once more descended upon the South, not to be broken until the 1930s. In the North, repression had started even earlier, under the liberal Premier Romanons, but its effects were to backfire completely on the government. During the summer of 1918, the CNT launched a massive propaganda campaign throughout most of Spain to win over the working class. Within 6 months, the labor organization had increased its Catalan membership nearly fivefold, leaping from 75,000 in June to 350,000 by the end of the year. CNT speakers crisscrossed the country addressing large meetings and winning adherents by the thousands. In some cases, the gains were utterly spectacular. In December, for example, while stopping at Valencia, Buenacasa and his comrades won over to the CNT the entire Federación Nacional de Agricultores, which was then holding its 5th National Congress. In addition, the CNT gained the adherents of the Regional Workers' Federation of Andalusia, bringing 2 of the largest rural unions into its fold. As the agitation continued to mount, the government became increasingly alarmed. Finally, on January 16, 1919, Romanons decreed the suspension of all constitutional guarantees in Catalonia. Nearly all the top CNT officials, including Buenacasa, Segui, Herreros, and Negra, were rounded up and imprisoned in the battleship Pelayo lying at anchor in Barcelona. Pestana managed to escape arrest, but Solidaridad Obrera, on which he served as editor, was suppressed. These arrests produced an uproar in Catalonia. Although the labor organization had been driven underground, it continued to grow. In fact, it was at this point in the CNT's fortunes when it was technically an illegal organization, its top officials in jail and its newspaper suppressed that Barcelona was rocked by one of the most memorable general strikes in the history of the Spanish labor movement. The strike began with a minor dispute in the Canadiens, the popular name for an Anglo-Canadian hydroelectric company, Rego y Fuerza del Ebro, that furnished Barcelona with power and light. Here the CNT had organized one of its strongest sindicatos únicos. However, it was not with the well-organized utility workers that the strike of the Canadiens began, but with the office employees. Toward the end of January, a number of clerks had received wage cuts, and they turned to the sindicato for assistance. The union made an attempt to negotiate the dispute, but the English director of the firm, Peter Lawton, though at first disposed to deal with the workers, finally responded by discharging 8 of them. 3 days later, on February 5, the entire clerical staff declared a sit-in strike and sent a committee to the highest public officials of Catalonia requesting their intervention in the conflict. They were answered by the arrival of the police, precipitating a strike by the majority of the workers in the plant. The intransigence of the Canadiens director requires an explanation. At this time in Barcelona, a policy conflict existed between the civil and military authorities. Reflecting the state of mind in Madrid, the civil governor González Rothwos was inclined to deal amicably with the moderate officials in the CNT. He sensed that a policy of brute repression strengthened the anarchist militants in the Union, undercutting the position of Segui. On the other hand, the Captain General Milans del Bosch was a harsh reactionary of the old school who had only one answer to labor unrest: dar la batalla, to give battle. In this stance he was completely supported by the newly organized Employers' Federation, which sought to establish an anti-labor, militaristic regime in open defiance of the civil authorities in Barcelona and Madrid. As Brennan notes, the paradoxical union of the nationalistic Catalan manufacturers with the anti-Catalan army had turned Milans del Bosch into a sort of viceroy, clearly demonstrating that for the 118 Ligia, the social question took precedence over the Catalan one. Apparently, it was the Captain General and the Employers' Federation which stiffened Lawton's attitude in the dispute with the Sindicato. Before Milans del Bosch could do battle, however, the strike began to spread and to the most strategic sectors of the economy. On the same day that the Canadiens went on strike, February 8, the workers of the Energia Electrica de Catalunya followed them in an act of solidarity, sitting in their own plant. 9 days later, on February 17, the textile workers walked out. They were followed by a nearly complete strike by all the electrical workers of Barcelona. The city was plunged into darkness. The government, faced with a desperate crisis in Spain's leading industrial region, brought in the army to restore electrical service, but it could do so only partially, and 70% of the factories in the area were paralyzed. The conflict between civil and military authorities now came into the open. While González Rotvos was trying to restore negotiations, Milans del Bosch placed the entire province of Barcelona under martial law. For its part, the Canadiens issued a proclamation warning that any worker who failed to return to his job by March 6 could consider himself fired. At this point, an extraordinary thing occurred. The Sindicato Único de Artes Gráficas informed the Barcelona newspaper publishers that they would refuse to print anything that was prejudicial to the interests of the strikers. When Romanuns in Madrid tried to break the strike by calling up the workers for military service, the printers kept the proclamation but of the newspapers. At length, this document found its way into print, only to be answered by a strike of all the railway and trolley workers. The majority of the mobilized strikers refused to answer the call-up, and those who reluctantly did so refused to act as strike breakers. Some 3,000 of them were packed off to the Montjuic fortress. By March 13, the frantic Romanuns, pursuing a policy of negotiation with the strikers, installed Carlos Montans as civil governor and Gerardo Doval as Barcelona police chief, both well known for their liberal views. By now, the Canadiens equipment was suffering from major deterioration. The company, in fact, was facing bankruptcy. A settlement was finally negotiated by José Morot, an official in the Catalan government. Although the strikers had been motivated largely by solidarity for their fellow unionists, most of them asked for wage increases, an 8-hour day, recognition of the sindicatos by management, and the reinstatement of discharged personnel. All of these demands were granted. In addition, the workers compelled the employers to reimburse them for the earnings they had lost while striking. As for the government, it was required to release all those imprisoned for social questions, including the CNT officials who had been arrested in January. There remained one qualification: the authorities refused to release anyone who was currently on trial. On the night of March 16, the settlement was submitted for approval to a huge mass meeting of strikers at Barcelona's Plaza de Toros de las Arenas. The workers agreed to everything except the qualification on the social prisoners. A cry went up over the entire plaza: "Free everybody!" Indeed, feeling ran so high that the settlement was nearly rejected, but Segui, by arguing that nothing short of an insurrection could free those prisoners, gained the provisional approval of the audience. It was agreed to return to work for now, but to resume the strike if the government failed to release all the prisoners in 72 hours. This general strike had lasted 44 days, paralyzing virtually the entire economy of Barcelona and the towns in the surrounding area. The strikers had resisted a military call-up, thus risking imprisonment for 4 years. Not only workers in industry and transportation but shop clerks and ville servants had walked off their jobs. Thousands had been packed off to the 119 Montjuic fortress. Finally, on March 11, Romanuns had tried to curry favor with the strikers by decreeing an 8-hour day for the construction workers, which was to be extended to all trades on April 3. The decree made Spain the first country in the world to enact the 8-hour day into law. The workers knew that they had won an historic victory, but so did the employers. Now the hand of Milans del Bosch began to be felt, and it tightened into a fist. Despite pleas by union officials, the government let the 72 hours pass without releasing the remaining prisoners. There was no way to avoid this challenge, and on March 24, wisely or not, the strike was resumed in full force. For this time the Captain General acted with energy and decisiveness. Troops were stationed at all strategic points in the city with machine guns and artillery. To reinforce the soldiers, Milan's Del Bosch called up 8,000 men of the archaic civic guard, a volunteer militia recruited overwhelmingly from the bourgeois classes. Stores were forced open with rifle butts, even though the clerks were still on strike. Members of the civic guard transported supplies into the city, and armed troops patrolled the streets. The government flatly refused to make any compromises with the strikers. To the contrary, the police launched a massive roundup of all the CNT officials, strike committees, and union militants they could find. By March 28, the strike had begun to follow a noticeable downward trend. First, the store clerks and office workers returned to their jobs, followed by workers in light industry, transportation, and utilities. The metallurgical workers held out to the last, but by April 7 the general strike had essentially come to an end. A key factor in bringing about the resumption of work in an enterprise was the arrest of the strike committee and the demoralization that ensued. Although workers remained out well into April, partly because of lockouts, and the conflict lingered on in outlying industrial communities, the backbone of the strike had been decisively broken. Milan's Del Bosch, acting for the army and the arrogant Employers' Federation, capped his victory with an act of defiance that virtually shaded into a pronunciamento. He removed Montans and Doval from office, packing off the civil governor to Madrid. This action toppled the liberal government, and Romanons was replaced by Mora. Milan's Del Bosch, whatever may have been his expectations, did not smash the CNT. The Union was evidently a formidable power in Catalonia, and in the following year its strikes were to increase in number. The Captain General, however, succeeded in realizing all the fears of his former civil governor, González Rotuos. The violent tactics advocated by anarchist militants were to replace the moderate methods of the syndicalists. Pistoleros, or gunmen, would soon begin to operate more frequently on behalf of both the Union and the employers. The last serious attempt to resolve the bitter conflict in Barcelona was made in the latter half of 1919, when Mora, repudiated by the electorate, was replaced by Sánchez de Taca. The new ministry, composed entirely of conservatives, made a last-ditch effort to reconcile the two classes. That the ministry was formed at all is almost miraculous. The king had begun to meddle in parliamentary affairs in a manner that verged on the erratic. The military juntas, now extremely reactionary, supported the employers in their policy of dar la batalla. Despite these formidable obstacles, Sánchez de Taca made an unusual effort to arrive at a modus vivendi with the labor movement. His cool and conciliatory behavior in the great strikes that swept Malaga, Valencia, and Saragossa in 1919 stand out in sharp contrast to the mindless repression initiated by Mora and his aide Lacierva. Barcelona was dealt with cautiously. The new civil governor, Julio Amado, tried to create a stable system of labor arbitration by establishing a mixed commission of labor, Comisión Mixta de Trabajo, on which sat an equal number of employer and union representatives. For a while, it almost seemed that Amado's policy of conciliation might succeed. The number of atentados fell off sharply, and an agreement was reached in September for the return of 70,000 workers, many of them lockouts as well as strikers, to their jobs. But this period of conciliation was to be very short-lived. In October 1919, a Congress of the Employers' Federations in Barcelona secretly voted to initiate a general lockout in Catalonia and, if necessary, throughout Spain, in the event that the government should fail to end the present situation of social disorganization. The decision was followed by a month of maneuvering between the union and the manufacturers, in which the latter tried to create the very social disorganization they had been complaining about. When, on November 25, some 25,000 construction workers went on strike, the employers apparently decided that the opportune moment for their offensive had arrived. The lockout began on the very same day, throwing 200,000 out of work. The action lasted well into January of the following year, a period of 10 bitter weeks, during which virtually all industry in Barcelona was brought to a standstill. It was in the midst of the lockout indeed, during one of its worst phases. That the CNT decided to hold its second National Congress. Since Barcelona was no longer safe for such a gathering, it was to take place in the socialist stronghold of Madrid. 7 On the morning of December 10, 1919, 437 delegates gathered in the aristocratic Teatro de la Comedia, filling most of the orchestra seats and boxes. The remaining sections of the teatro were occupied by a large assortment of artists, writers, poets, and academicians, in short, that unique peripheral group of intellectuals that had collected around the Madrid anarchist organizations from the days of the First Republic. It was truly a people's congress, with each delegation wearing its own regional garb, the Basques in their berets, the Andalusians in their large Cordobese hats and peasant blouses, and so forth. The delegates represented over 700,000 members. The overwhelming majority, 427,000, were located in Catalonia, while the Levant claimed 132,000. The Andalusian delegation, the most anarchist delegation, according to Buenacasa, represented less than 90,000, a reflection of the harsh repression Mora had inflicted on the region. Although somewhat formally structured, with a credentials committee and special committees to report on important issues, the Congress was highly democratic. From the outset it was decided to grant everyone present the right to speak, although many individuals in the teatro were not members of the CNT. Voting privileges, of course, were reserved for the authorized delegates. From beginning to end, it was a stormy Congress. For 8 years, repression had prevented a representative, National Assembly of this kind from convening. Passions and ideas were pent up in all of the delegates. No sooner had the lean figure of Boal called the crowded meeting to order than scores of delegates sprang to their feet, demanding the floor. Later, an extremely able chairman, José María Martínez of the Asturian delegation, managed in an affable but decisive manner to keep the proceedings orderly, but vivas to anarchism and to the CNT exploded throughout the sessions. The Congress unequivocally declared its belief in Comunismo Anarchico. It adopted the Sindicato Único de Ramos y Industrias, single union of branches and industries, for large cities, and the more encompassing Sindicatos Únicos de Trabajadores, single union of workers, for the smaller towns and villages. This merely acknowledged the fact that craft sections within the Sindicato Único were not feasible for unions in small or rural communities. With the adoption of the Sindicato Único, the Congress annulled the Federaciones de Oficio, the federations organized by trade and industry, replacing them by simple comités de relation profesional, committees of professional relations. No longer was the labor organization to have the dual aspects advocated by traditional syndicalism. There were to be Sindicatos Únicos, grouped into local or territorial federations. Craft problems were to be handled by the trade sections within each Sindicato Único and, on a larger scale, by simple, loosely organized committees of professional relations. The National Confederation will be composed basically of its regional federations, declares the resolution adopted on this issue, these by the local and comarcal federations and these by the sindicatos. With this structural change, the CNT was now essentially decentralized and its internal relations made entirely organic. Although a national committee continued to exist, the autonomy of the local and regional federations was no longer abridged by the existence of parallel, separately organized craft bodies. The Congress called upon the printers' sindicatos to refuse to publish any periodicals in localities where authorities had suspended the CNT press. Furthermore, the printers were asked to exercise a red censorship in direct proportion to the censorship imposed on labor periodicals. The delegates affirmed their commitment to acción directa and declared their support for the intelligent, opportune use of sabotage. They condemned any participation by the CNT unions in the mixed commissions. By this time, the Catalan Regional Confederation had acknowledged its error in joining the mixed commissions organized under the Sanchez ministry, an act of self-criticism that the delegates accepted without reproaches. The biggest problem facing the Congress was its attitude toward other movements, notably the UGT and the Communist International. A strong sentiment for fusion with the Socialist Union existed among delegates from Asturias and Castile, the two areas where the UGT had deep roots in the working class. The Saragossa delegate supported fusion, reminding the Congress that workers from his area were not yet aligned with either labor organization. On the other hand, the Andalusians as a bloc and anarchist militants from other regions opposed it furiously. The ill feeling of many Senatistas toward the Socialist Union can best be conveyed by referring directly to one of the resolutions condemning fusion. The Ugatistas, UGT members, were described as Amarillos y al margen del movimiento obrero yellows and on the margin of the labor movement. Nourishing this sharp language were bitter memories of strikes in which Ugatista workers had scabbed against their brothers in the CNT and the cynical advantage the socialist leadership had taken of anarchist defeats. Yet the use of these words produced a sensation at the Congress, and for 122 days the delegates heatedly debated the issue. When it finally came to a vote, the fusionists were defeated by 324,000 to 170,000. The number of abstentions was fairly large and, unaccountably, delegates representing some 200,000 members did not participate in the voting at all. By contrast, the Bolshevik Revolution was greeted with unrestrained enthusiasm. The Congress called upon all Spanish armament workers not to produce any weapons destined for use against the Red Army and threatened to call a general strike if Spain sent troops to Russia. After avowing their support of Bakunin's principles in the First International, the delegates voted for provisional adherence to Communist International. In spite of the fact that not one of the 400 anarchist delegates of the Spanish organization in Madrid was disposed to cede a single point of our ideological convictions, observes Benasesa, the truth is that the immense majority behaved like perfect Bolsheviks. This was in spite of the great love we felt toward the libertarian ideal. It had an explanation. The Russian Revolution impressed us to the extreme that we saw in it the revolution we dreamed of. The Asturian delegate, Quintanilla, warned against this naivete. The Russian Revolution does not embrace our ideals, it is a socialist type of revolution, common to all the revolutionary socialist tendencies started in Europe. Its direction and organization does not correspond to our concept of workers' intervention, but to that of political parties. While calling upon the delegates to oppose European intervention in the Russian Civil War, the Asturian urged them not to join the Communist International. The relationship of the CNT to the Russian Bolsheviks was to follow a strange trajectory. In June 1920, Angel Pestana was sent to Moscow to represent the labor organization at the Second Congress of the Communist International. In Moscow he was courted by Zinoviev and Losovsky, but he soon began to sense the enormous gap that existed between the libertarian ideals of his movement and the authoritarian practices of the Bolsheviks. The Russians tried to be accommodating. To lure anarcho-syndicalist unions into the communist fold, they established the International of Red Trade Unions, Profintern, presumably an independent body that accepted all revolutionary unions irrespective of their political views. These flirtations did not last long. In March 1921, the Soviet regime harshly suppressed the Kronstadt sailors' uprising. The Kronstadt issue, coupled with a mounting campaign against Russian anarchists, began to alienate the libertarian movement throughout the world. The relations between the CNT and Moscow became increasingly taut. Pestana, returning to Spain, reported on his bleak experiences. His account was corroborated by Gaston Laval, who had gone to Russia separately as a representative of the Catalan anarchists. On June 11, 1922, a conference of the CNT at Saragossa rejected affiliation with the Bolshevik movement, and the CNT together with other independent syndicalist unions in Europe, began to explore the possibility of forming a new international. Bearing the traditional name of International Workingmen's Association, the Syndicalist International was founded at a congress held in Berlin from December 26, 1922, to January 3, 1923. The adherence of the CNT to the new body finally ruptured all ties between the Spanish labor organization and Moscow. The Bolsheviks, however, did not suffer a complete loss in Spain. In April 1921, a group headed by Andrés Nin and Joaquín Morin surfaced in Moscow, professing to represent the CNT. Actually, Nin and Morin represented virtually no one but the LIDA local federation. 123. Their stronghold, which they had persuaded to send them to Russia. 8. Both men were deeply enamored of the Bolsheviks and, without consulting the movement they professed to represent, proceeded to affiliate it to the Communist International. Their actions and claims were disavowed by a plenum of the CNT at Legrano the following August. After a futile attempt to return to Spain, Nin went back to Moscow to become head of the Prof in turn. Morin managed to reach Spain and together with anarcho-syndicalist and socialist dissidents, established a communist syndicalist group of his own, largely independent of the newly founded Spanish Communist Party. In later years, both he and Nin were to combine and establish the semi-Trotskyist Partido Obrero de Unificación Marxista, Workers' Party of Marxist Unification, the ill-fated POUM. The Madrid Congress of the CNT in December 1919 marks the high point in the post-war development of Spanish anarcho-syndicalism. The movement had taken on a more national character, expanding beyond the confines of Catalonia and Andalusia. It had become a serious competitor of the UGT in the mining districts of Oviedo and had established roots in the steel plants of Gijón and La Felguera. Saragossa was a center of pure anarchism, a race of the north with tendrils extending into the estates of the steppe country and the vineyards of Rioja. A strong anarcho-syndicalist movement existed in La Coruna, particularly among the dock workers, as well as in the surrounding rural districts. In most Spanish ports the majority of sailors and stevedores favored the CNT. The union had wide support among the mountain peasants of the Levant and strong sindicatos in the Rio Tinto mining district. Anarchist groups, as distinguished from anarcho-syndicalist unions, were forming into regional federations after having existed for years in relative isolation from each other. An Andalusian anarchist federation had been established in 1917, and now there was one in Catalonia as well as other provinces. These finally collected into a loosely organized national federation of anarchist groups, later establishing an exile offshoot in France called the Federation of Anarchist Groups of the Spanish Language. In the late 1920s, the two federations were to form the basis of the Federación Anarquista Ibérica, the redoubtable FAI of the Republican years and the Civil War. In Catalonia, however, the CNT had entered a period of deep crisis. The lockout was to completely exhaust the labor organization and the Pistolero War was to claim a disastrous toll in dead and wounded among its most capable militants. Indeed, this savage duel between armed anarchists and employer-hired thugs was to cost many lives not only among the unionists but also among public officials, manufacturers, and the highest echelons of the state. No less important than the claim it made in human life was the atmosphere of illegality it generated. After the street war, the country would never again be the same. Everyone, from Cortes deputies to anarchist militants, pocketed revolvers, and almost every large organization had some kind of paramilitary force at its disposal. On an ever-increasing scale, political disputes involved a recourse to arms. The return of the permanent guerrilla to Spanish society is vitally important in understanding the social atmosphere that produced the Civil War. The Pistoleros. In 1916 Angel Pestana, who at that time was editor of Solidaridad Obrera, was privately approached by two young workers who, without any preliminaries, declared, "We are going to pose a question to you. We belong to an anarchist action group and are disposed to continue the work already started. We come to propose that you be our spokesman in the confederal committees, especially in the regional committee. Our proposal is as follows: we are willing to make an alentado against any employer or factory director the organization considers it advisable to eliminate. In exchange for this sacrifice, which we are willing to make for the organization, we only ask that you pay us the expenses which we incur and the wages of the days lost from work. Furthermore, that there be a reserve fund of 2,000 or 3,000 pesetas so that in case of the necessity for flight, if our identity is discovered, we can put our hands on it immediately. and if anyone is imprisoned, as you can understand, we want you to help us. What we ask of you, as you will see, is very little, what we offer, on the other hand, is a great deal. Pestana, who knew the young men, tried to dissuade them. They were wasting their time, he warned, for he was unalterably opposed to such methods. Later he learned that they had made the same offer to the organization through one of its committees and that it had been accepted. These young anarchists, Pestana goes on to say, did not decide which of the employers and their factory directors were to be assassinated. The decision was made by the men who accepted their services. The attentates were entirely impersonal and were performed without expectation of financial reward or desire for personal vengeance. At that time, according to Pestana, 2 or 3 anarchist action groups were operating in Barcelona. Let us state that those who took advantage of this and paid the young men for their work, he adds, were some elements, very few, among the leaders of the textile unions. When this was done, the first step had been taken. If this was the first step, however, it was not a major one. Sastre y Sama's study of attentates performed against Barcelona employers shows that they were not greater in number between 1916 and 1919 than they had been in 1914. 9. It was not until late 1919 that the number of anarchist attentates began to rise significantly, paralleled by increasing assassinations of CNT militants and officials. The year was a particularly bitter one for the Labour Federation. It was the year of the February-March general strike, Mora's campaign of persecution, and the long lockout from November until January of the following year. Except for a brief truce initiated by the Sanchez ministry, the government had been especially provocative. Constitutional guarantees in Catalonia were suspended between late January and mid-March, and again in late March, by which time some 40,000 workers had seen the inside of jails. The sindicatos had been attacked repeatedly, their records seized and the Centros Obreros closed down. Finally, to cap these provocations, one of the most outstanding CNT officials was cut down by the bullets of assassins. On the night of July 19, 2 men in police uniforms drove up to the home of Pablo Sabater, the president of the textile union, and shot him to death. Perhaps more than any other event up to that point, the murder of a rebel union militant increased pistolerismo in the Catalan seaport to uncontrollable proportions. The disease was endemic in Barcelona. Even in the pre-war years, agents provocateurs, either hired or encouraged by the police and civil governors, planted bombs in Barcelona to provide an excuse for crackdowns on the union movement. A network of informers extended through the city, parasitizing the labor movement like lice. In unruly periods, of course, they had their work cut out for them. In lean periods, these elements learned to create their own incidents and generate a demand for their services. One of the most notorious examples in its day was the Rull family. Juan Rull, his brothers, and his mother, who for years had set off bombs in Barcelona and collected fees from the police for spurious information on the perpetrators of these anarchist outrages. As an informer, Juan Rull had access to the ears of 3 civil governors. Indeed, there is compelling evidence that he was in the pay of high clerical politicians like Eusebio Güell. Rull's arrest in July 1907 produced a scandal that lingered beyond his execution in August, a year later. On that day, a bomb went off on a main boulevard of Barcelona. Nearby, a note was found declaring that Rull was innocent and that the bombings would continue despite his death, which, to many, meant that it was not one RTLFTN or his family but an entire syndrome that lay at the root of Barcelona's atentados. The outbreak of the First World War found neutral Spain and particularly Barcelona infested by adventurers, criminals, and mercenaries. At first living on opportunities for espionage, these elements soon began to thrive on the frayed nerves of the Catalan bourgeoisie and on the Barcelona police department's growing demand for hired assassins. Perhaps the most sensational example of these sinister connections was revealed in the pages of Solidaridad Obrera on June 8, 1918, when Pestana published evidence that a district police chief, Manuel Bravo Portillo, was operating a German espionage ring in the port area. Although Pestana's charges were to cost Bravo his job, the Captain General, Milans del Bosch, recruited his services in the early street war with the CNT. During his years in the police department, Bravo had served in the volatile Atarazanas quarter of the city, where the brutality of his methods had made him a particular object of detestation among the Barcelona workers. With the outbreak of the February-March general strike, the ex-police officer and his cronies, in close association with the self-styled Baron Koenig, were given a monthly stipend of about $6,000 to perform special services for the employers. Their jobs included attentates against CNT officials and union activists. There seems to be little doubt that men from Bravo's gang murdered Sabater. Bravo, in turn, did not survive the summer. On September 15, at noon, he was shot down in the Calle de Santa Tecla. 2 days afterward, one of his most detested agents, Eduardo Ferrer, a former leader in the metallurgical union, was killed. News of Bravo's assassination produced a carnival atmosphere in Barcelona. Buenacasa tells us that thousands of workers celebrated the event with banquets, singing, and speeches on the subject. The gang, however, did not disappear. It was taken over by the Baron, a foreign adventurer who lacked even the residual social and national loyalties Bravo had possessed. Koenig, his real name may have been Coleman, was simply out for what he could get. He extorted protection money from the individual employers. Those who refused to pay became victims of anarchist outrages, whether they had particularly outraged the anarchists or not. The situation began to get out of hand when the Baron became involved in disputes within the Employers' Federation itself. Accordingly, in the late spring of 1920, he was quietly expelled from Spain and his gang dissolved. The work of the Bravo Koenig gang had already been taken up on a broader scale before the Baron disappeared. In December 1919, the Carlist Ramon Sales founded the Sindicato Libre, Free Union, at the Ateneo Legitimista in Barcelona. Patronized by the church and employers, the new body, whatever the sincerity of many of its founders and followers, who may have been pure and simple trade unionists, was used to divide the labor movement. Recruiting its membership from the more religious, more conservative, or simply more opportunistic strata of the working class, it made very little headway against the CNT. But it provided a new reservoir epistoleros and an ideological covering for professional gunmen in the union's cadres. Superficially, the battle in Barcelona now took on the appearance of an inter-union rivalry waged with revolvers in hand. To worsen a rapidly deteriorating situation, in November 1920 the Captain General of Catalonia, Severino Martínez Anado, was appointed civil governor, replacing Carlos Bas. This appointment, as Brennan notes, was an act of defiance to all moderate and humane opinion in the country. His disagreement with Bas was due to the fact that he had supported extra-legal means for dealing with terrorism. He is said to have shown Bas a list of 675 syndicalists whom, he declared, ought to be shot outright. Unamano describes him as follows: "The man is a pure brute, he can't even talk, he can only roar and bray, though his roars and brays always mean something." The anarchists, in turn, attempted to regroup their own forces. There can be little doubt that increasingly violent elements began to influence the direction of the CNT, although professional gunmen were rarely to be found in an organization whose resources were slim and whose members were bitterly persecuted. 10. The remarks of Buenacasa on this state of affairs convey the disgust that the more staid anarchists felt over their inability to arrest the trend toward attentatus. Buenacasa complains that few of the attentatus were revolutionary acts. The unions, he concludes, were unable to shake off these pistoleros who were acting on their own and who in a few cases were able to seize the leadership of important committees of the organization. Yet by this time, the anarchists may very well have had no choice. With Martínez Anado at the helm, any failure to resist might have been more demoralizing than the rampant gunplay. To all appearances the new civil governor and the Employers' Federation were waging a war of extermination against the CNT. A distinguished conservative politician, Burgos y Mazo, leaves no doubt that the blame for the crisis in Barcelona belonged to the ruling classes. It must be said in all clarity, he emphasizes, without fear, and in due tribute to truth, the employer class and other leading elements in Barcelona were the principal culprits of this horrible social state today. An incredible situation now began to unfold in Barcelona. The attentats of the employers' pistoleros were matched, almost victim for victim, by the attentats of the anarchists. Nothing quite like this macabre bookkeeping had occurred before. Following an attempt on Segui's life on January 4, 1920, the anarchists responded with attentats against the president of the employers' federation, one of its directors, and 2 police agents. Attentats now began to occur almost regularly, alternating between the two sides like the movement of a pendulum. By the autumn of 1920, there was one nearly every day. One of the most senseless atrocities occurred on the night of September 12, when a bomb exploded in a working-class dance hall on the Paralelo, killing 3 and wounding 20. A month later, the head of a metallurgical firm, E. Terrada, was assassinated. This was followed 2 weeks later by the death of Jaime Pujol, president of the Association of Electrical Employers. The arrest of 64 CNT officials on November 20 led to a general protest strike. On November 23, Martínez Anadó responded by outlawing the Labor Federation and re-establishing censorship. 3 days later, the president of the Sindicato Libre of Reus was killed. His death was followed the very next day by the assassination of José Canella, an important member of the regional committee of the CNT. The authorities and pistoleros did not spare even the attorneys of the Labor Federation. The lawyer Luis Companys was arrested and shortly afterward his colleague, the popular Republican deputy Francisco Layret, was murdered. The pistol war claimed victims not only from the Employers' Federation, the unions, and the police, but from the highest summits of the government. In 1920, the civil governor of Catalonia, the Conde de Salvatierra, who had presided over the lockout of late 1919 and early 1920, fell before the guns of anarchist pistoleros. On March 8, 1921, the conservative premier, Eduardo Dato, was killed by 3 Catalan anarchists in reprisal for restoring the ley de fugas, law of flight, a disgusting practice in which the police killed arrested syndicalists, claiming they were shot while trying to escape. For its part, the CNT paid a corresponding price with the death of Evelio Bale, the General Secretary of the National Committee, killed at dawn on June 15, minutes after having been released by the police. His companion, Antonio Feliu, another National Committee member, managed to escape this attempt, but was shot down 2 weeks later. Between 1918 and 1923, this systematic slaughter claimed about 900 lives in Barcelona alone and about 1,500 throughout Spain. A premier, 2 former civil governors, an archbishop, nearly 300 employers, factory directors, foremen, and police, and many workers and their leaders in the Sindicato Libre, fell before the bullets and bombs of anarchist action groups. The CNT, in turn, lost many outstanding members of its national, regional, and local committees. In the end, the labor organization paid a heavier price than its opponents. Assassinations in the public streets, writes Buenacasa, followed the authoritarian persecution of the state. The very best of our cadre was threatened with this dilemma: die, kill, flee, or fall in prison. The violent ones defended and killed, the stoic died, and also the brave, the cowards or prudent fled or hid, the most active wound up in prison. A failure of nerve was already evident in the late summer of 1920, when the CNT leadership began one of those curious flirtations with the bureaucracy of the UGT from which the anarcho-syndicalist union invariably emerged with bitter misgivings. Pressured to the point of near panic by the employer offensive in Barcelona, the moderates of the National Committee and Catalan Regional Committee decided to solicit the UGT for a common defense pact. In itself, such a pact would have been a meaningless achievement for the CNT unless it opened the way to a joint general strike. The UGT had no resources in Catalonia and was faced with very little prospect of repression in its own strongholds, despite the increasingly reactionary policies of the Dato ministry in Madrid. Indeed, the socialists had everything to gain by a pact with the CNT. The Russian Revolution had deeply divided their party. A large percentage of the socialist membership had veered to the left, committing the party to adherence to the communist. 128. International. The reformists in the party and the UGT needed all the revolutionary camouflage they could acquire, and nothing seemed better, at this point, than the prestige of a pact with the militant anarcho-syndicalist union. Having received a favorable nod from the Madrid socialists, Segui, Boal, and Quemades hastened to the Spanish capital and conferred with Largo Caballero, Cordero, Fernandez, De los Toyos, and Martinez Gil. On September 3, 1920, these moderates signed a pact which advanced a demand for the restoration of constitutional guarantees. The defensiveness of the wording is astonishing. We, the declared enemies of bourgeois society, constitute ourselves as the defenders of its laws. From this coterie, the Spanish bourgeoisie had little to fear, and it is testimony to the stupidity of the ruling classes that they made little effort to co-opt the ready and waiting reformist leaders in both labor organizations. Rather, the conservative government of Eduardo Dato hardened its attitude and prepared to do battle, if any was really necessary. The pact produced an angry uproar in the CNT regional committees outside of Catalonia, all the more because the National Committee and the Catalan leadership had consulted with no one in undertaking it. Under pressure from the regions, a plenum was held in October, where the agreement was roundly attacked. It was decided to withhold public criticism of the pact owing to a strike of the Rio Tinto miners, where CNT-UGT collaboration was desperately needed. But the strike was to gain absolutely nothing from the pact. The conflict in the Rio Tinto, a rich copper district in Andalusia, was one of the most bitter, and certainly one of the most poignant disputes in the history of the Spanish labor movement. The mines were owned by British interests. They had been acquired for a preposterously low sum decades earlier, when the national wealth of Spain had been placed on the open market for foreign exploitation. The strike, which began in June 1920, was led by the CNT. Although strong UGT unions existed in the area, the anarcho-syndicalists and socialists regarded each other with deep suspicion. But this infighting was overshadowed by the desperate lengths to which the miners had gone to win their struggle. At the time of the pact, the majority of them had sold all their personal possessions and gone to live in the towns rather than yield to the employers. There was talk among the strikers of seizing the mines and the offices of the mine owners. The dramatic features of this struggle aroused the working class throughout Spain. Andalusia was on the brink of a general strike in sympathy with the miners, a move that would have gained wide support in the north had the two Labpair organizations been prepared for militant action. But this movement came to nothing. A delegation of CNT and UGT leaders went to the Rio Tinto to examine the problem at first hand. On their return, the UGT leaders could suggest little more than an assessment of 1 peseta per week on the membership of the two organizations in support of the miners. An earlier CNT proposal for a joint general strike, to be initiated by UGT miners and railway workers, had been rejected by the Madrid socialists. The problem was resolved for the moderates in both unions when the miners, after striking for 4 months, returned to work in defeat. By now the pact was in shreds. It was to be eliminated completely when a general strike broke out in Barcelona over the arrests of the CNT leaders and the assassination of Layret. Once again the CNT called upon the UGT for support. Not only was aid refused, but it was denied with an arrogance that clearly indicated the socialists had lost all interest in future collaboration with the CNT. The responsibility for making this evident was left to Largo Caballero, who, when he asked why the UGT workers in the Basque province of Vizcaya had not been called out to aid the Catalans, answered, "Because we are not obliged to do so." As Buenacasa tells the story, the 129 anarcho-syndicalists of Bilbao, the great Basque industrial city, on leaving Largo Caballero, told him energetically, "In spite of this there will be a strike in Vizcaya." But Largo Caballero, top representative of the UGT, sent dispatches to Bilbao telling his followers that if the anarchists and syndicalists try to paralyze the work in the factories, mines, etc., they should be beaten with cudgels. The strike in Catalonia collapsed and, with it, any prospect of collaboration between the two unions for years to come. The CNT at this time was plagued not only by bitter harassment at the hands of the authorities but also by the divisive activities of the communists, who were determined either to control the labor organization or to split it. In Catalonia, Andalusia, and other regions, sharp infighting between communists and anarchists dissipated much of the union's energies. The communists were defeated not merely by the weight of anarchist influence in the CNT, but by a general revival of the labor movement, which temporarily lifted the heavy atmosphere of defeat and isolation that nourished internecine fighting. In April 1922, constitutional guarantees were restored for the first time in nearly a year and a half. A walkout of the Teamsters in Barcelona turned into a general strike of nearly all the transport workers of Catalonia. The CNT, reemerging from a harassed clandestinity, managed to hold a successful national conference on June 11 in Saragossa. The 42 delegates who attended the conference broke all ties with the Communist International. Dominated largely by the moderates in the CNT, the conference expressed its support of Segui's participation in the mixed commission and passed a resolution favoring salaries for union officials. To still further exacerbate the differences between the anarchist and syndicalist tendencies within the Confederation, the conference approved a vaguely phrased political resolution, largely conciliatory in tone towards the socialists and liberals, that implied the possibility of CNT electoral blocs with parties that favored the restoration and extension of civil liberties. As it turned out, this was to be the last major national gathering of the Union in Spain until the declaration of the Second Republic. Already Primo de Rivera stood in the wings, and events were moving the scenery into place for a dictatorship that would last more than 6 years. As if to symbolize the end of the post-war era, on March 10, 1923, Salvador Segui and a companion, Francisco Comas, were shot down in Barcelona's Calle de la Cadena. The assassination occurred during the busiest part of the day, when the street was filled with people. Segui's death, at the age of 33, removed the most important and influential spokesman for restraint in the CNT. The syndicalists in the great labor organization, producing no worthy successor to Segui, were for some time relegated to a secondary role. But with the disarray produced in anarchist groups by the dictatorship, they returned to the foreground. Although Segui ranks high in the pantheon of anarcho-syndicalist martyrs, his contribution to the CNT is difficult to evaluate. He was born of working-class parents in industrial Lleida on December 23, 1890. The family moved to Barcelona while he was still a child, and here, in the streets of the proletarian quarters, he formed the earthy competence and aggressive temperament that were to make him one of the CNT's most capable organizers. This instinctive OPF the streets, whose employment in a sugar refinery earned him the lifelong nickname of Noi del Sucre, Sugar Boy, was also an admirer of Nietzschean individualism, of the superhombre to whom all is permitted. At an early age, Segui was sent off to work as a house painter and was drawn into the labor movement. He took an active part in the tragic week and became a refugee from the repression that followed. His life thereafter centered almost entirely around 130. The movement, a sequence of meetings, propaganda tours, negotiations, conferences, and hard committee work in preparing strikes. Although Segui was familiar with anarchist and socialist writings, he remained above all a practical organizer to whom Comunismo Libertario, he regarded himself as an anarcho-syndicalist, remained a distant ideal. Revolution, in his eyes, seemed primarily a matter of organization. A moderate who consistently favored collaboration with the UGT, he became a target of bitter criticism by anarchist militants, who detested his policies while admiring his administrative talents. In turn, he regarded them as doctrinaires whose lack of realism endangered the development of a mass, united labor movement. Accordingly, Segui always came to the fore whenever bomb was needed to quiet the restive ranks of the CNT. He was one of the architects of the Pact of Saragossa, a proponent of the Mixed Commission, in which he participated with great earnestness, the ideal negotiator in agreements with employers and with UGT bureaucrats. It was Segui who, almost single-handedly, persuaded the Barcelona workers to return to their jobs during the general strike of 1919, when the Canadiense was facing bankruptcy and the manufacturers were in full retreat. As it turned out, he was wrong in much of the advice he offered. Although words like compromise, restraint, and moderation evoke a certain reverence in many quarters, they never truly belong to the vocabulary of the Spanish bourgeoisie. For his attempt to promote compromise and restrain violence, St0ui was humiliated by the intransigence of the Catalan manufacturers and probably murdered by their pistoleros. Ironically, the men who were to avenge Segui's assassination were the very human types he fought so vigorously in the CNT. On May 17, 1923, anarchist pistoleros from Barcelona assassinated Fernando González Regueral, the former governor of Vizcaya. 3 weeks later, on June 11, they killed Cardinal Juan Saavedra y Romero, the Archbishop of Saragossa. Both men were notorious reactionaries who bitterly opposed the unions. They were killed by members of the Solidarios, a group of young anarchists whose practices and outlook were antithetical in almost every respect to those of the man they avenged. We must pause here to look closely at this anarchist action group, for in many ways it typifies the Grupo de Afinidad that was later to exercise so much influence in the FAI. Many such small anarchist groups had been in existence as far back as the 1890s. The Solidarios, and others like El Crisol, which acquired a certain fame, were formed late in 1920 or early in 1921, when the syndicalist youth was established for the purpose of dealing with the pistoleros of the Sindicato Libre. Ricardo Sanz, who belonged to the Solidarios, tells us that they were young people, the majority under 25 years of age, who had been drawn to Barcelona from different regions of Spain. These youths, spontaneous in principle, felt themselves ever more tied morally to the group, writes Sanz. And there were many of them, those who might be called direct collaborators, who felt themselves by right, not only in fact as components of the group. All the components of the group were workers and, therefore, lived on their daily wages. The group had no other income in any sense, but it also had no other expenditures. This was covered by arrangements according to the capabilities of each one of its members. Thine and mine hardly existed among the members of this group in any case, not when it was a matter of activities related to the collective plan. Individ. 131. Usually, each member of the group was free to do what he felt convenient, it being well understood that the activity was not in contradiction with the purity of the ideas. 11. The Solidarios included a famous threesome: Buenaventura Durruti, his close friend Francisco Escaso, and Juan Garcia Oliver, whose collaboration as Los Tres Mosqueteros was to acquire almost legendary proportions. In time, the group came to be known as much by Durruti's name as by the one it originally adopted. According to Sanz, however, neither Durruti, Escaso, nor Garcia Oliver were regarded as leaders. The Solidarios were a group of individuals, he emphasizes, among whom no one was more or less important than any other. Accordingly, the Solidarios resembled a community rather than a conventional political organization. To fully understand the close personal relationships within this typical Grupo de Afinidad, we must try to compare it with the type of organization favored by the socialists and communists. A Marxian party consisted of a hierarchical cadre of bureaucracy composed of paid officials forming a distinct, clearly defined chain of command. The communists, and to a lesser extent the socialists, demanded obedience from those below. Authority was vested in a supreme executive body which made all decisions of policy and administration in the interims between party congresses. The party's complex cadre was fleshed out by a well-disciplined membership, each individual marching in step with the others in accordance with the decisions of the party congresses and leading committees. The preferred type of relationship within this political army verged on the impersonal. Although it would have been impossible for individuals in any group exposed to some degree of persecution not to feel a kinship for each other, Marxists tended to stress the value of morally and emotionally neutral ties within their organizations. Today's comrade might well be tomorrow's political foe or factional opponent. Scientific socialism demanded a certain detachment toward people and ideas, a severe rationalism that could prevail over passions, impulses, and personal intimacy. One owed one's primary loyalties to the party, that is to say, to its apparatus, not to those who shared one's struggles, risks, and responsibilities. The anarchists were genuinely horrified by this arrangement. They regarded it as passionless, soulless, even morally indecent. The revolution for them was, above all, a great moral transformation which was expected to liberate individuals, to restore their freedom and spontaneity of development. Individuals had to be remade, not merely as producers of goods but as new totalities, free to take full command of their destiny and daily life. Any lesser goal was not worth fighting for. Accordingly, the anarchists regarded the Marxist Party as another statist form, a hierarchy that, if it succeeded in seizing power, would preserve the power of one human being over another, the authority of the leader over the led. The Marxist Party, in their eyes, was a mirror image of the very society it professed to oppose, an invasion of the camp of the revolution by bourgeois values, methods, and structures. The Marxists argued that their organizational forms gave them greater efficiency and effectiveness, a claim the anarchists emphatically denied. To the contrary, they insisted that the most efficient and effective organization was ultimately based on voluntarism, not on coercion or formal obedience. A movement that sought to promote a liberatory revolution had to develop liberatory and revolutionary forms. This meant, as we already have noted, that it had to mirror the free society it was trying to achieve, not the repressive one it was trying to overthrow. If a movement sought to achieve a world united by solidarity and mutual aid, it had to be guided by these precepts. If it sought a decentralized, stateless, non-authoritarian society, it had to be structured in accordance with these goals. With voluntaristic aims in mind, the anarchists tried to build an organic movement in which individuals were drawn to each other by a sense of affinity, by like interests and proclivities, not held together by bureaucratic tendons and ideological abstractions. And just as individual revolutionaries were drawn together into groups freely, by affinity, so too the individual groups federated by voluntary agreement, never impairing the exercise of initiative and independence of will. It will be recalled that the anarchists continually stressed the importance of education and the need to live by anarchist precepts, the need, indeed, to create a counter-society that could provide the space for people to begin to remake themselves. Accordingly, they placed a great deal of emphasis on leisure and moral excellence. The socialists were despised because their demands focused primarily on wage increases and material improvements. Far more important, in the anarchists' eyes, was the need to shorten working hours so that, as Anselmo Lorenzo argued, people would have the liberty in which to think, to study, to satisfy their moral instincts. This type of language, words like liberty and moral instincts, was alien to the socialist and communist parties. In Saragossa, the anarchists developed a proletarian following that was unique in the history of revolutionary movements. These Aragonesa workers began to emphasize moral, political, humanistic struggles over economic ones. As E.H. Carr has observed, their strikes were characterized by their scorn for economic demands and the toughness of their revolutionary solidarity. Strikes for comrades in prison were more popular than strikes for better conditions. The solidarios were to stand out among other grupos de afinidad by virtue of the scope and boldness of their escapades. In other respects, however, they were typical of the anarchist action groups operating in Spain at the time. There can be little doubt that they and others like them terrified many men in the government who were guilty of major crimes against the labor movement. On this score, the case of Martínez Anidó is revealing. After ruling Barcelona for 2 years in a manner that had completely shocked public opinion throughout Spain, This brutal soldier was finally dismissed in 1922. One of the immediate causes of his departure was characteristic of his administration as a whole. It had been found that while Angel Pestana was recovering from wounds inflicted by the civil governor's pistol Rose, another group of Anado's gunmen was stationed outside the hospital with orders to shoot the anarchist as soon as he emerged. The story was given wide publicity. By now, a more moderate conservative government, again headed by Sanchez de Taca, had come into office, intent on achieving political reforms. With Martinez Anado's dismissal, there now began a remarkable pursuit in which the Solidarios tried to track down this man in order, as Sanz puts it, to settle accounts. Anado simply went underground. In May 1923, the Solidarios, armed with submachine guns and bombs, tracked him to San Sebastian, but he had fled to La Coruna, where they pursued him again. Martinez Anado then disappeared completely. Although a general in the army and ex-governor of Catalonia, this worthy was forced to remain underground until the pistol threat had been largely removed by repression. While the hunt was going on, the Solidarios succeeded in locating Ramon Leguia, one of the chief pistoleros of the Sindicato Libre, whom they severely wounded in a café in Manresa. It was around this period that they also assassinated the ex-governor of Vizcaya and the Archbishop. 133. Cardinal of Saragossa. The attentados against these dignitaries were followed by several daring robberies, the most famous of which occurred on September 1, 1923, when a group of Solidarios held up the Bank of Gijón, making off with over 600,000 pesetas. The raid produced a sensation throughout Spain and ranks as one of the largest expropriations of its day. In the meantime, the anarchist action groups were preparing an insurrection against the newly installed Primo de Rivera dictatorship. Arms were desperately needed. There now began a series of fantastic escapades in which tons of weapons were manufactured or shunted around under the very eyes of the police with a courage and bravado that would have seemed possible only in Spain of that time and perhaps only among the Spanish anarchists. The Solidarios bought an iron foundry in the Pueblo Nuevo district of Barcelona and put it to work manufacturing grenades and bombs. Some 6,000 of these weapons were cached away in the Pueblo Seco district before they were discovered by the police, who must have been astonished by the group's audacity. In addition, the group deposited caches of rifles and pistols in almost every neighborhood of Barcelona. A regular arms traffic was organized in which weapons bought in Belgium and France were transported clandestinely into Spain through the frontier town of Puigcerda or shipped in by sea. 12 In October 1923, as the day of the uprising approached, the group managed to buy 1,000 rifles and 200,000 cartridges from the firm of Great Y Anachua in the town of Ibar. The insurrection never came off, at least not in October, and the weapons remained in the firm's warehouse. Later, the Solidarios shunted them to a warehouse in Barcelona, where they lay for months while anarchists in the city negotiated with Catalan nationalists over how to use this deadly largesse. When the two groups fell out, the weapons were sent back to Ibar, where the manufacturer accepted them as returned merchandise. It is testimony to the astonishing effectiveness of the anarchist action group that the purchase, movement, and storage of 1,000 rifles and 200,000 cartridges during a period of military dictatorship was never discovered by the police. The Solidarios, in fact, had by this time developed into a far-flung libertarian enterprise. A partial list shows that there were at least 30 members, many of whom were prepared to leave Barcelona at a moment's notice for an action elsewhere in Spain. Besides trafficking in thousands of weapons, operating a grenade foundry, and staging carefully planned actions, they were a source of considerable funds for various libertarian projects. Their expropriation sustained Ferrer-type schools, anarchist printing presses, and a large publishing enterprise in Paris which produced the Anarchist Encyclopedia, as well as many books, pamphlets, and periodicals. The group included men like Durruti, whose prestige by now was enormous, but if we are to believe Sanz, it had no leaders and no hierarchy. Durruti earned his prestige, it was entirely the result of his personal courage and obvious ability. There was nothing in his background that made him distinctive. Like everyone else in the group, he was a worker, perhaps with a slightly better than average education. Born in the city of Lyon in July 1896, of working-class parents, Durruti became an apprentice in a machine shop at the age of 14. 4 years later he began work as a motor mechanic in a railway shop, where he joined the UGT and became active in the labor movement. His father had been a socialist and Durruti seemed at first to be following the same political path. But he was a combative young man, attracted by the militancy of the CNT, and at the time of the August 1917 general strike, he shifted his allegiance to the Anarcho-Syndicalist Union. With the repression and blacklisting of Union militants that followed the defeat, Durruti left Lyon to seek work further north on the Atlantic coast in Gijón. There he was befriended by Buenacasa and instructed in anarchist ideas by the older, more experienced revolutionary. By this time Durruti had reached 21, the age of obligatory military service. He left Spain for Paris, where he met the anarchist luminaries of the French capital and became increasingly involved in the libertarian movement. The upsurge of revolutionary activity below the Pyrenees brought him back to Spain after a 3-year stay in France. He settled in San Sebastian, re-established his contact with Buenacasa, and joined the Justicieros, a newly established anarchist group. Looking for a more combative arena in which to work, Durruti then decided to move on to Barcelona. On his way to the Catalan seaport he stopped at Saragossa, where he picked up Francisco Escaso, the man who was to be his alter ego in the years to come. With Durruti's arrival in Barcelona in January 1922, the Solidarios began to take form as an action group. A prime suspect, Durruti was obliged to use an alias and to operate in the twilight zone of the underground. The sheer nerve of the man is shown by the fact that, while in Madrid at an anarchist conference, he paid a visit to the imprisoned assassins of Dato, an act which led to arrest and months of detention. The police were eventually obliged to release him for lack of adequate evidence, although he was involved in almost all the plans and, when he was not being detained, all the actions of the group he helped to form. By December 1923 Durruti's position had become so precarious that it was necessary for him to leave Spain and take refuge in France. In fact, the Solidarios as a group was faced with dissolution. The atentados, bank robberies, and arms traffic had claimed a heavy toll of its most militant and active members. Escaso was in prison for the assassination of Soldevila, although he soon made a daring escape, returning by rail to Barcelona disguised as a train conductor and then making his way to Durruti in Paris. Eusebio Brau had been killed in the aftermath of the Gijón robbery and Rafael Torres Escardin was jailed and also accused of participating in the atentado against the Cardinal. In February 1924, the secret police, according to Sanz, had murdered Gregorio Suberbila and Manuel Campos, 2 members of the Solidarios. Garcia Oliver and Figueras were imprisoned. Sanz and Alfonso, although still in Barcelona, were in and out of jail. The high point of the attentados and expropriations had passed and a new period was emerging, defined increasingly by the military dictatorship of Primo de Rivera. What had the anarchist pistoleros achieved? Were the attentados simply futile gestures, blind provocations that played into the hands of the authorities, who wanted nothing more than excuses to crack down on the CNT? This is the prevailing opinion among contemporary historians, while even most Spanish anarchists today deal with the subject defensively and touch upon Durruti's illegal activities with the utmost reticence. Yet this approach, like so much that is written about Spain, must be regarded as an oversimplification. However one chooses to assess the political consequences of the assassinations of Canovas in 1897 and of Canalejas in 1912, the fact remains that these attentados removed 2 of the shrewdest premiers in the modern history of Spain. They occurred in critical times, the period leading into the Spanish-American War and the exhaustion of Tumismo before the First World War, when decisive statecraft was needed to deal with a disintegrating political situation. The deaths of Canovas and Canalejas produced a serious vacuum in the leadership of the Spanish state. Most of the premiers who followed them were utterly incapable of dealing with the crisis and antagonisms that developed in Spanish society. 135. When the Catalan manufacturers turned to pistolrismo after the First World War, there could be no other answer than the counter-pistolrismo of the anarchists. This macabre interplay becomes evident from an examination of Segui's attempt to promote a moderate trade union approach within the CNT. Segui's approach clearly prevailed for a time. The union cut short the general strike of 1919, it joined the mixed commission, participating in it with the utmost seriousness. It followed a policy of collaborating with the UGT, even subordinating itself to socialist policy in the August general strike. The employers, on the other hand, merely used the truce in the general strike of 1919 to mobilize their forces and launch a fierce counter-offensive against the Union. They made a mockery of the mixed commission, and the socialists turned their backs on the anarcho-syndicalists as soon as they were called upon to act resolutely. For all its shortcomings, pistolrismo and a militant anarchist policy in the CNT emerged as a result of defeats suffered by the moderate trade union wing. A policy based on acquiescence would have demoralized the labor organization completely. The anarchist pistoleros showed the more militant workers in Barcelona that in a period when the employers seemed to have a completely free hand, a force on their behalf was still alive, effectively answering blow for blow. Finally, the anarchist militants were not interested in social peace or in a restful period of trade union growth. They regarded bourgeois society as incurably diseased. In their view, the opportunism of Largo Caballero and the reforms of Sanchez de Taca were simply half-hearted efforts to preserve a fundamentally sick society. Better to reveal the disease, to use the scalpel in removing the spreading infection, than to conceal the sores of the social system. The terrorism of the Spanish anarchists was designed not only to keep alive the spirit of revolt and to provoke the Spanish bourgeoisie, but to undermine the stability of the social system. Thus emerged a policy of destabilizing capitalism which, as the 1930s were to show, catapulted Spain into social revolution. As we shall see, the anarchists actually succeeded in getting the revolution they wanted. Without them, it is very doubtful if there would have been one in 1936. If their revolution failed, it was not for want of any effort to produce one. 136. Chapter 9, From Dictatorship to Republic. The Primo de Rivera Dictatorship. On September 13, 1923, General Miguel Primo de Rivera, the Carrot Captain General of Catalonia, a post to which he had been appointed during the previous year, proclaimed himself military dictator of Spain, bringing to an end the parliamentary oligarchy Sagasta had labored to create in the 1870s. The dictatorship was the culmination of a period of growing disenchantment with the army and with the role of the monarchy in the Curitri's political affairs. The army had proven itself grossly incompetent. 2 years earlier, in June 1921, a large column in Spanish Morocco, advancing under the command of General Silvestre from Melilla to Alhucemas, was ambushed at Annual and virtually destroyed by a smaller force of RIF tribesmen. 10,000 were killed, 4,000 captured, and all the column's equipment lost to the RIFs. In the following 2 weeks the RIFs took the Spanish fortified posts at Monte Arut, reaching the outskirts of Medalla before they were stopped. Silvestre's advance, at first widely touted as a bold stroke against the RIFs, turned into a nightmarish route that threatened the Spanish presence in North Africa. The entire country knew that the king was deeply implicated in these disasters. Silvestre, who perished in the RIF ambush, had been a protégé of Alfonso. The king encouraged the advance in the hope that bold military successes in Morocco would strengthen his position against the Cortes. A damning dispatch from the monarch to Silvestre advised the ill-fated commander to do as I tell you and pay no attention to the Minister of War, who is an imbecile. Despite the lapse of 2 years between the annual disaster and Primo's pronundamento, the outcry over the affair continued unabated. Fed by rumors of corruption in the army, the public had become so uneasy that Sanchez de Taca, the conservative premier, was replaced by a liberal, Garcia Prieto, ending the reactionary political pattern that had been foisted on Spain since 1919. A new government of liberal concentration threatened to initiate sweeping reforms, including the democratization of the army and monarchy. While the Cortes was on summer vacation, a parliamentary commission of inquiry into the Moroccan defeats was sifting the details of army corruption, low troop morale, and the complicity of the king in the annual defeat. Everyone recognized that when the Cortes reconvened in the autumn, the commission's conclusions would essentially place the king and army on trial before public opinion. Primo's dictatorship brought this crisis to an end and deflected public attention from the corruption of the army and the ambitions of the monarchy to the irresponsibility of parliamentary government. A state of martial law was declared, suspending the Cortes and invoking censorship of the press. Political parties that continued to criticize the dictatorship were suppressed. By affixing the promise of social peace to a public weary of social instability, the dictator started his rule with a certain amount of political capital. To a Spain overfed with parliamentary crisis and corrupt politicians, Primo's simple patriotism and amateurism became attractive qualities. A pleasure-loving Andalusian rake, Primo functioned by intuition, his speeches, gestures, and 137. Public behavior were marked by an embarrassing frankness which often mixed maudlin effusiveness with provincial canniness. "I have no experience in government," he declared, not without honesty. "Our methods are as simple as they are ingenious." And he proved this by working at fits and starts at the most irregular hours, lecturing the Spaniards endlessly on a motley assortment of personal matters, and correcting social abuses suffered by little people when they came under his purview. This paternalistic style was displayed at the very outset of his regime when, in a grand gesture, he redeemed the pawn shop receipts of the Madrid poor with surpluses from his first budget. To organize mass support for the dictatorship, Primo established a loose, rambling organization, the Patriotic Union, UP, which attacked individualism, democracy, and intellectualism, stressing obedience to social institutions and a pragmatic political philosophy. In the mid-1920s this program seemed like nothing less than fascism. Primo, in fact, expressed an admiration for Mussolini and adopted the external trappings and verbal style of the Italian dictator. His bluff soldierly traits and his regime's denial of democratic process alienated liberal opinion. Driven into exile more by disgust than by physical violence, liberal and republican dissidents slowly collected on the French side of the frontier and occupied themselves, with plots against the dictatorship. But Primo de Rivera was not a fascist and his UP was not a fascist movement. The dictatorship existed by sufferance of the monarchy and the army, which supported it as a last-ditch alternative to the democratization of both institutions. The destiny of the monarchy was now tied to that of the dictatorship, for Alfonso would never be forgiven by liberal opinion for validating Primo's pronunciamento by making the general into a premier. Ultimately, virtually all sections of the ruling class came to despise the new regime. Having assented to its establishment only in desperation, the more sophisticated reactionaries and monarchists were repelled by Primo's naivete, exasperated by his eccentricities, and humiliated by his crudeness. More significant evidence of the regime's nature is provided by its social policy, a policy that fixes it more in the Bonapartist than the fascist tradition. Primo had no objection to an organized labor movement, provided it posed no political challenges to his regime. His despotic benevolence allowed room for material concessions to the working class, including government-sponsored medical services, modest wage increases, cheap housing, and a bureaucratic apparatus for labor arbitration. These policies found willing collaboration from the Spanish Socialist Party and the UGT. Following the logic of its reformist and opportunist traditions, Spanish socialism, almost alone among the older political movements, worked with the dictatorship. The UGT leaders entered the Comites Paritarios, the parity committees in which labor, government, and employer representatives decided wage disputes. As salaried bureaucrats of the Union, they found no difficulty in becoming salaried bureaucrats of the state. Largo Caballero, muting even his democratic scruples, acquiesced to the regime and became a councillor of state. The Socialist Party, which Primo genuinely admired, preserved its bureaucratic apparatus or, as Carr observes, its modern organization with typewriters, secretaries, burial insurance, and the Madrid cooperative. The UGT even enjoyed a modest increase in membership, from 208,170 in December 1922 to 228,501 in December 1929, shortly before the fall of the dictatorship. The anarchists and the CNT were suppressed. Primo may have entertained some hope of splitting moderates from militants in the CNT, at any rate he waited for nearly a half-year before suppressing the syndicalist labor union. Although moderate syndicalists such as Angel Pestana tried in various ways to accommodate themselves to the new state of affairs, the union's implacable hostility to the dictatorship had been fixed at the very outset of Primo's regime. On September 138. 14, a day after Primo's pronunciamento, the CNT declared a general strike. In the absence of socialist support and sufficient time for adequate preparation, the strike was easily suppressed by the military. Remarkably, despite this gesture, the union was still permitted to function openly. On December 30, 1923, the Catalan Regional Confederation held a plenum at Granollers which attracted hundreds of workers. This was followed on May 4, 1924, by another plenum at Sabadell. On both occasions the Eucharitnian reaffirmed its commitment to anarchist principles. But time, now, was running out. 3 days after the Sabadell plenum, anarchist terrorists assassinated an honoris Barcelona police official, one Rogelio Pura Sicario, el ejecutor de la justicia, whereupon the government immediately cracked down on the syndicalist labor union, rounding up all the CNT committee members and members of anarchist groups it could find. Driven underground, the CNT was to disappear from the public arena for the remainder of the decade. Yet the middle and late 1920s were not a period of total quiescence. Many Cinetistas simply drifted into the Sindicatos Libres, which Primo perpetuated during the dictatorship, where they formed underground anti-dictatorial syndicalist nuclei. Despite the arrests of May 7, which netted many leading Cinetistas, a national committee of the CNT managed for a time to carry on a clandestine existence in Saragossa, while a Catalan regional committee survived in Mataró. Anarchist action groups, turning to more spectacular actions, attempted several heroic, if foolhardy, armed assaults on the dictatorship. These actions, almost foredoomed to failure, were largely symbolic. On November 6, 1924, small groups of militants attacked the Atarazanas barracks in Barcelona, apparently assured that the fortress gates would be opened by supporters within. At the same time, a small armed band of anarchist exiles in France, led by Durruti, crossed the frontier and invaded Vera de Bidaso, clashing with the civil guard. Both attempts miscarried completely. In Barcelona, 2 captured anarchists, Juan Montijo Arranz and José Lacer Bertran, were executed by order of a summary court-martial. The Vera de Bidaso episode claimed the lives of 3, Juan Santillan and Enrique Gil, who were executed, and another condemned participant, Pablo Martin, who leaped to his death from the prison gallery. Perhaps the most renowned of the anarchist conspiracies during the dictatorship was an audacious plot hatched by Durruti, Ascaso, and Gregorio Jover to kidnap the king during a state visit to Paris in the summer of 1924. Arrested by the French police, the 3 Solidarios made no attempt to deny their plot. Yes, they declared emphatically, they planned to hold Alfonso in return for the dissolution of the dictatorship. Durruti and Ascaso, who had been in Latin America before arriving in France, were also charged with holding up the Banca San Martin in Argentina. The Argentine government demanded that they be extradited, while the Spanish government placed its own bid for their extradition, citing the Gijón hold-up and additionally singling out Ascaso for his role in the assassination of Cardinal Saavedra. The case became a cause célèbre. A wave of protests from French intellectuals and workers finally succeeded in quashing the extradition proceedings. Freed a year later, the anarchists were expelled from the country, later to be Expelled from Germany at the request of the Social Democratic Minister of Interior of Prussia. Their attempts to find refuge in Russia became untenable when the Soviet government imposed ideological conditions upon them which, as anarchists, they could not accept. Thereafter, the exiles returned to France under aliases, were rearrested and held in prison for 6 months, and eventually made their way back to Germany under false identities. It should not be supposed that anarchist activities during this period were limited only to desperate acts by a few bold militants. In May 1925, Primo lifted the state of martial law, and social life in Spain began to ease considerably. During the period that followed, anarchist and syndicalist periodicals began to appear in a number of cities, particularly in the north. The most notable of these, Despertad, was published in Vigo and edited by the Galician José Villaverde. The paper, serving as a major link for Sanetistas in the north, enjoyed a considerable reputation for its vigorous writing and high theoretical level. In addition, the CNT published Acción Social Obrera in Girona, El Productor in Blanes, Redención in Alcoy, and Horizons in Elda. Even La Revista Blanca, which had enjoyed such a distinguished reputation in the previous century, was revived. In Valencia, where anarchism was known for its artistic interests, Estudios devoted itself, in José Pirate's words, to themes on physical and human regeneration. The individualist anarchists, in collaboration with vegetarians, naturalists, hedonists, and anarcho-mystics, published Initials. In a delightful passage, Pirates tells us that these extreme tendencies flourished in the anarchism of those times stormy for some and times of hibernation for the majority. Secret meetings in the mountains were disguised as the excursions of ingenuous nudists, devotees of pure air, and sunbathers. All of this forms a picturesque contrast if one bears in mind that a sincere return to nature was perfectly compatible with conspiratorial planning, the chemistry of explosives, pistol practice, the interchange or periodicals and underground leaflets, and campaigns against tobacco and alcohol. These preoccupations aside, the closing period of Primo's regime was marked by mounting conflicts within the CNT. By throwing the Union back upon itself, the dictatorship compelled moderates and militants to face the differences that had long divided them, differences that had often been obscured in the past by strikes and mass actions. Exile and life in the underground brought these differences increasingly to the fore. Theoretically, virtually every tendency in the CNT professed to accept anarchist principles of one sort or another. Segui, despite his obvious reformist proclivities, had consistently declared his commitment to libertarian ideals, so, too, did Pestana, the major spokesman for the moderate tendency after Segui's death. The moderates, however, regarded the realization of these ideals as a problem of the distant future. To Pestana and his supporters, Spain was not ready for an anarchist revolution. Rarely invoking Marxist arguments, which would have stressed Spain's economic backwardness, the moderates shrewdly threw basic libertarian principles in the teeth of their militant opponents. Not only did the CNT lack the support of a majority of the Spanish people, they argued, but it lacked the support of the majority of the Spanish working class. Anarcho-syndicalists were a minority within a minority. Even within the CNT membership, a large number of workers and peasants shared only a nominal allegiance to libertarian ideals. They were members of the CNT because the union was strong in their localities and workplaces. If these people, and Spaniards generally, were not educated in anarchist principles, warned the moderates, the revolution would simply degenerate into an 140. Abhorrent dictatorship of ideologues. Later, in a manifesto that was to split the CNT into two syndicalist movements, the moderates declared that the revolution must not rely exclusively on the audacity of minorities, more or less brave. We want to see a mass movement of the people unfold, of the working class traveling toward definitive liberation. As José Villaverde declared, a libertarian communist economy can be established today. But in the political and moral sphere, the Confederation will have to establish a dictatorship that is in contrast with its fundamental principles, because the working class is not in the CNT. This argument would have been incontrovertible had it remained a strategy for revolutionary education. But the moderates used it as a springboard for opportunistic politics. As early as 1924, the moderate-dominated National Committee of the CNT had flirted with the Catalan separatist conspiracy by Colonel Francisco Macià, founder of the liberal Estat Català. 2 years later, in June 1926, it had become involved in an abortive conspiracy known as the Night of St. John, a plot which may have been conceived by the monarchy itself in order to rescue its waning reputation by unseating Primo and re-establishing a constitutional government. Once revealed by the dictatorship, the plot found such reactionary generals as Weber and Aguilera, demagogues like Lerroux, and venal sycophants like Barrio Berra in the same conspiratorial bed with anarchists like Amelio Quiles. The years 1928 and 1929 marked the period of Primo's decline and removal from office. Although the dictatorship, sharing in the international economic boom of the 1920s, had materially improved living standards and profits, it had antagonized virtually all sectors of Spanish society. Proposed structural reforms, such as the Municipal Statute of March 1924, which promised to give extensive autonomy to the municipalities, were stillborn, leaving the rest of towns in the hands of government appointees. The plan of Calvo Sotelo, Primo's finance minister, to introduce an effective income tax antagonized the financially irresponsible. The dictatorship's rural policy was confined largely to road building, irrigation, and electrification projects, leaving the vital issue of land reform untouched, and despite the collaboration of the socialists with the government, the Spanish working class did not have to be told that its legal organizations were the supine tools of the regime. But Primo made his greatest miscalculation when he alienated the most important pillar of his regime, the army, by challenging the seniority prerogatives of the artillery corps. Even Alfonso became a victim of this error. By failing to back the protesting officers, the king turned the artillery commanders into a corps of republicans. Having antagonized leading financiers as well as peasants, officers as well as workers, local town officials, as well as Madrid constitutionalists, Primo proceeded to lose whatever political support he might have gathered from the conservative middle classes and intellectuals. A respectable opposition within the towns and universities began to emerge, openly raising the cry for constitutional legality. Primo's attempt to create a constitution, based on a sharp separation between elective and corporative powers, merely widened this opposition to include the monarchists, for the constitution barred the king from appointing and dismissing ministries. In the spring of 1928, widespread student protests presented the dictatorship with its first overt opposition since 1924. Under the relaxation of censorship introduced by the regime, the liberal Madrid journal El Sol, commenting on the constitution, bluntly advised Primo to abandon his post. Not to be denied a claim to the exalted defenders of parliament and of public liberties, Sanchez Guerra, the 70-year-old leader of the Conservative Party, crossed the frontier into Spain and offered his person as an umbrella of respectability for a prearranged pronunciatnienio. 141. By General Castro Girona, the Captain General of Valencia. But the general reneged on the old man and arrested him. The plot ended in a fiasco. Only the artillery officers at Ciudad Real revolted. Despite the failure of the Valencia conspiracy, as this narrow-based abortion by old conservative politicians was called, the dictatorship was on its last legs. On January 26, Primo, agonized by growing internal opposition and fiscal difficulties, circulated a query to the captain generals, asking if the army supported him. If it did not, averred the dictator, he would resign immediately. Not only were the replies less than enthusiastic, but it was evident to Primo that the king was determined to remove him from office. On January 28, 1929, 2 days after his query, Primo de Rivera resigned and departed for the fleshpots of Paris, where he died a few months later. His place was taken by General Damaso Berenguer, a highly respected but ailing officer who could hardly be regarded as a permanent fixture in Spanish politics. Berenguer was entrusted with the impossible task of restoring a constitutional government without jeopardizing the future of the monarchy. The CNT did not remain aloof from the anti-dictatorial conspiracies that marked the closing period of Primo's regime. In the course of organizing the Valencia conspiracy, Sanchez Guerra had approached a CNT contact committee in Paris, soliciting the union's cooperation. The moderates were determined not to be found lagging in the anti-dictatorial movement, despite a decision by a previous plenum forbidding the CNT's National Committee from negotiating with political parties. On July 28, 1928, the National Committee convoked a clandestine plenum in Barcelona, including delegates from all the regions except for the volatile Levant, with the purpose of authorizing negotiations with anti-dictatorial politicians and military leaders. Having pocketed the plenum's authority, the National Committee joined in the Valencia conspiracy. If we are to believe Cumin Colomer, a police official turned historian, whose rather unreliable historiography draws lavishly on police files, several syndicates supported the conspiracy with strikes. By and large, however, the CNT's role seems to have been as stillborn as the conspiracy itself. Actually, the CNT contributed very little to Primo's downfall. Its attempts to formulate a consistent policy in the struggle against the dictatorship are interesting primarily as evidence of a bitter tug-of-war between militant anarchist revolutionaries and cautious syndicalist moderates. Cushioning this conflict was a centrist tendency, perhaps best represented by Manuel Buenacasa, which tried guardedly to achieve a compromise between the two wings. By controlling the National Committee, the moderates had only to work through the CNT's structure to achieve a sense of unity. The union's apparatus held them together. By contrast, the anarchists were dispersed in small groups. The National Federation of Anarchist Groups, FNGA, founded in the stormy post-war years, was virtually defunct. On the initiative of Catalan anarchist groups and the Federation of Anarchist Groups of the Spanish language, a Marseilles-based organization of exiles, serious attempts were made to revive a national movement. On July 24 and 25, 1927, a clandestine conference of Spanish and Portuguese anarchists was held at Valencia. To guard the delegates from Primo's watchful police agents, the dates for the conference were selected to coincide with a fiesta that brought thousands of visitors into the Mediterranean city. Pirates gives us an amusing picture of the delegates disporting themselves at the seashore as vacationers. A group of well-bronzed bathers, stretching out on the golden beach by the surface of the Latin Sea under the benevolent and warm caress of the sun, men, women, young, old, and children, some of them gathered in arms, others occupied with diversions and games, the classic paella bubbling and boiling. This gathering formed the 142 birth of one of the revolutionary organizations which very soon was to express its romantic dreams, its virility, and its heroism, the FAI. The FAI, or Federación Anarquista Ibérica, Iberian Anarchist Federation, occupies a unique and fascinating place in the history of classical workers' and peasants' movements. Organized primarily to assure the CNT's commitment to anarchist principles, the FAI acquired T.S. reputation as one of the most dreaded and admired organizations of revolutionaries to emerge in Spain. The term Iberian had been chosen to express the organization's peninsular scope. The FAI originally intended to include Portuguese as well as Spanish anarchists. In reality, it remained Spanish, acquiring its own distinctive forms and ambience. The new organization based itself on the traditional nuclear groups so ardently favored by Spanish anarchists since the days of the First International. The affinity group, Grupo de Afinidad, a term officially adopted by the FAI, accurately denotes the early Spanish anarchist concept that true revolutionary groups must be kept small in order to foster a sense of deep intimacy between members. An affinity group rarely numbered more than a dozen people. Each member was drawn to others not only by common social principles but also by common personal proclivities, or affinities. The group, in effect, was an extended family with the added feature that the Spanish anarchists placed an immensely high premium on personal initiative and independence of spirit. Owing to this intimacy, a FAISTA affinity group was not easily penetrated by police agents. The FAI continued to be a secret organization, highly selective in its choice of members, up to the Civil War, although it easily could have acquired legal status after the founding of the Republic. Like the CNT, the FAI was structured along confederal lines. The affinity groups in a locality were linked together in a local federation and the local federations in district and regional federations. A local federation was administered by an ongoing secretariat, usually of 3 persons, and a committee composed of one mandated delegate from each affinity group. This body comprised a sort of local executive committee. To allow for a full expression of rank-and-file views, the local federation was obliged to convene assemblies of all the FAISTAs in its area. The district and regional federations, in turn, were simply the local federation writ large, replicating the structure of the lower body. All the local districts and regional federations were linked together by a peninsular committee whose tasks, at least theoretically, were administrative. The Peninsular Committee was responsible for handling correspondence, for dealing with practical organizational details, and, in the words of Ildefonso Gonzalez, an FAI secretary, for executing any general agreements of the organization. Gonzalez frankly admits that the FAI exhibited a tendency towards centralism. That a peninsular committee with aggressive members walked a very thin line between a Bolshevik-type central committee and a mere administrative body is not hard to believe. And the FAI contained very aggressive, indeed charismatic leaders, such as Garcia Oliver, the Escaso brothers, and Durruti. The major policy declarations of the FAI were more commonly presented in the name of the Peninsular Committee than of FAISTA plenums. This accustomed readers of FAI documents to regard the Peninsular Committee as an oracular body. Shielded by secrecy, the Peninsular Committee might well have enjoyed a wider latitude in the formulation of policy than would have been consistent with its expressed libertarian principles. Yet it must also be emphasized that the affinity groups were far more independent than any comparable bodies in the Socialist Party, much less the Communist. We have only to read Ramon Sender's 7 Red Sundays, a novel based on a detailed knowledge of the Madrid FAI Organiza. 143. To gain a feeling for the high degree of initiative that marked the typical FAISTA's behavior. In later years, all the non-anarchist organizations of the Spanish left were to declaim against anarchist incontrolados or uncontrollables who persistently acted on their own in terrorist acts, defying governmental and even FAI policies. The very atmosphere of the organization spawned such people. We shall also see that the FAI was not an internally repressive organization, even after it began to decay as a libertarian movement. Almost as a matter of second nature, dissidents were permitted a considerable amount of freedom in voicing and publishing material against the leadership and established policies. Every member of the FAI was expected to join a CNT syndicate. That the FAI tried to bypass the CNT membership, as Cumin Colomer asserts, and take over the union indirectly by implanting nuclei of anarchists in every local and regional committee of the CNT, is not clear from the available facts. It was no secret, to be sure, that the Spanish anarchists hoped to guide CNT policy. Even centrists such as Buenacasa, who became one of the earliest secretaries of the Peninsular Committee, may have joined the FAI mainly to dislodge the CNT's moderate leadership. If so, his motives were not exceptional. Quite a few centrists, who like Buenacasa abhorred violent tactics, seem to have occupied key positions in the FAI at various times, probably with the same goals in mind. But this much is evident: by far the greater number of FAISTAs were young, highly volatile men and women whose real preoccupation was not with the CNT apparatus but rather with direct, often violent action against the established social order. These young eagles of the FAI and their more technical affinity groups were responsible for the recurrent insurrections, the forced appropriations of banks and jewelry stores, and the terrorist actions that marked FAISTA activity in the stormy Republican period before the Civil War. Owing to the FAI's passion for secrecy, we know very little about its membership figures. Judging by data published by Diego Abad de Santillan, a leading festa, the figure on the eve of the Civil War may have been close to 39,000. In any case, so carefully did the organization guard its clandestinity that it made no attempt to reveal its existence publicly until 1929, more than 2 years after it had been founded. In December of that year, the Peninsular Committee issued its first public statement as an organization, a manifesto that sharply denounced the moderate tendency in the CNT. The events leading up to the FI's manifesto reveal the sharp differences that were rending the CNT. The fact that the FAL was created in the summer of 1927 is probably not accidental. It was around this that Pestana, addressing members of the Barcelona Textile Syndicate, suggested that the dictatorship's comites periderios were compatible with the CNT's principles. Pestana was prudent enough not to call for the entry of CNT delegates into the comites, but his views raised a furor among militant and centrist anarchists. Yet these views were mild compared with Pestana's frontal demands 2 years later. In a series of articles titled Situamonas, published in Despertad, Pestana called for entirely new principles for the CNT and, in a particularly cutting play on words, described the organization as moderate, contenido, not as abstinent, continent. This wordplay could be taken as a snide attack on anarchist puritanism as well as purism. Piro, replying on behalf of the centrists, acknowledged that while confederal congresses could modify all the principles of the CNT, they could not challenge the organization's reason for being, antiparliamentarism and direct action. Piro's views had the support of other leading centrists, notably Buenacasa and Eusebio Carbo, both of whom enjoyed immense prestige among all syndicalist tendencies. Evidently, a great deal of counter-pressure from left and centrist anarchists began to build up against the moderates, for in the autumn of 1929 the moderate-controlled National 144 Committee suddenly submitted its resignation in Despertad, and intoned the organic demise, pirates, of the CNT. It is within this context of growing conflict that we must examine the FI's first public statement. The manifesto reads more like an ultimatum than an argument. In a brief, almost ponderously legalistic document, the Secretariat of the Peninsular Committee declares that to believe the workers' movement can be ideologically neutral is an error. Although material gains and improved working conditions are worthwhile goals, the workers' movement must seek the absolute cauterization of all the prevalent wounds and the complete disappearance of economic and political privileges. To this end, the CNT must establish a connection with the organism that adheres to these revolutionary tactics and postulates, namely, the FAI. If the CNT, on the contrary, does not accept the propositions made by the FI's Secretariat, the statement concludes, it very possibly risks a very pernicious deviation from the cause of integral demands and the destruction of the moral and revolutionary values which alone distinguishes it. It is plain that Pestana and the moderates had at least one strategic goal in mind: the legalization of the CNT. And they sought this goal even if it meant major concessions to the dictatorship. By offering to resign, the National Committee may well have been trying, in dramatic fashion, to force the issue. In any event, the entire question of legality soon became academic. The replacement of Primo by Berenguer in January 1930 completely altered the de facto status of the CNT, and many syndicates began to function openly even before they acquired official legality. The conflict between the moderates and anarchist militants, however, did not disappear. On the contrary, it now settled down to basic differences in revolutionary strategy, differences that were to reach truly schismatic proportions in the early years of the Republic. In the course of a broad statement on CNT goals, the moderate-controlled National Committee had managed to note its concern over national problems, and more specifically its willingness to intervene using its own methods with their ideology and history in the process of constitutional revision. With this formulation as an anchor, the National Committee proceeded to declare, in effect, that it welcomed a republic as the most congenial framework in which to work for libertarian goals. The statement thus visualized a Spanish Revolution as divided into two stages: the first, and more immediate one, a bourgeois democracy; the second, and more visionary one, a libertarian communist society. If one removes the National Committee's usual obeisances to broad anarcho-syndicalist ideals, its perspective could hardly be distinguished from that of the much despised UGT. Needless to say, the National Committee's scandalous statement, as Pirates calls it, produced another uproar among anarchist militants and further polarized the CNT. Convoluted as these details may seem, they are vitally important to an understanding of the CNT's later development. The moderates were not merely willing to collaborate with bourgeois groups in order to establish a republic, they were also willing to follow a prudent and accommodating strategy within a republican framework. The anarchist militants, on the other hand, were advocating a policy of unrelenting opposition to the state, be it dictatorial, monarchical, or republican. Much of the CNT's history in the years to follow was to turn around conflicts and compromises between these positions. Even under the Berenguer regime, events were to show that the two policies were not mutually exclusive. Moderates were to take seemingly intransigent stands when it suited their purposes and the FAI to make concessions of its own when they furthered its short-term ends. It is interesting to note that in the sub-rosa negotiations that led to the CNT's legalization, Pestana, representing the Union, assumed an unrelenting anarcho-syndicalist position even to the point 145 of dismissing the Comites Periderios as a monstrosity. Whether this firmness was the result of newly acquired convictions under changed political conditions or merely a shrewd accommodation to rank-and-file militancy is difficult to judge. Angel Pestana was not a demagogue, indeed, it is only fair to say that he was a man of great integrity and exceptional courage. General Mola, who represented the government in the negotiations, was obviously impressed by the dignity of this intensely moral labor, leader tall, lean, dressed in rough clothing, with an inquisitive demeanor. Although Pestana may have been willing to enter the Comites Periderios 3 years earlier, when harsh conditions seemed to warrant this approach, Mola notes that he expressed genuine outrage over the fact that the labor delegates to the Comites received salaries and were thus separated from their fellow wage earners. By the same token, the FAI did not always behave as a pure flame of anarchist consistency, on the contrary, it was ready to bend its anti-parliamentary principles almost to the breaking point when crucial situations arose. Thus, in the municipal elections of 1931, Festa delegates joined their moderate opponents in supporting a Republican Socialist coalition that packed the king off to exile. And although the FAI did not participate in the electoral coalitions of 1936, it released anarchist workers from their no-voting scruples and contributed decisively to bringing the Popular Front to power. The most serious inconsistencies of the FAI were to become painfully evident later and in a more crucial context in the development of the Spanish labor movement. For the present, Primo's departure had opened a period of rebuilding for the scattered forces of anarcho-syndicalism. On April 30, 1930, the CNT was granted a form of conditional legality by the governor of Barcelona, followed by legalization in other provinces. Although many syndicates were still illegal elsewhere in the country and thousands of Sanedistas filled the jails of the Berenguer regime, Spanish anarcho-syndicalism began to pick up the threads that had been broken by the dictatorship in 1924. In little more than a year, the CNT membership numbered close to 500,000. This figure, to be sure, is much lower than the CNT's peak membership of 700,000 in 1919, but it is quite substantial if one bears in mind that the organization was virtually non-existent during the 7 years of Primo's rule. In a series of conferences, plenums, and organizing drives, the CNT recouped the greater part of its losses and soused rapidly in restoring most of its contacts with other areas of the country. Solidaridad Obrera in Barcelona began to appear as a daily shortly after it was legalized on August 30 and, following the custom of the predictatorial years, sister publications with the same name began to spring up in other cities of Spain. But the CNT of 1930 was no longer the same organization Primo had suppressed in 1924, nor was the FAI the same as the FNGA. The bloody pistolero period of 1919 to 23, the acrimonious years of introversion which brought latent differences to the surface, and the harsh experiences of repression by the dictatorship had altered greatly the atmosphere in the CNT and in anarchist groups. The moderate, almost ecumenical outlook that had prevailed in the old CNT and even in the FNGA, had been invaded by an increasingly intractable spirit. The pistol row conflicts had produced a new kind of anarchist, young, grim, prone to violence, and impatient with temporizing measures and compromises. These young anarchists, typified by Durruti, Garcia Oliver, Ascaso, and Sanz, were accustomed to bold escapades. They were illegales in the full sense of the